Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch Managing Editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
Thank you, and welcome. It's day 2, it's the last day, so I hope you guys enjoyed yesterday, and I appreciate you early risers who are here in the house. I'm sure there's plenty of people watching on the live stream. We are very excited. We've got a jam-packed day. Lots of great things. We're going to hear from Justin Drake from the Ethereum Foundation. Samsung is going to be represented by Young Sun today. That's a pretty exclusive interview. We don't get to see him very often, so that's pretty exciting. Carolina Borchado from SoftBank will be here, as well as Andre Brazovenu from Excel. And of course, we have the Battlefield Finals later today. So we're all excited to see the outcome of that. A couple housekeeping notes. There's lots to see on the Extra Crunch stage. I'll be plugging that here, so I'll keep you guys up to date on what's going on there, but it's over there. The full agenda is on techcrunch.com if you want to check it out. Lots of great insights from that stage. You can join the conversation on social by using the hashtag TCDisrupt. The best way to do that is just go to Twitter, search for @JordanRCrook, and click the follow button. No one's listening to me. You can get access to our new premium content, Extra Crunch, on the website for a very sick deal, 25 euros a year instead of 100 euros a year. Please do go and check that out. All of our main stage content transcription is powered by Otter AI. You can actually see it on the screen once someone of value comes up to speak. They're not transcribing me right now, but that's all at otter.ai. If you click the Disrupt banner, use the code TechCrunch, you can get access to all of that. We also have amazing events lined up for 2020, Disrupt San Francisco, as well as our early stage events. Put October 28th on your calendar. We're going to be in Paris. We're going to be serving early stage founders with some really cool content. So hopefully we will see you again there next year. And with that, let's start our day. On the Extra Crunch stage, in a few minutes, how to build a billion-dollar SaaS company. Speakers on that panel are going to be Christoph Jans, Point9 Capital, Matthew Prince from Cloudflare, and Laura Urquizu from Redpoints. So if you want to check that out, it's going to be happening in a couple minutes right over there. And now, on the main stage, talking about delivery as a service, please welcome to the stage Glovo co-founder Sasha Moshad and Uber Eats General Manager Charity Safford, and your moderator, Natasha Lomos. Warm welcome.
Good morning. So in Europe, over the last 5 years, we've seen an explosion of delivery apps. If you live in a city, chances are you can get hot food or even a bottle of perfume or a clean shirt delivered at the tap of an app, sometimes in as little as 20 minutes. Now, consumers clearly love the convenience of this lazy web on a bike, but the big question is whether on-demand delivery can be profitable. Charity, let's start with Uber. Uber lost a hair-raising $5.2 billion in Q2. In Q3, I think the loss was $1.2 billion, still massive, minus a big chunk going on stock compensation. The company has also cut around 1,200 jobs since July, including some in the Eats division. How long can the cash burn go on?
It's a good question. Not an easy one to start. But I think what we're very excited about at Uber is looking at the businesses on their own. We can see that on an adjusted EBITDA perspective, for the last 2 years, our rides business has been profitable. In Q3, actually, the rides business managed to cover the entire corporate EBITDA. So we're seeing that as the business grows, our unit economics improve, and as we scale, we start to see healthier and healthier returns. So this is something that it happens over time. As we grow, the unit economics improve.
But if we kind of look at the food delivery specifically,
yep.
You've been in that space since 2014, and you are continuing to lose money per order. I think there was a report by an investment firm called Cowen this summer, which said, looking at the unit economics, which said that the Uber Eats, you're losing more than $3 per order. What's the actual figure?
So it varies a lot country by country. I will say that we do have countries that are profitable already on a unit economic basis. But I think what's important to remember is that when you're a startup, we're 3 years old. When you're a startup, you invest in growth, and that's what we're doing now. I think many companies would be in the same situation. So if we wanted to be profitable, we could make the decision to do that, but we're still expanding, we're still growing, and that's the decision we've taken right now.
Are there markets where Uber Eats is profitable, specific cities, specific markets right now?
Yeah, we're doing well.
Can you tell us where those are?
We don't break that number down on a per country basis, but we're doing very well in some countries.
But in Europe, you would have some profit. Okay. Sasha, what do you think? Is delivery, is this a business model that can work? I know Glovo is reportedly sort of burning through tens of millions a year. How are you going to make on-demand sustainable?
Well, I think first as well, what's happening now is, investor perspective is, I don't think it's just relative to the gig economy or delivery. I think there's more scrutiny on tech companies, full stop, about not just growing, but show me the route to profitability. Tell me when you're going to be profitable. But not only that, show me that you're working on it now and it makes sense. So I think, and obviously gig economy or delivery is part of that, and actually it's been one of the industries that's grown quicker and been focused on growth thanks to companies like Uber and others. So absolutely, I think there's scrutiny. In our case, we're a bit special. We were born in southern Europe, in Barcelona, and where we had less access to capital. So as far as funding is concerned, we've been hundreds of millions less or even billions less than some of our competitors in funding, which has made us be lean from day one because we just didn't have the cash to spend. So we've always been focused on unit economics. And I mean, I can talk about what we think our road to profitability is, but I mean, I think we're in a good place with this change of criteria.
So you do have cities, markets now also where you are managing to sort of...
Absolutely. Our largest market, which is Spain, which is where we started, is profitable, a bit more profitable. Southern Europe is operationally profitable.
Yeah.
Latin America in the first part of next year will become operationally profitable. So the route from mature cities, countries to profitability is there. We still want to focus on expansion. We see opportunities to continue expanding. So growth and sustainability of the company is super important. And as I said earlier, from day one, we've been focused on unit economics because we wanted to, but also we didn't really have a choice.
Right. So what distinguishes these markets where you are finding the model does work? Is there a particular type of city, a particular type of customer? What is it about these markets?
In our case, it's really about maturity. Southern Europe is where we launched, where we started. It's the longest we've been there. Latin America was next. Since then we've launched in Eastern Europe, the Balkans, and Africa. So I think it's a question of time of where we get to profitability.
So is that then about people making more orders? So getting more orders per user, basically?
Absolutely. Making at the end of the day, the more orders we have, the better the whole ecosystem works. The more the riders earn, the more the partners revenue, the more revenue comes in for them. So absolutely, it's key to have growth. And I use the word liquidity, which is movement in the city, and the more of that there is, the easier it is to make the unit economics work.
Charity, do you want to come into that on the idea of what distinguishes these markets where you are finding the model is working?
I mean, I agree with Sasha. It's about scale. So where we start to see more and more trips happening, this is where we definitely see the unit economics improving. And so our job is really to figure out all of the use cases that we can put into people's hands to get that application used as much as possible.
Yeah. Glovo has been growing very, very fast. You've had a few sort of instances where you went into a market and left quite quickly. I think there was Egypt and Chile. It's kind of interesting. What was different about those? What was difficult about those markets?
So our focus is to enter countries and obviously cities that we can lead the city, be leader in the market, or at least co-lead or second. In those countries, we're finding it very difficult to get traction, very competitive. A lot of operators also investing a lot in free promos, free delivery, marketing, and really the cost of opportunity. We're saying, let's take the investment from these countries. We think we can spend it better in other countries. We'll get more traction, and we moved out. Egypt, actually, we've gone back since.
Ah, okay.
Because one of our investors, Delivery Hero, is leader there. So there's basically they asked us to go back to the market, which is absolutely fine. So we're still in Egypt. And a market we did leave is Brazil, which was a great decision. That was clearly we went there. We realized that it was a huge task to win that market. The incumbent operator is very good. They operate very well. We have two competitors who are investing a lot of money there. So that's a typical example of taking that and let's invest it somewhere we can win the market.
Right. I don't think either of your services are in Germany, right? No Uber Eats in Berlin, no Glovo. What's going on with Germany?
I don't think, in our case, we're focusing on markets where I said earlier we can be leader or co-leader. Now, Central Europe and Northern Europe are I don't know, there's a lot of competition, very competitive. It would take us a large investment to make grounds there. The UK is another example, the US. So these are markets where we're not intending to go, not focusing on. So that's the reason why we're not here.
I'd just add that Uber as a platform is very, very much present in Germany. So it's a huge priority market for us overall. From a rides business, Uber Green, Uber, like our scooters, got a very big myriad of products here already. But from an Eats perspective, we don't have plans. We're going to focus on the markets where we already are and focus on making those markets as profitable as we can.
Right, so no Uber Eats is not going to come, no Uber Eats in Berlin?
No immediate plans.
Okay.
We're focusing on the rest of the platform to be here.
Uber Eats has, or you've also been piloting this concept of dark kitchens, I think, in Europe.
Yeah.
What have you learned so far?
Oh, so many things. I think the biggest thing that comes with having launched over 2,000 restaurants for our partners, with our partners, is that we need to use data to be able to inform really smart decisions about what's going to work where. And so that's been a huge priority for us, making sure that we're translating our data into actionable insights that our restaurant partners can use. We've also decided, it's not a business that we want to be in facilitating. We are a technology platform, we are a marketplace platform, we connect restaurant partners to technology and access to data to be able to put in place the right restaurants to service eaters, but we're not going to run those kitchens for them. So we've got great partners that are able to do that, and we are really the intermediary between them.
Do you think it's going to be a key piece of this puzzle of profitability?
I do.
Yeah.
I think that from a restaurant perspective, this is the secret for unlocking future growth for restaurants. We already see restaurants being able to invest in different modalities that they've never been able to use before. So rather than spending dozens of thousands of pounds on kitchen space, we're seeing restaurants renting space. We're seeing restaurants being able to set up delivery-only kitchens and keep margins really, really low because they don't have the overhead of having a wait staff in the front, and they're still able to do massive returns. So really, really good return on investment for the restaurants that we're partnering with.
Glovo, you're also, I think you rent dark kitchens space from another startup, I think, and then rent it out to some of your partners. What's your exact model around it at the moment?
No, our model is we'll rent the place out off the landlord, and then we'll put the equipment in, and we'll give a turnkey solution to restaurants or brands who want to operate on our platform. At the end of the day, without repeating everything that's just been said, which I totally agree, to me it's all about UX, offering the customer a better experience, less waiting, less errors. Putting tech in the kitchen makes a big difference.
Yep.
Remember, most of the restaurants that operate on our platforms built their businesses for serving customers at tables and not for delivery. So, they have small kitchens, so often they can't put up to the demand. Many times, they're not in the area of where the customer is, so they're far away, so we can do that with the dark kitchens. So it's all about improving the UX for the customer, giving it a better service, and it has huge potential. And we've got 6 operating already, and we plan to expand. And also, we offer dark storage, which is dark groceries as well, which is
This is the Super Glovo, the dark supermarket.
Yep.
So many names for these concepts.
Yeah. And that is super interesting because we've done groceries from day one. We've been multi-platform or multi-category, since we launched. So groceries has always been a huge part of Glovo. In fact, the second category. So what we've detected is our customers are really using Glovo for convenience. Last minute, small basket sizes. I need this right now because I don't have it. And to be actually in retail, the fastest growing segment of supermarket is actually convenience. So that's super interesting. So that's the space where Super Glovo fits in with 1,000, 1,500 products max, and super efficient delivery. The Glover arrives, we call our delivery guys Glovers. They arrive and actually 0 waiting time. The bag's waiting for him, he's there. 20 minutes, he's delivered. So it's all about offering a better UX and getting technology into the supermarket. That doesn't mean we don't work with large chains and local heroes in supermarket. We've signed a global agreement with Carrefour. So they complement each other very well.
I read that you are also kind of thinking of doing your own brand products, grocery products, I guess, maybe like an own brand of water or something. Is that something you're looking at as well in terms of expanding into actual items? So sort of, I guess, an Amazon basic style.
Yeah, I think we'd only do that if we did it with a partner. It's a little bit like our Glovo supermarkets. We still work with partners to give us the product.
Right.
I think we delve into brands if we could do something with some of our partners. I don't see us building our water brand or our groceries brand.
We're not going to have like Glovo
not in the
water,
not in the immediate future, no.
It would depend where, I suppose, the data is what's key here, isn't it? So that's informing where you're putting these supermarkets and the products you're stocking, and potentially what might then.
It's about location and also identifying the customer, what he expects. So expectation of a customer is it more important to be able to really deliver in 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Or is 35 okay? That's important for WeLoc. So that also explains density. How many dark supermarkets do you need per city to make that really happen?
Yeah.
We're a firm believer, actually, there's a huge upside in super immediate delivery. there's a lot of companies in emerging markets who are delivering in 15 minutes and showing huge growth. So that's something we want to investigate. So really lowering the delivery times and delivering 15 minutes guaranteed or 20 minutes guaranteed is super interesting.
All right, so we're also seeing some major consolidation in this food delivery space in Europe, kind of thinking of the Just Eat, Takeaway.com merger that's still in train. It looks like it will probably happen. Obviously, there's more consolidation that could happen, and there have been some rumors of talks between Uber and Glovo. Have you had any discussions about an acquisition? Who wants to take that?
I can answer that, and very truthfully. I mean, I think we've spoken conversations, not about investment or not about acquisitions, to pretty much every big player in the market. In fact, we have one of the biggest players in the market is one of our main investors. So I think you have to be close to everyone. It does make sense, this consolidation. I think there's huge advantages for being first and second in the market. So when there's 4 companies, the third and fourth are going to find it quite difficult to get traction.
Yeah.
So I think there will be consolidation. Our vision is we're aiming for profitability. We want to be profitable and depend on ourselves, which is a really nice position to be in, not depend on acquisitions or investors. And that's our focus over the next 12 to 18 months.
Does it matter if it's an exit or an IPO? What would be your preferred end point?
My preferred end point is to be profitable, and as soon as possible, and that's what we're focused on. And then you're in a position to make those choices very easily. When you're not and you're dependent on investors, and then maybe the decisions are not, you have to make certain decisions and it's not in your choice. So that's why, we're very focused on that, and that's our goal.
Okay. Another big issue around gig platforms is there's a lot of scrutiny around issues of labor rights and fairness. Recently, one of the most senior legislators in the European Commission voiced support for collective bargaining rights for gig economy workers. Charity, what impact would that have on your business?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, what we hear from our partners is that they want flexibility. So whatever, we're happy to work with regulators and make sure that whatever solutions they would like to put in place are put in place. But we want to make sure that we hold close the element of flexibility, because that's what we hear time and time again that our partners really, really want. Of course, if we ended up having to change the way that we work and our business model, we would be happy to do that if that's what the regulation would require.
But I suppose if platform workers had collective bargaining, they could tell you that they wanted flexibility and better wages, better rate of pay per delivery, right?
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. So I think that's one of the elements that we'll always have to be ready for. But at this moment, we're hoping that we can maintain with the status quo. We're doing quite a lot in terms of courier safety, courier well-being, making sure that they have lots of access to insurance and healthcare and even paternity leave across Europe now, which is super exciting.
But what about if you had to reclassify the riders as workers? How much cost would that add to your business? Yeah,
it would be a big change for sure, and that would be something that we would do only if it was deemed necessary, because again, we're hearing right now that that's not the way that the couriers would like to be classified.
Sasha, would you support collective bargaining rights for Glovers?
Absolutely. I think, and in fact, we have supported it vocally. I'll give you a recent example in Italy who've passed a law decree, I think just 2 months ago, actually obligating the platforms to sit down with either rider associations or representative of riders or trade unions and negotiate terms. So we're absolutely, look, Glovo's a European country. We were born in this company. We were born in Southern Europe. I think EU. Being European, our grandparents fought a lot for workers' rights, and we definitely don't want to give them up. We believe that we should look for ways to maintain the flexibility, autonomous workers, but equal those social rights to maybe full labor. And that's where we think things are going. France is probably the most advanced with that mentality. Yeah. They've created a profile of a worker in between full labor and an autonomous worker with more social rights, maintaining flexibility. It's a big thing for Macron, and I think they're the most visionary advance in how to adapt to new times, but maintaining social rights. So we're an advocate. In many regulations as well, The issue is it's not the same in the UK what you can do as in Spain. So, I mean, most regulations, you can't just go out and do a collective bargaining agreement for autonomous workers.
Yeah.
So there needs to be regulatory changes, there needs to be dialogue, but we're advocates for more social rights and adapting to protection.
There's a tension, isn't there, between this idea of gig workers have loads of flexibility, but at the same time, both of your platforms very tightly manage the work using algorithms, using tracking, using scoring. How do you kind of reconcile that message? On the one hand, flexibility. On the other, well, we're going to track you, and we know exactly how much time you took to do this. And
I think the tracking and the tech is actually in benefit for that ecosystem.
Yeah.
So the better our algorithms work, the more orders per hour the riders will have, and therefore the more earnings per hour they will have.
Yeah.
So again, they're paid by job, so hence the word gig, right? So therefore, the better our technology and the better we locate them and the better we optimize the orders, the more orders they'll do per hour and the more earnings. So I think it's in benefit. I don't think there's a big difference between flexible autonomous workers and us doing that and some other labor form at the end of the day. I think what's more important is these workers are asking for flexibility. They want to connect to the platform when they want, and they want to work X amount of hours. If it's 5 per week or if it's 30, that's their choice. And maybe the next week not do it. I think that's the important piece, more than how we optimize the technology to improve the ecosystem of the platform in the end.
And just building on that, we have solutions for any of those segments. So if you want to do this as a very, very, very part-time job, then we have incentives for you. If you want to do this as a full-time job, we have incentives for you as well. So I think it's great.
have either of you spent much time, trying this side of the business, getting on your bike, doing deliveries?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
How long have you?
Well, I'd say when we started Glovo, which was the beginning of 2015, we started off with 3 riders, and obviously on peak times there was enough. So Oscar, myself, some of the staff would just pick up our bikes on Friday nights and Saturday nights and do orders. So that was part. Now we have a thing called Glovo Cares, where the whole company can go out every month and do Glovers, and we give the money to charity, the money that was earned, and we double it. And I go out literally once a month for sure, and twice a month. And I've done Glovos in Abidjan, Cairo, and mainly Barcelona is where I live. So yeah, absolutely. And it's super interesting because you speak to Glovers in the queue, you understand their pain points, you understand the pain points of partners when they don't have it prepared and you're waiting there for 10 minutes. So it gives everyone, and I'm glad that pretty much 50% of our staff worldwide, which is about 1,500 people today, go out and do Glovos every month.
Have you ever gone on your bike, Charity?
Of course, yeah. In some pretty exciting places as well. So yeah, we make it a regular part of the way that we do business, and you get great insights when you talk to eaters, when you talk to other career partners, when you see what wait times you're looking at in restaurants and how you can optimize that experience. Because we're constantly trying to figure out how to take less wasted time out of the process. So food is ready exactly at the moment that the courier is arriving to pick it up. The transit time is perfect. The dispatch time is not too long. So this is like experiencing it is really the only way that you really understand if it's working or not.
Indeed. We're almost out of time, but just a quick question. Uber Eats is trialing delivery drones in the US. Any plans to bring that to Europe?
One day.
One day.
Yeah, we're very excited about this technology. It's really the future. I mean, imagine how we could expand the radius around different restaurants if we're able to do drone delivery. We've done some analysis in the US of some of the big enterprise chains, and we can almost cover all of California by being able to manage this way. It's great.
Sasha, any moonshot projects, R&D projects at Glovo? Perhaps some teleportation technology you're working on?
No, I mean, interesting drones and robots and everything. What comes first, the technology or regulation? No,
Yeah.
That's going to be a big one. We're focused on consolidating the business, finding paths to grow, finding new areas, new cities. That's the short-term goal for us.
Wonderful. I think that's it. We're out of time. Pleasure to speak, guys.
Thanks
so much.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
All right. On the breakout stage, starting now, there is a Q&A session called Winning Investors. Panelists are Colin Hanna from Balderton Capital, Julia Hawkins from Local Globe, and Jag Singh from Techstars. If you want to check that out, now is the time to exit. And now on the main stage, we're going to be hearing from the Ethereum Foundation's Justin Drake. Please welcome him and moderator Mike Butcher to the stage.
Have a seat.
Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're having a great time at TechCrunch Disrupt here in wonderful Berlin. We've come a long way, haven't we, in terms of the brand new industry, ecosystem, platform, whatever you would like to call it, of blockchains, beginning, of course, way back when with Bitcoin, but then more recently with the invention of the Ethereum blockchain by Vitalik Buterin and others. Now, last year, to give you a little bit of context, we had a fantastic panel moderated by my colleague, Romain Delay, with Vitalik and a number of other significant contributors to the Ethereum project, one of whom was Justin Drake, here in front of me. And that was in Zug, which has become famously a place where many blockchain startups have domiciled. And actually, it's funny, isn't it, Justin, because it feels like actually it's quite a long time ago. But actually, it was only a year, just over a year. And at that conference, we talked about how Ethereum could move from a very traditional, if you can even say that, implementation of blockchain into a kind of a new world, a new format, and a new platform. And that was it was the beginnings of what was to become described as Ethereum 2.0. So let's just sort of back up a little bit and just give everyone a little bit of context. Because one of the issues, of course, is that proof of work is extremely environmentally damaging, requires a lot of heavy lifting, and we want to move to this thing called proof of stake, which doesn't require computers to run hot. So, Justin, I think for the benefit of everybody, let's give everyone a little bit of context about what was happening last year and what has happened since.
Right. So Ethereum 2.0 is this big effort to try and radically change the way that we build blockchains. One is to focus on proof of stake, as you said, and the other big effort is to try and scale. And actually, these two things come together. And very hard research problems came out of this endeavor. And
yeah.
I think last year we had made a lot of progress on the high-level ideas that we wanted to bring forward, but a lot of the detail hadn't been totally finalized. And I think now we're at a point where the research is essentially finalized, at least for the initial stages of the rollout, and we're very much in the stage of development by many different clients all around the world, trying to actually implement the protocol that has been spec'd out.
Some quite grand predictions were made about this when Ethereum first appeared, this world computer. What sort of timeline are we working on, do you think? I mean, obviously in tech, everyone always expects everything to happen tomorrow, but we are dealing with quite a complex set of problems, aren't we?
Right. So in terms of, this is very similar to ETH1, 5 years ago. This is a very ambitious problem. And alongside those who believe that this is going to completely change the world, there's also the skeptics who believe this is too difficult. And honestly, back I was one of the skeptics for ETH1 5 years ago. I thought it was a very difficult problem, but they did manage to deliver it. For ETH2, I think now we're in a position where the hard research problems have been nailed down, and we know how to implement blockchain protocols. So in a way, we have the hindsight of 5 years of development. And even though these are hard problems, they're merely engineering ones.
That's fair, but obviously there's also this issue about scalability, because in order to get to the point of this really brand new platform that's incredibly scalable, you need to be able to do things like sharding, don't you? Do you want to just tell us a little bit about where that project is? Because I think, was that the Casper project?
Right. So sharding is if you take a traditional blockchain like Bitcoin or Ethereum 1, basically every consensus participant has to process every single transaction, and that's a big bottleneck. And so with sharding, the idea is that you have every participant only process a small subset of all the transactions, and as such, you have these multiple parallel shards working in parallel, and you have more throughput in the system. And one of the important things to unlock this kind of system is where the participants have a well-defined identity, and you can shuffle them around the system in small groups, which we call committees. And so proof of stake is a big part of unlocking that idea of randomly sampling committees and assigning them to shards. The other big thing that proof of stake gives us is the idea of finality. So once you have 1,000 shards, you've kind of, instead of having one uniform system, it's kind of broken up into all sorts of pieces. And so how do you reunify everything under a consistent system? And this is where we have the idea of finality, where we have high guarantees that once the so-called validators come to consensus on the state of the individual shards, those won't change. And so you can consider that kind of snapshot in time as being one unified system, and that allows the various shards to talk to each other with little friction.
And you've also announced a new project called the Ethereum, verifiable delay functions. And you're actually the Ethereum Foundation is putting $15 million into this work. Do you want to just tell us why that is important?
So just to clarify, this is not an effort just by the Ethereum Foundation. There's actually now 4 different blockchain projects that are part of the so-called VDF Alliance. So you have Filecoin, Cosmos, Tezos, and Ethereum, so 4 big blockchain projects. And as I mentioned, we have these validators, and we want to shuffle them into committees. And the security of the system kind of relies on good shuffling of these committees. And in order to do shuffling, you need randomness. And so verifiable delay functions are kind of technology that allows us to have effectively perfect randomness.
But why is that important?
It's important to improve the security and performance properties of the blockchain.
Because if it wasn't random, it could be gamed in some way. Is that what you're saying?
Right. So right now we have a source of randomness which we call Randall, and it's pretty good, but it's not perfect. And by having this kind of incremental improvement to the randomness, we can simultaneously improve the security and
because it can't be predicted.
It can't be gamed, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, and where is that project? What sort of timeline are we working on for that?
So the VDF project is kind of very unusual because instead of being pure software, which is what blockchains usually do, this is actually hardware. Right. And hardware has all sorts of different timescales. So we're looking at 2-year timescales from today.
Because you have to implement it on a particular type of ASIC?
Right, so we're building our own ASIC. We're building our own hardware, and not only are we building hardware, but we're doing it the hard way. And the hard way means open source hardware. And we're doing competitions to encourage people to improve the hardware, and we want to make sure that we're very transparent. So all the firmware, the PCBs, everything is open sourced for people to come in.
Now, that sounds like another big problem, obviously, you're going to have to work on. But while you're moving towards Ethereum 2.0, there's been some criticism that moving to Ethereum 2 will leave behind people on Ethereum 1. Now, how do you answer that particular charge, shall we say?
Right. So the way that we're deploying ETH2 is that we're deploying a totally parallel and separate blockchain the ETH2 blockchain, and we're leaving ETH1 as is. We're not even doing any fork. And basically, the only link between ETH1 and ETH2 to start with is this economic link where Ether can kind of travel from ETH1 to ETH2. Once ETH2...
So therefore, you can move your currency across.
Yes, and one of the key reasons you want to move the currency across is for staking. So we're basically using the $20 billion of Ether right now as kind of the economic bootstrap to secure ETH2. Once ETH2 has been in production and is robust, and we feel confident to shift the whole system within ETH2, what we'll do is we'll take ETH1 and embed it as a subsystem into ETH2. But from the point of view of ETH1, not many things will change. If you have an application on ETH1, it will just keep on running as is.
What sort of guarantee can you give us that this will be a smooth transition?
We're being very conservative. So on ETH2, we're doing this very progressive rollout. We have phase 0, phase 1, phase 2, and then we have kind of a separate kind of schedule to incorporate ETH1 into ETH2. And one of the reasons why our project is taking a lot of time is because we want to try and do things properly. And there's many things under the proper words. So one of them is to reduce risk. Another thing that we want to do properly, for example, is work with other players and have a collaborative mindset.
Yeah.
So for example, we're reusing the peer-to-peer networking layer from another blockchain project called Filecoin. We're also very big on standardization.
But there has been a little bit of criticism in the sense that you've got other blockchains like EOS, Monero, etc., who have actually moved to much more higher scalability. Do you feel somehow sort of slightly left behind, or not?
Right. So, I mean, I'm not sure what the Monero scalability is, but the way that EOS works is basically they have very big computers, kind of data center scale computers that will run the blockchain. And so you get scalability by having just bigger machines.
Right.
And the trade-off here is that you get less decentralization. So kind of this goes very much against the ethos and the philosophy of Ethereum. Now there's kind of more sophisticated and smarter ways to scale, such as sharding. And this seems to be the industry standard moving forward. So you have projects like Polkadot, like Dfinity, like Near, that are converging towards sharding as a scalability mechanism. And
you're using that. You'd much rather take that approach than this more centralized approach of, say, EOS.
Right. Centralized approaches are non-starters for us.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's sort of slightly switch gears here. Obviously, we're familiar with the fact that Facebook now wants to get into this space with the Libra project. Which do you think is going to arrive first, Libra or Ethereum 2.0?
Definitely Ethereum 2.0, at least the early rollout. So we're looking to do phase 0 early next year, and I think Libra is still at least a year away. Yeah.
What's your view about the Libra project from Facebook?
I think it's interesting, and somewhat when it came out, it was unexpected. But now in hindsight, it feels natural. And now there's other projects that are trying to do similar things.
Do you have any criticisms of it?
I mean, I like to focus on the plus side. So,
what do you think the negatives are?
Negatives. Well, the main negative is that it hasn't been able to go fully into the totally decentralized space, which is where we want to be. But to be fair, this is kind of where they're at, which is kind of a hybrid between the totally centralized and the totally decentralized, is probably the best we can expect from a kind of a consortium of corporations. I mean, there's a few weak links in the whole system. So, for example, they have this stable coin, right, which is backed by a reserve, and the reserve is kind of custodied by traditional players, and they have this Libra association in Switzerland. And so this one association is potentially a legal point of failure for the whole system. And so if governments really want to crack down, this is where they're going to put pressure on. So that's an unfortunate point of failure. But otherwise, I like the fact that they've tried to have different players kind of distribute power. And I also like the fact that it's competition to governments and fiat currencies. So it used to be kind of a two-way thing where we had the fiat currencies and the cryptocurrencies, and now we kind of have the corpo currencies, and this three-way dynamic should be interesting. I mean, I'm also hopeful that Libra, if it does launch, because there's a lot of hard challenges for them, that it will be an on-ramp onto crypto, and so it will accelerate kind of the move away, the move to alternatives.
Doesn't that mean say that you're sort of slightly getting into bed with the centralized devil, shall we say? That you see that as almost like a gateway drug for people to get onto Ethereum. Are you happy about that?
I mean, I have a somewhat contrarian view here. Many people within the Ethereum community kind of see Facebook as the devil. As I said, this is not only an effort from Facebook. So there's Uber, there's Lyft, there's Spotify, there's Vodafone, and
PayPal famously pulled out.
Yeah, so like a lot of the payments. So there was a Visa, Mastercard, PayPal. They all left, which weakens the value proposition. But even with the remaining players, and they want to launch with 100 different big players. So I think it will be reasonably decentralized, and it will be interesting to see how it evolves.
And you're relaxed about it then?
Yeah. I mean, they also try to do things properly. So they have very good licensing. Everything is open source. They're also developing infrastructure which we can reuse. So they have this Move language and Move VM, where it's a kind of custom-designed framework to build secure small contracts. And security is one of the big pain points in our space.
Yeah.
Because we have no room for bugs, for error.
So you're confident that Ethereum 2 is going to arrive earlier than Libra?
Yes.
Right. Well, we'll check on that and see how you get on. Lastly, just in the closing couple of minutes, I wanted to just briefly touch upon the case of Virgil Griffith, who works for you guys with the Ethereum Foundation, who's recently the center of controversy because he went to North Korea without the permission from the State Department. What's Ethereum Foundation's position on this? Because supposedly there was a charge, or an allegation rather, that he might have been talking to North Korea about helping to avoid sanctions by using cryptocurrency. Where does the Ethereum Foundation stand on that case?
Right. I mean, before he traveled, many people, including myself, kind of recommended that he didn't go. And
so you asked him not to go?
Right.
Formally?
Well,
or was it an informal recommendation?
I don't know all the details, but what I do know is that the trip was a personal one, like strictly personal. He did not represent the Ethereum Foundation during this trip. And just to give a little bit of context, Virgil is someone who likes to push the boundaries. He's extremely curious. He's extremely creative, and he comes up with all sorts of crazy ideas. And I really don't think his intention when going to North Korea was, malicious or criminal in any way.
So you think it was a harmless presentation to the North Korean government?
I think so. I also hope so. We'll see how the trial goes forward. I mean, he's in good hands in the sense that he has a very good lawyer. He will be released on bail shortly, I believe. And also, Virgil is someone who kind of
does face a 20-year prison sentence if he is found guilty.
Right. I understand that's the maximum prison sentence. We'll see how it develops. Right.
Well, we'll have to see how that plays out, and we'll be watching that, of course. But for now, Justin Drake from the Ethereum Foundation, thank you so much for coming to TechCrunch Disrupt.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
All right, thanks, Mike. On the Extra Crunch stage, starting in 10 minutes, we're going to talk about how to raise. There's a hair on my hand. I hate it. We're going to talk about how to raise your first euros. That's going to be a good one. I see people streaming out already. Nick Brisbane from Forward Partners, Russ Hedelston from DocsEnd, and Malin Holmberg from Target Global will be the panelists on that. So check it out if you're interested. And now, on the main stage, I'd like you to please welcome our next guests, the founder and CEO of Luminance, Emily Foges, and the founder and CEO of Omnius, Sophie Kidenus-Walforce, and your moderator, Devin Coldaway. Warm welcome, please. Okay. Sure.
So thank you for joining us.
That's okay.
First question, where do I get one of these flight suits? This is amazing.
That's complicated, actually. You have to order them in the US. It's a pilot suit.
Wow. Okay, well, that makes it easy for me, actually. So.
Do you want one of these dresses? But we can help you.
I think I could probably...
You could pull this off as well. Then, yeah.
Okay, I think we'll talk later. Maybe we can start out with just a quick intro of what you guys do, since it's not obvious when you just say, like, oh, well, we're adding AI to insurance, claims, legal profession. Like, what exactly do you do?
So Luminance is an artificial intelligence platform for the legal profession. We built a legal inference transformation engine. So Luminance reads and understands legal documentation and then learns from the interaction with lawyers. So if you're reviewing a large quantity of documentation, the lawyer interacts with the platform, and the platform then surfaces the most important information to speed up things like M&A due diligence or e-discovery or any situation where you need to read a lot of legal stuff.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
Sophie?
So we at Omnius, we help insurance companies to get through the digital transformation as smooth and fast as possible. And we do that by supporting them with a toolkit that is automating their core, which is claim handling. And it takes a lot of time, and it's super complex to process claims. So this is what we do, automating claim handling to make it more easy for us to send in claims.
So I feel like AI has been revolutionizing a lot of industries, a lot of businesses, but a lot of them were high tech to begin with. Law and insurance are notoriously old-fashioned legacy industries. How did you guys decide that, like, it was time to bring in an advanced technology like artificial intelligence and machine learning? I think the legal profession came around before the insurance profession, so maybe, Emily, you can speak to that.
Yeah, I mean, it had more to do with the capabilities of the technology, actually. So we started with technology that can read a lot of language, and then we looked at what industry would benefit most from that. So it was that way round. I think timing is obviously 80% of the battle, and the fact that the legal profession had got to a point of being ready to accept the use of that kind of technology is more luck than anything. But really driven by the fact that there's been such an explosion in enterprise data that lawyers just can't possibly cope with reading all of the documentation that they need to. So the market was ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the technology was also ready. But you helped with that. It's not like you just picked it up off the ground.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And Sophie, is it similar for the insurance industry, where you just looked at it and you're like, well, it's time?
Yes, I think we come from a very similar background. So we started on a horizontal level. We started with deep document understanding, and at some point we understood, okay, if you really want to ship business value, you need to dive into one vertical. And then we had different verticals to choose, and manufacturing, legal, pharma, a lot of different areas like logistics and so ever. And then we were like, okay, wait. Which area is the biggest that is not transformed yet? And do we see decision makers aware of the need to do something? Do they have money? That was also important for us, of course. And then we saw these guys accelerating the trend of the pain of handling huge amounts of digital documents. The insurtech world is, of course, making a lot of pressure. So all the new insurance companies like Lemonade, VFox, Koya, because they claim to settle a claim in minutes. So the big guys like Allianz, they got nervous. And of course, on the other hand, you see on the technology side improvements in the area of computing power, way more access to data, of course, more flexible models. So then we thought, okay, the industry is ready, technology is ready. I was ready to build a big company. It's my 4th company, so I was like, okay, this time I built something huge. So everything fall into place.
Well, you guys say that the industry is ready, the industries are ready, but are the people in the industry ready? Because it seems like there's going to be a lot of traditional legacy types who are like, look, we've done it this way for 150 years, it's good enough. So have you encountered that kind of resistance, and how do you overcome it?
Some of them are ready.
They're the ones getting the profits now.
Some of them are more ready than others, and
Yeah.
I think the ones who aren't ready need to really catch up. Because we got to critical mass really quickly. So we're only 3.5 years old, but we've got 185 law firms around the world signed up using Luminance. The interesting thing was the most ready people were the law firms outside of the UK, so it was US, so it was European law firms, APAC-based law firms, South and Central American law firms who got on board first. So I think they were more ready because, to be honest, the commercial pressure was greater. And then the pressure on the US and UK law firms came from them.
Was that tally with your experience as well, Sophie?
Yes, I would say yes. So we were inspired by Ping An, a Chinese insurance company. So we thought, cool, this transformation is happening already now.
Yeah.
And then after a while, 2018, we were like, okay, this market is not moving as fast as we thought. And then we looked at all our proof of concept, proof of technology pilots we did with insurance companies. We're like, wow, every big insurance company in Europe want to have AI pilot, AI project. But who is really ready to start with AI in full production? And then we took all our companies, and it's something I can really recommend for every startup trying to transform an industry from scratch, classifying your customers. So then we were like, okay, who is a laggard? Who is an early adopter? Who is early mainstream? Who is an innovator? And then we decided together with the board, okay, we only focus on innovators and early adopters, and the rest should wait, or we can both wait for each other, but we cannot waste our time. So, and we had 16, 17 criteria how we defined the companies we really want to spend time with. And since then, things are developing very, very well, and we see traction, we see a lot of usage from these customers. So I think that's the key. If you want to transform an industry, focus on the ones who are ready and open, and don't fight on a political level, because that's not why a startup is kind of trying to disrupt an industry.
Right, and it helps to have data on those, your potential clients. It sounds like you classified them like an AI might, using like 17 factors or, so.
Exactly, I already thought about our classification model.
This comes naturally to you.
Only 17 criteria are possible to even classify for a human brain.
But actually, there's one classification that I don't know whether you've come across it, but one that drives me crazy, which is the science experiment. So it's the wealthy organization that wants to adopt AI to show what an innovative company they are.
Yes.
And they want to do something different from everybody else. So they want to try and, say, I want to try something really different and really experiment with the technology. And no.
Absolutely.
Forget it. That doesn't help.
Absolutely.
Really, if you don't have a commercial imperative, if you don't need technology, I'm not interested in working with you.
Yes, you're so right. There's a really cool research from Gartner tracking all the AI pilots in Europe in the different old industries. And from 2017 to 2018, it increased by, I think, 28%. So crazy. Everybody wants to play around with AI. How many of them are in full production? A really tiny percentage, 1 point whatever.
It's play around, experiment, and then forget about it.
Talking about it on stage, publishing, blogs.
Because that's not much of a business proposition either, to do a one-time, oh, here's your contract, we just want to explore the space. It's like, no, we want to build a partnership that'll make us both rich and last for 20 years. Why not? So Omnius, one of the claims that Omnius makes is that you provide a service that's it's fast, transparent, and empathetic. But AI is not known for being transparent or empathetic. Fast, maybe. So how do you create a fast, empathetic, transparent process with something that's fundamentally not those things?
So we have the technology. beneath it, of course, and a lot of recent developments in that space that are helping us to achieve this confidence score. And I think what's really important is to push the real-time processing. If you want to be more customer-centric as an insurance company, if you want to, for example, offer real-time policy comparison, which is important, or if you want to go back to your customer and let them know, is this claim covered or not, which is one of the most painful moments when you have an accident. Is it covered? Is my insurance company helping me here? Then you need to be able to make a decision fast in real time, and for that, to make that happen, you need to access all the data. You cannot access all the data manually, and you need to understand and map the data, and that's how we can enable our insurance company to react fast.
Yeah.
Can you make the same guarantees for empathy?
Yes. So empathy, what is empathy? It's like if I have an accident, I want my insurance company to react fast. So that's kind of empathetic. If I get a reaction as fast as possible. So that's what we call empathetic, that the customer doesn't have to wait 8 weeks. Transparency is an empathetic approach to deal with a customer pain point. So you send in a claim and you immediately get back a status report. OK, thank you so much for the claim. This is how we proceed. You will hear back from us in 2 days, for example. Or empathetic would be that you, Devon, you had an accident, or let's say your bike got stolen, OK? And you sent in your claim and you forgot a crucial document. But you are a customer since 15 years. You pay every month punctually, and there was no other issue with you, and you are missing this one document. Who cares? 300 euro. We pay you back this claim tomorrow. Who cares? Yeah, because we want to help you in this situation. And the NPS score will go up. So now you are happy. You're like, wow, that's so nice. Although I sent in not the complete package, they are just friendly. Yeah? So that's how we define empathy, to make exceptions when it's intelligent. And on the business side, it's also smart, because you want to jump out of the process as fast as possible. And that's possible with as many data as possible, enabled by our AI kit. So every process step costs money. So if I would go back to you, it's like, can you please send in this one document so we have everything we need, everything is complete, it's more expensive for me as an insurance company than just jumping out of the whole process and sending you the money as fast as possible. So we call it fast track.
Mm-hmm. And Emily, Luminance right now is a tool for lawyers, right? But do you envision, is there sort of a ceiling on like how capable the AI tool can be, or is at some point the AI going to be providing more high-level legal guidance or understanding?
I think, again, there are huge parallels between what we do and what you do, because the human is the most important part of this. The human lawyer is the most important part of the process.
Yeah.
So really what we're doing is enabling that lawyer to work faster with more information, and you still need the human in there. Speed is a good thing. The weird thing about the legal profession is that it's one of the few industries that has got more profitable by being less efficient over time.
Right.
So that's one of the main challenges that we have, is persuading the legal profession that for your clients, speed is good. They want to be on the front foot of the negotiation. If you can help them to understand the full picture of an M&A transaction early on, then they will negotiate better than the other side. That is a good thing. You should actually be charging more for high speed, not more for slowness. So the human lawyer at the center of it is the most important thing. They will always be there. The ceiling is, the human lawyer will need to be involved. I think in terms of whether AI can replace lawyers, I always think it's a little bit like the financial services industry. If you look at accountancy, Excel came along. You don't have purchase ledger clerks sitting and adding up columns of numbers anymore, but you still have accountants.
Yeah.
Excel has not replaced accountants. Excel enables accountants to do their jobs better. Yes, it has replaced some people, but those people will be doing very repetitive machine-like work.
Speaking of inefficiencies, I imagine in consulting with your clients, you may find that they are using very interesting old legacy systems, paper-based filing systems, old servers and databases in like Windows XP and stuff like that. How do you guys interface as a very sort of cutting edge, like, oh, here's how we're going to apply AI and the machine learning, how do you interface with these extremely old data entry techniques, weird legacy systems? Have you encountered any weird friction from that?
Yep. I think in a way the blank sheet of paper is the best thing. So if I go and talk to a GC, the typical conversation goes like this, right? So can Luminance plug into my document management system? Sure. Does your document management system have a public API? Actually, we don't really have a document management system. Everything is sitting in filing cabinets. And,
right.
and that is normal in the legal profession. So that's actually easier because then you're not dealing with, we've got to unpick all of this work that you've done all over the years to try and ram home a piece of technology that wasn't quite ready yet. We do also experience the other side of things with big law firms who've spent a lot of time with legacy providers building very complex sets of rules to understand documentation. The main problem we have there is they've invested so much time in that for them to write that off and say, well, new technologies come along that means you don't need to do that, is emotionally a difficult thing to do and a difficult business case to build. So we have the whole spectrum like that.
Have you encountered any strange old systems running on Windows 3.1 or?
Yes, really old guys sitting in the dusty cellars of the insurance companies. Yes, I mean, this is something you are confronted with, and when you start your AI company, you think about, everything is just in the cloud, and I don't care what they have, and then you are confronted like, no, everything must be on-prem, and by the way, here are the legacy systems you have to kind of deal with, and then you're like, okay, what can we do on a very practical level? So of course you need to build kind of connectors into the core platform to make it as easy as possible to integrate, and based on different microservices, of course it's easier, but still someone has to do the work, and just recently in the last half year we set up a very concrete concept guideline how to deal with it, and in the first step we need to do the work ourselves, which is really painful. So we hired 2 experts focusing on the integration to other RPA systems, workflow, and other business process management systems. You need to understand the technical landscape. There is no other way around yourself. And whatever is you can see at different customers, you implement in the core product in order to make it scalable. And in the second step, we decided to build the product in a way that it's self-service. So it's like, okay, first we do it ourselves. Second, we enable you to integrate, because we are a product-first company. We don't want to do that. And third, we work with partners. We just signed a contract with BCG, and Accenture is a big partner of ours, and of course, smaller consultancies. Someone has to do the work, and at some point, you need to make a decision. Am I a product-first company, or are we doing the consultancy work on top? That's a decision you have to do at some point in time.
You mentioned the technical side of things. Both of your companies rely very heavily on natural language processing. This is at the very core of your products. But these documents are very specialized, full of jargon, maybe like strangely formatted. How was it developing? How did you go about developing a brand new NLP system for these very specific and sort of possibly strange new formats?
I think you also have to be kind of realistic here. At least for Omnias, it's not that we reinvent the wheel, right? You have companies like Amazon, Google with TensorFlow, Facebook with PyTorch. There's so much open sourced which is available for the community, and it's an awesome starting point, right? So, and from there, I think we just did a really good work, also in collaboration with, for example, the Computer Vision Center in Barcelona, to pick the right advancements around, as you say, NLP, like, I don't know, named entity recognition, text classification, super valuable for us, or recurring neural nets, which are at a totally different level today when it comes to understanding texts and documents like we have to do, or word embeddings. There is so much out there you can use and fine-tune. So this is how we approach the development in that space. Look what's out there, fine-tune the models, and understand the domain in depth. And that's also the reason why I think it's so crucial to focus on one industry, so verticalization is crucial if you work with AI, because AI itself is not a product, right?
Yep.
There's so much out there, and it's a lot about running your own experiments, picking the right tools, and setting up a platform, a toolkit for yourself and your customer to train and retrain the models you picked and combine the models you picked in the smartest and smoothest form. As an engine for your product, for the domain layer. I cannot use my product and platform to solve the problems your lawyers are facing, and vice versa, because on top of the engine that you need to train, particularly for your industry, you need to understand the business domain in order to support with decision making, right? So I think that's how we did it.
Yeah.
We started with PhD research into pattern recognition and supervised and unsupervised machine learning. So Luminance starts by looking at language in the similar way to the way that you and I read, which is, we don't break down what we're reading into words and characters. We look at a whole shape, the shape of a paragraph, the shape of a sentence, the shape of a clause, in the shape of a contract, and then we zoom in. So Luminance starts with pattern recognition and clusters patterns of language in an infinite number of different dimensions, and then from there...
That sounds easy. That sounds straightforward.
It actually makes a lot of sense when you see it happen. Who is talking to whom, and what are the connections between those? That's very important. If you're an in-house lawyer, you are negotiating contracts. It's very important to understand, which language have I agreed to before, which language do I never agree to, which language do I sometimes agree to. So there are different thought processes overlaid onto that same core engine, which is the pattern recognition at its heart.
I want to switch gears a little bit here for our last few questions here. You both have raised about 8-figure rounds in the last year or so, and much more before that as well. How do you communicate the utility of your company to investors? Because there's a lot of AI companies out there making a lot of dubious claims. These are legacy industries that could be high-risk investments. How do you convince the investors that this is worth, investing $10, $20 million in?
I think the easy answer to that is we can prove it. We can prove it from the transformation that we're making with our customers. So right back at the very beginning, when we were just operating on seed funding, we did an initial proof of concept with a London law firm, Slaughter & May. And even in that first proof of concept back in June 2016, they demonstrated, and they measured it, we didn't measure it, they demonstrated 100% acceleration in the due diligence work on the very first project. And then obviously, because this is machine learning, that means that the next project is better than that, and the next project is better than that. And we demonstrate that every time we do a pilot with a new customer in any language. So really, that speaks for itself. Think about the that are involved. You need to
Sure. That sounds right to me. You could go to the investor and be like, 1,000% better.
Yes.
How do you like it?
Yes.
And we can prove it.
Yes, and we can prove it.
And the addressable market is the world.
So fact to follow. But Sophie, do you have you also solicited grants from the EC. We only have a little bit of time, but I'd like to hear, do you think that startups should be pursuing grants as well as VC money?
Yes, if you can. But in comparison, we raised in total 30 million so far, and we got 1.2 million in grants. So yes, grants are awesome, but I prefer VC money, to be honest. To grow fast, you need you need money from people who understand what fast growth means.
Yeah.
Well, and VCs sometimes do. Well, I think that's all we have time for. Thank you very much for joining us here today, and looking forward to hearing more from you later.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Up next, we are going to be talking about what 2020 has in store when it comes to investment. So with that, I'd like to please welcome to the stage from SoftBank Investment Advisors, Carolina Brochado, and from Excel, Andre Brazovianu, and your moderator, Connie Loizos. Warm welcome, please.
Thank you. Hi, good morning. thank you guys for joining us today.
Thank you.
So we're all meeting for the first time, and I thought we could do everyone here a service who wants to sort of understand both of you better by talking a little bit about who you are, what you focus on. Do you want to start, Carolina? So I know that you studied in the U.S.,
yeah,
worked
of course.
in PE.
Yeah. So hi, I'm Carolina. Thank you again so much for having me.
Sure, pleasure.
I'm originally from Brazil. I moved to the U.S. for university. Spent over 10 years in the U.S. Have worked in large cap private equity. Have worked at a pre-launch, launched, failure startup, and then have spent a lot of my time in Europe, which has been 7 years now, at an earlier stage VC called Atomico, investing at Series A and Series B. And most recently, for the last year, I've been at SoftBank Vision Fund, investing at the growth stage. So SoftBank is the $100 billion fund, investing in technology companies that are, changing the way people live. And I can talk more about that later.
Sure.
Andre? Yeah, so I'm Andre. I've been with Accel for 6 years. Originally from Romania. Spent 10 years in the States, like Carolina, studying and working in New York in high-frequency trading. Here at Accel, I've been focused most of my time in enterprise software and financial services. And I've been very excited to back European founders, from London all the way to Bucharest. At Accel, we're one of the few value-based venture firms with on-the-ground presence in Europe. We've been here for 20 years, and we really believe in having a local approach to our investing.
Great, thank you both. So Carolina, I think your background, again, is so interesting, especially because you studied foreign policy and international relations at Georgetown. And then, as you said, you were with Atomico, whose partners we were on stage with yesterday.
Yeah, I saw it.
So you switched from Atomico to SoftBank this year. Why switch firms?
I think there's a lot of push and pulls with these sorts of things. I think what remains true for me, and having moved to Europe in 2013, is that Europe is such an incredibly exciting place right now. And to be totally honest, back in 2013, I didn't totally see it, but over the years, you realize how many incredible entrepreneurs, how many incredible teams, and the opportunity that lays ahead. And I think firms like Accel and like Atomico were paving the path of the capital structure in Europe, which is actually very young.
Right.
Yeah, maybe the past 15 years there's been VC in Europe. And now you start to see the fruits of that and the exits and so on and so forth. So part of what it was for me was actually, I think there's great funds at the early stage, but there's still a lot of underfunding at that later stage. And so I was really excited about doing growth in Europe and putting significant amounts of capital behind founders who want to go for the really big outcomes.
Right. So aside from stage, early versus later, there's a lot of fascination with SoftBank. I'm just wondering, you've got an insider's view of these two very important firms. What are some of the biggest differences? Aside from, I guess, the stage, like maybe some of the processes or...
Yeah, of course. Look, I think there's obviously a difference in size, right? Atomico's 70 people and SoftBank is a 500-person organization. There is an interesting founder-led approach to both organizations. They are both very mission, vision-driven by founders who want to change the world. And by founders who want to be the best at what they do, which is really exciting. I think one of the key differences at SoftBank is it's a really global firm. So we have offices everywhere. We have offices in the US, we have offices in Asia, we have offices in Europe, which for me has been a really interesting platform to see what other great founders are doing in other places of the world.
Right.
And then just because of the sheer size of the organization, you have a group of 50+ operating partners who may have really deep areas of domain expertise, like talent, but also who are helping our companies do business development and who can look at our ecosystem, which today is over 85 portfolio companies, and make connections and win business and actually win profitability for companies across and within that ecosystem.
Great. So you're both in town from London right now, even though you're from different parts of the world originally. Do you run into each other in deals, or are your worlds like vastly different right now?
Yeah. A bit. I would say we have quite different focus areas. So we're very much early stage focused. Series A is our sweet spot. And some of our companies, when they get to that very mature stage, may benefit from working with SoftBank.
Okay, great.
We try to stay very close to the great companies at Excel so that they'll nudge us when...
right. When it's time. So I'm just wondering, who else are you seeing come into deals maybe who you might not have when you joined Excel in 2014?
Yes, it's very interesting. We, even since I joined Excel, the quality of institutional investors in Europe has increased dramatically. So we've seen quite a few, former operators, for example, so very successful founders who are now starting their own funds. We've seen more, family offices enter the industry, more U.S. capital in the market, and in general, I think that's helped, raise the bar in terms of the quality of capital available to founders across Europe, and many of these folks, especially the local players, have been good partners for us.
Great. And I talked to some VCs yesterday, and they were saying much more money's coming in from China. I don't know if it's closed, but I saw Mubadala was forming a $400 million fund to invest in Europe. Are there other sort of parts of the world that are you're seeing?
Yeah, I think everyone is interested in Europe, and I think it's a testament to the growth of the ecosystem.
Yeah.
I think we've seen unprecedented company creation and a cohort, especially technical founders, who are for the first time imagining what's possible and really pursuing new ventures. So it's only natural that we will see the same level of interest and investment as the US or China sees.
What about corporates? They've taken over investing in the U.S. Is that happening here to the same degree, to a lesser degree?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think what's really exciting to see is I think it used to be the case that founders had to take flights and go see VCs. They had to go to the Valley or they had to go to Asia. And actually now I hear stories about VCs chartering planes to go to remote areas in Europe to meet, a really exciting company.
Right.
And I think that corporates are very sophisticated in what they do and their areas of domain expertise, and are spending a lot of time, and are spending a lot of that time early with companies, seeing how they develop early on, maybe co-investing, helping them with partnerships and relationships. And I think, in Europe, you have really big corporates as well, from Europe as well as the ones from beyond, and increasingly there's an interest in spending time with the innovators in the specific spaces.
Okay, great. So we're here in Berlin, huge hub. I interviewed Klarna's CEO yesterday. They're opening an actual tech hub here to employ 500 people. I'm just wondering, what other parts of Europe are kind of bubbling up? I mean, everyone says everything is on fire, but more specifically, where are you seeing more sort of founders coalescing?
Yeah, sure. I would say it's quite interesting. So outside of the, let's say, obvious ones like Berlin, Paris, Stockholm, at Excel, we've been probably the largest software investors across Europe over the past decade. And many of these companies, especially given that technical universities pop up from all over the place, right? So we've backed amazing companies like UiPath in Bucharest, or Humio in Aarhus, or Celonis in Munich. And we see quite a long tail of really interesting hubs with quality talent where companies emerge from, which also points to why Europe is so hard to cover off the plane. Yeah. And you need a very strong local network and be here on the ground to find and support these companies early on.
And you're here today in Berlin. Tomorrow you're off to Spain to see one of your portfolio companies. What about you? Where are you seeing?
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think the interesting thing about Europe, and there's some huge benefits about the synergies in being part of Europe, but Europe is made of many different countries. And actually, one of the interesting things when I was reading the State of European Tech report is that there are billion-dollar companies in 20 countries across Europe. So again, there's enormous amounts of success everywhere. I think one of the areas we've been spending more time on outside of the obvious, places is in Eastern Europe, where I think there's a lot of talent. And there have been big winners already. And you're starting to see increasing activity of new business models or very interesting technology in some of these different places.
Right. And you must have sort of special insight into that, having.
Yes.
grown
No,
up in media.
I've been there for 18 years, and I go back with pleasure. So
That's terrific. Okay, so for the founders in the audience, Excel, Series A specialist, what are you looking for? What do you need to see to write a check?
We're very long-term focused, so we love backing original founders, folks who have very bold ideas, and we open our doors as soon as founders are ready to work with us. And we're support founders for 10-year plus journeys, and we have the ability to support them from the Series A to IPO.
What do you need to see in terms of maybe traction, in terms of revenue, users, more specifically?
Yeah, we've been very flexible, especially because there's no one-size-fits-all formula for successful companies, and many companies we back are pre-revenue or even pre-product. And what we seek is a very unique market insight, a very strong team. A strong team doesn't have to be a repeat team or very experienced team. We back many teams out of college, but just founders who have a very unique approach to attacking a very attractive market.
Okay. And Carolina?
Yeah, so for us, I think the initial message is the same. We're looking for teams that have technologies that are disrupting a specific sector. We love large sectors that are undisrupted by technology because we believe that those have the large impact, right? Fintech, logistics, mobility, real estate, and so on. We do invest a little bit later at the growth stage in larger quantums of money. So we expect the core engine of the business to be working. So we expect that there to be, proven economics on the most mature market, if it's a marketplace or part of the business, or, early lighthouse customers. So there isn't necessarily a parameter on what revenue needs to be, et cetera, but you do need to show that the capital you'll be using for growth as opposed to finding, product market fit.
Right. Well, I have to ask you, because you're with SoftBank, and SoftBank, again, point of fascination for a lot of people, including, I'm sure, in this room. I'm just wondering if anything's going to change. So it's had sort of a rough last 6 months. It looks to have made a big bet on Uber it looks like it's overpaid right now. WeWork looks like it overpaid right now. WAG, it sort of, parted ways with amicably after investing a lot of money in the company. Your CEO, Masa Son, had said recently, he sort of attributed it to, he said, there was a problem with my own judgment. That's something I have to reflect on. Is the mission going to change, the mandate, the sort of scope, anything going forward in 2020?
Look, it's the question on everybody's mind, so I'll try to address it. The mission of investing in great teams, in mission-driven companies that are changing the way people live will not change. And I think I really appreciate the fact that you said right now, because SoftBank and Masa himself, they're very long-term thinkers, right? And I think hopefully the message that is that founders took away from WeWork and the way SoftBank behaved, after the IPO didn't go forward, is that we really will work with founders for a long time, right? And we will hold, stock in the public markets because we believe that, this is a 10, 20, 100-year vision. And so if we believe that a company will change that sector, we will commit to that, right? And I think, luckily, we have the amounts of capital where we have the ability to do that. So we won't be kind of, fair weather investors. We're really there, and we have the infrastructure and the capital to support these companies through thick and thin.
Well, I wondered, too, if you want to sort of address the narrative, widespread perception that the Vision Fund might not be able to raise a similar size fund. So right now you have a lot of resources. You've deployed a lot of those resources. So again, what happens in 2020? Is it going to be a smaller fund?
So I can't really comment on the size of the fund. I think we have a really strong relationship with our LPs. It's a really close relationship. And they're also aligned on the vision of the fund. I think on an execution level, we will spend, there's going to be a lot of attention now on things like governance and on things like unit economics, which I think is actually really healthy and really positive. And the Vision Fund is 2 years old. And people sometimes forget that.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think there's a lot of learnings. There is definitely going to be a way forward, and the mission will remain the same.
One last question.
Yeah.
You talked about your LPs. One of these LPs, your major LP in the Vision Fund, Saudi Arabia, there's been a lot of sort of concern about Saudi Arabia, the civil war in Yemen, this Washington Post journalist who was murdered. Is Vision Fund, is the relationship with Saudi Arabia changed? Do you have any qualms about deploying money on behalf of Saudi Arabia?
Look, I think Masa has spoken about this publicly, right? And about what a terrible tragedy that was, right? And the fact that, of course, SoftBank doesn't condone violence in any way, right? What SoftBank is trying to do is use capital to bring technology to areas of the world that might not have access to that kind of deep level of technology. And so the effect that SoftBank's trying to have with that capital is actually quite positive, which, you know, I think maybe is a message that sometimes gets missed. And, you know, if you meet Masa, he is a very inspiring guy, and that really is his life mission, and that really is the legacy that he wants to leave, you know, even beyond himself.
Andre, I have to ask you, you know, so in the US, SoftBank is sort of the bull in the china shop, aggravating a lot of investors, changing things, driving up valuations in many cases, or it has been in the last couple of years. How is SoftBank viewed by Accel?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, many of the broader events definitely shed some, more focus on running businesses effectively. I would say, whether it's good, lean times or bad times, we've always been very focused on building a long-term sustainable business and helping founders focus on the long-term prize. And I think, certain situations, in recent times have, helped shed more light and kind of focus on having good operational metrics and a path to profitability long term. But I would say it doesn't quite change what we do. We've always been focused on the, building something that's long-lasting, for a generation.
Before we go, I did want to ask you, and I talked to some of the investors on stage about this yesterday, but you're obviously going through a lot in London right now. Well, specifically today, this election's happening. I'm wondering, how does what's happening in the U.S. impact what's happening here? Is there are you seeing more people come to Europe because maybe they're trying to flee the U.S. or less inclined to move to the U.S. Who might have moved there at an earlier point in time just because things are kind of,
Yeah, it's interesting for us. We kind of look back, and pretty much in every single year, we've had major, billion-dollar plus companies being founded, and many of them which we've backed. And I think some of the best entrepreneurs thrive through times of crisis, or thrive times of big macro uncertainty. Specifically around the US, many European companies we work with have very global ambitions, and for them, the US market continues to be critical. So regardless of the regime or kind of who may be in power, we'll still encourage many of the companies we work with, especially in enterprise software, to build roots in the US quickly and pursue them aggressively.
And then in terms of London, of course, we were talking backstage about this. If Boris Johnson and the Conservative Party wins, Brexit is likely to happen and possibly soon. I know it's probably too soon to know what's going to happen, obviously, but I mean, anecdotally, what are you seeing? Are fewer people setting up shop in London? Do you feel like it's already been sort of, priced into the picture?
It's hard to tell. I think it's been happening since 2016, and so I think what Andre said is spot on, which is that entrepreneurs and dynamic teams are by nature, they thrive in these times of uncertainty, they innovate, and I think what we've seen is a lot of founders have had the time to kind of hedge if there is any risk in any of those parts of the business. and are staying ahead of that. I think there may be an effect on talent. So perhaps people who would have started a company in London and now started elsewhere. But it's also true that there's still big centers of excellence in the UK, you know, places like Cambridge and Oxford and Imperial, where there's a lot of innovation coming out of those places. There's still money. So I think it's too early to have any data to back any of these things. And we'll just have to see how it plays out.
Great. Andre, you agree?
Fully agree.
Yeah, great. Thank you both so much. Really appreciate you coming.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
How y'all feeling? Henry and Greg are good. Devin? The rest of you are just meh. Okay. I'm pretty excited about our next guests. After rent and food, my next greatest expense is streaming content. So please welcome to the stage Mubi CEO Efe Chakarel and your moderator, Daryl Etherington.
Thank you. That was good. All right. Welcome, Efe.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Excellent. Thanks.
Good. Great. So you've got Mubi, which is probably one of the oldest surviving streaming media services.
Yeah, we've been around for 12 years.
Yes. Yeah. Which is amazing. That in itself is a feat. It's been a rocky road, I would say, from there to here for the whole industry.
Yeah.
Obviously, much changed. But do you want to just kind of talk a little bit about what makes you unique and how you serve your customers now that's sort of different from everybody else in the industry?
Yes, sure. So streaming took off very significantly over the past couple of years. 10 years ago, the consumer experience when you wanted to watch a movie was you get in your car and drive down to the nearest Blockbuster. Right? That was just 10 years ago.
Wow.
And of course, in a world where sort of Netflix really won the game, in order to survive in a world where Netflix exists and then now Amazon and Apple and Disney and so on and so forth, you need a very clear differentiation, right? And our differentiation as a young, small independent startup is we are a curated platform. So we handpick every single film that we show.
Right. But curation is sort of like, I mean, Netflix uses curation a lot, right? They curate your homepage or your feed. So the word is used a lot.
Yes and no. I mean, they rely obviously a lot on algorithms, which when it comes to film doesn't quite work. I mean, look, based on metadata, I can identify, for example, that you like Eastern European films from 80s with murder and sex in it, right? And I can give you 2 films with that category, and one you would like and the other one you would completely hate.
Right.
So algorithms is very difficult to get. Unlike music, which works, it doesn't work with film. So that's why you're really frustrated, and with this incredible amount of choice of content that you're overwhelmed with, and you often have a very bad experience in searching, finding something you want to watch, right? So what Mubi is, I mean, our model is we only show 1 film a day. Each film stays for 30 days, so there is always 30 films you can watch, right? Every day 1 film comes, 1 film goes out. So it's a constantly rotating library of amazing 30 films. It's like your favorite video store, the Staff's Picks.
Right.
You go there, you don't care if they have thousands of DVDs. There is a knowledgeable girl behind the counter. You go and you ask, you're in the mood for, I don't know, an action or romantic comedy. She picks a DVD from the Staff's Picks. You've never heard about the movie often. You trust, you go home, you watch it, you're delighted.
Right.
And you go back to the same girl. I mean, Mubi is that girl behind the counter.
And that's kind of like, so I think that's an interesting thing, because we mentioned Blockbuster. Like, that was a part of what they offered, right? Like, to varying degrees of success, depending on who's working, I guess. But it wasn't that part of the the experience that people sort of rebelled against when they turned to streaming services, right? It was that's a convenience feature.
Yeah.
And that went away along with the distribution method and everything else. But you've found a way to kind of like bring that back and reintroduce
Yeah.
it.
Well, it's working. I mean, people.
How well is it working?
It's working really well. I
Yeah.
mean, it's been Mubi has been quite a long journey, right? I mean, we've been around for 12 years. The first 7, 8 years was very challenging. We were trying to become a Netflix for independent film.
Right.
At some point, we realized that that's too niche of a market to really scale. Okay, so Mubi is about great cinema, and great cinema is. First of all, we only focus on movies, whereas the rest of the ecosystem shifted heavily towards TV series, which is actually a much bigger business. Yeah. We focus on movies, and it's great cinema, and great cinema is also studio. So we started to also show much bigger films. I don't know if you've seen Joker recently, but that is a film as big as it gets, and it's pure cinema, and belongs to Mubi. So we actually started to appeal to a much wider audience over time. And yes, over the past 3-4 years, things have been doing really well.
So I have a sort of a side question, but you mentioned Joker is cinema, right? So just I'm curious, what do you think of Scorsese's comments on kind of Marvel and that not being cinema?
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Scorsese, and I completely agree with him that what Marvel produces is pure entertainment, and it's not cinema as we would describe it. And that's what Mubi focuses on.
So you won't see any of the Thor movies or whatever on Mubi?
No, like you will never see Transformers 4 on Mubi because that was a bad film. And
what about Bumblebee though? That one was kind of...
But you see, like, this is, I think, important, and this is the key differentiator. In a world where no one stands for anything, we stand for something. We say this is a good film.
Right.
And I think that's really refreshing, and that's why we were able to really survive and grow next to these guys. I mean, I'll give you an anecdotal example. Look, we raised only $25 million.
Right.
That's like 2 episodes of The Crown. It's not even a season.
No, yeah. I think it's most rounds we get are that size, the earlier rounds, right? And like that's just one round.
Yeah, and Netflix is going to spend this year $13 billion on content, and they're going to burn $3.5 billion. Like burn as in cash coming in or cash going out, which is a key metric. Anyway, so this is a very difficult business to crack as an independent, because all these other guys who really managed to survive and grow, their legacy business was doing something else.
Right.
Like Netflix was an incredibly successful DVD rental business when they got into this. They already had more than 10 million subscribers who were paying them $14.99 a month on average.
Yeah, and they tried to take them off the balance sheet, and they realized, no, we got to put them back in because it makes too much of a difference.
Yeah, and they were already generating a few $100 million in free cash flow. Amazon makes their business doing something else. Apple is something else. Disney makes Marvel movies. So all these guys could afford to put billions of dollars in play. So as a young startup, this is a very difficult business to crack. So that's why you've seen all these streaming companies and VOD companies over time coming and going.
Yeah.
And only a very few really survived.
So then, I mean, you've talked a bit about how you did it, but give us some real specific advice about how you actually managed to make it both sustainable and still operate in that same field where they're spending, like, just how did you rein in spending? How do you allocate where you put money?
So if you think about our model of showing only 1 film a day, I show only 365 movies a year.
Right.
I don't need tens of thousands of hours of content. So that's 1. 2, I'm licensing only 30-day windows instead of the whole year. So instead of spending, say, in a place like Germany, $200 million a year on having a Netflix equivalent library, I need to spend $2-3 million a year, and I can show you 1 great film after another.
Right.
So that business model advantage is key. Yeah. We are incredibly efficient with that. We spend right now about $18 per subscriber on content in a given year.
Yeah.
Netflix spends more than 90. okay? Even at their scale of 150 million subscribers, okay? So that's one. Two, we are a small, very product engineering-driven team, and we built everything in-house.
Oh.
And our infrastructure cost is incredibly low. We even built our own CDN. I mean, who does that except Netflix and Google? So our infrastructure cost is about $4 per subscriber per year, whereas Netflix is about 10. Anyway, so we are a very lean machine, and our gross margin is 64%. In this business, that's insane.
Yes,
I mean, Netflix is less than 20. Spotify is less than 10, right? So that allows us to really grow a very healthy, meaningful business. And today, Mubi is cash flow positive.
Wow. Yeah. That is a rarity.
I mean, that's a dream for a company. So when you're cash flow positive, it's amazing because we are, the revenue growth is, over the past 3 years, we've been growing our revenue more than 70% year on year, every year. And it's like tens of millions of dollars in revenue. So it's not like a few hundred thousand.
And is that all coming from
It's all coming from subscribers. So when you have a business that is growing, and last year we more than 100% growth. When you have a business that is growing 100% plus, and you're cash flow positive, because you could raise a whole bunch of money and burn a lot of money to grow top line like that. But to grow like this profitably is really incredible. So when that happens, something really incredible happens in an organization when you're cash flow positive and you're growing fast. You really start thinking long term. You make, because when you are burning money and you have a runway of 6 months, 12 months, whatever, like you have to raise capital in order to, you make suboptimal decisions on capital allocation and also operations. Because you need to survive. You need to show your investors certain metrics that they care about so that potentially they could continue to back you, raise money, and so on. Whereas when you don't need to ever raise any money, and you don't have a run rate, first of all, you're not spending your time raising money. You're spending all that time on growing your business. And you make longer-term decisions, and you are planning things, and it's just been an incredible stage when that happened for us.
So let's talk about some of those things you are investing in. So, like international expansion is one. You've opened up new markets this year. Distribution and production too. Right? Those are all very similar things. Like a lot of the big players do those same things.
Right? So let's talk about them. I mean, our core market, we are headquartered in London. UK is our biggest market. In UK, we are the 4th biggest streaming service, right? So there is Netflix, Amazon, Sky, and then us. And we are now we looked at US as an incredible opportunity for us. In US, no one knows about us, which is a huge opportunity for us. We could be 10 times bigger just in US by doing what we do in UK. And Germany and France also very organically, with $0 that is spent on anything, marketing, people, operations, nothing. It's just been growing nicely. So this year we made a conscious decision to actually start geographically expanding Mubi, and we looked at Asia. We launched in Southeast Asia, starting in Malaysia in June, and we just launched in India about 2 weeks ago. I think India is one of the most incredible streaming markets in the world, and it will be. Over the next 10 years, it will take us a couple of years to figure that out, but it will be quite incredible.
So but you can afford to think in those timelines, right?
Yes, I can. I mean, Mubi is going to be here for the next 100 years, right? So you can really, I mean, at least that's what we think as a team. So, I make 10-year decisions like that. I mean, India, over the next decade, is going to be a really incredible place. And I can also afford to burn money in growing our business in India. Right? So I can actually, significantly invest in that opportunity. So that's important, geographically expand, continue to build your brand. And coming back to what you said about distribution and production, what moves the needle in streaming business is having new films exclusively available on your platform in an earlier window. So if I had The Irishman on Mubi right now, that's when you take off. Having even The Irishman 3 years from now on your platform, so these are kind of movies that we have. I mean, we are showing all the best films after their theatrical and pay TV window on Mubi. It makes a difference, but nothing like when you have them right after theatrical or day and date. In order to do that, you either produce the whole film, which we can't afford right now. The Irishman was $150 million.
Yeah.
Okay? Or independently produced films, they premiere in places like Cannes Film Festival, Sundance, Berlin, Toronto. You watch these films premiere, and if you think it's going to do well in your country, you buy all rights for your country. Right. So the new film by Pedro Almodovar would be in Cannes, and it was, Pain and Glory. And Sony bought it in US, BIM in Italy, back in France, Hopscotch in Australia, Mongrel in Canada, and so on and so forth. And we started to buy films like that for UK.
Right.
So we built a distribution arm, and we are releasing films theatrically, and then they come exclusively on Mubi.
Yeah, and is the theatrical, is that significant to your business when you make those theatrical releases, or is that just sort of part of the deal?
It is very important that we had to build those capabilities, because that's the only way that I could ensure that I can show a film exclusively on Mubi in an earlier window, right? And we have a very significantly growing distribution arm of the business in UK and US. And we are very friendly to cinemas. Like, we actually want these films to be seen on the big screen.
Yeah.
We think it's very important. We see theatrical as a very important part of the whole promotion and exposure of the film before they come to Mubi. And also, in the mind of the consumer, if a film does really successful theatrically and comes onto Mubi, it's almost like it's more premium. If I just put it straight on Mubi, was there something wrong with this film?
It doesn't have that qualification first.
Yeah. But eventually, we have to be producing.
Right.
In order to create a meaningful differentiation, you have to be producing your own content. Yeah. So we started to actually produce. This year, our one production, we just got the call from Sundance, as you might know. So our film is selected to compete in Sundance, which is insane.
Yeah.
In this, 3,000 films apply. They chose 16 films, and our film is one of them.
Great.
So I think over the next couple of years, we are going to be playing more and more in this field, and eventually, we want to be producing something like The Irishman.
But how does that affect your cost mechanics? Does it really? Because it seemed like you've achieved, cash flow positive balance sheet. So does it really throw a wrench into that when you start looking at the cost of production?
No, because the value that these films can create for Mubi is very significant. I mean, look, and it's existential. I'll give you an example. One of my favorite films last year was The Favorite. This film, I will never be able to show on Mubi, no matter how much money I put on the table.
Right.
Because Fox, who produced this film, who's now owned by Disney, is not going to license this film to anyone. So I won't be able to show Netflix also, no matter how much money they put.
Yes.
And if I want to show Yorgos Lanthimos, who's the director, Yorgos Lanthimos' next film on Mubi, I have to produce it. That film was about $20 million budget. I can do the math on the incremental number of subscribers that could bring, and how, if I had the $20 million and I could finance that film, I should.
Right.
I mean, because if you look at our unit economics, people pay us $11 a month. That's our price point. €9.99 euros, £9.99 pounds, $10.99 in US. And they stay on average 14 months on Mubi at the moment.
Okay, that's your retention?
That's our retention, which is really healthy. It's about the same with Spotify, which is really cool. Because Spotify is like the gold standard in premium subscription. No one cancels their premium subscription on Spotify. And my gross margin is 64%. You do the math, we have $90 to $100 lifetime value on the customer. Okay? And it costs us at the moment about $20 to acquire our customers. That's our customer acquisition cost.
Yeah?
It's incredibly healthy numbers. So if I had content like that the unit economics works in such a way that I could really scale this business. But you can't do it also with one. You need to do it with a couple. So you need to really deploy about $100 million a year at our stage on content. But we are getting to a stage where we will be able to go raise that kind of capital over the next 12 to 18 months. And we can see a very clear path to how we can generate a very significant return on that investment, which I'm obsessed about. Like, you know,
It's clear.
I mean, return on invested capital is what we look at. The number one rule of business is to stay in business. It's not growth.
It's not stay afloat until you're acquired.
Yeah, without growth, you won't be able to raise capital. I totally get it. But you need to be in business first before you do anything. So every decision that we make, from paid acquisition to a partnership to launching in a new territory to a film that we greenlight, what is the return on this invested capital?
That's great. I think we're out of time, but that's fantastic discussion. I think great advice for all the entrepreneurs here. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Who here loves to travel? Me too. Our next guest has lots to say about that and ways to make you a better traveler. Please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO of Get Your Guide, Johannes Reck, and your moderator, Ingrid London. Warm welcome, please.
Hi, everybody. Hello.
Hi, Ingrid.
Point number one. No. So thanks for coming.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah. Well, we're in your hometown.
It's true. It's just a 15-minute Uber cab ride, so it could be worse.
Yeah, that's nice. You've got amazing offices in East Berlin. They're so beautiful.
We try our best.
So interesting. We're going to do a special on that on TechCrunch soon. OK, so I'm in my 40s, which I know is very, very hard to believe. I know. I'm in my 40s. But when I was in my 20s and my 30s, I would have never, ever, ever gone on a tour. I thought they were really uncool. They were for old people, boring people. You guys have completely erased that. You've made tours very hip and very cool, very millennial. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's catapulted you guys to becoming very large startup. How did you do it?
Well,
tell us about what you're doing.
I think we've been on a 10-year journey now to give the whole world access to incredible experiences. And it started very nimble, with just a bunch of college kids straight out of the dorm room. We plugged in our first service. We built a platform where tour providers around the world could list their services and sell them. And relatively quickly, we realized what we're selling is more than that. What we're selling is not just the next ticket to the Eiffel Tower, not just the next tour. It's really all about the experience. And the last decade has been totally about a shift in the overall travel industry. If you look back, there are now two types of travel companies. One is the old company, the Expedia, the Booking, basically selling commodity things, selling things that you can buy anywhere, selling hotel rooms and flights and what have you. And then there's the new breed, there's Get Your Guide, and that's really about what you do when you travel. And what you do is so much more meaningful than where you stay or how you get there. The what you do element is what people actually talk about when they get home. That's, those are the pictures that they show to their family and friends. When we have Christmas in 2 weeks, I'm pretty sure no one will talk about all of the things that they bought last year, or so like what they got for Christmas the year before that, and how that nicely fitted into their living room. Everyone is going to talk about the travel experience. And that's exactly where Get Your Guide is positioned, to make that travel experience an incredible experience.
Yeah. You guys are selling a lot of tours. You're sort of a marketplace.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We see ourselves as a marketplace, but we've changed the game 3 times in the history of the company. The first one was to actually create that marketplace that you were just referring to. And it was all about getting a global footprint of suppliers online and giving them the tools to sell. And no one had done that before. So that was a revolution, brought an entire industry online, just as you said, changed the game in online travel.
Yeah.
The second big step for us was in 14 and 15, when in Europe the roaming charges came down, and suddenly all of the European travelers, our core markets, were bringing their smartphones with them when they traveled. And all of the old paper guidebooks declined, and everything kind of perished in the way how people had gotten travel information beforehand. And then people started to search for experiences online and hit Get Your Guide. And suddenly, our products, were front and center for everyone, and they started to book them, and that, led to this tremendous growth spurt that we've had over the last couple of years. And then lastly, and that to me is almost the most meaningful revolution, is we went beyond online. So we started to look at, not only having a great personal experience for you when you book experiences, but also actually improving the experiences in the destination. So we launched a program called Get Your Guide Originals a year ago, which has been highly successful. And Get Your Guide Originals is actually all about creating new types of experiences that are more geared after what people actually love to do, and not just the boring stuff that you referred to in the beginning. Because my true belief is that the tourism industry needs a disrupt. We don't only need a TechCrunch disrupt, we need a tourism disrupt.
Yeah.
And that is all about creating experiences that are all about what travelers want to do and how they can be excited when they travel.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get to originals in a little bit, because you guys are announcing some news about it a little bit later.
Yes.
But I do have a question about it, which is that how far are you guys going to be ready to take that whole originals idea? Like, would you ever let people come to you and put in like their own, like create their own ad hoc tours? Have you guys done that at all? Or?
Yeah. Our history goes back, right? So our history goes back to peer-to-peer.
Yeah.
And even in originals, we've done that. So I give you an example. So there are two guys from England, your home country, Freddie and Ferry, who started to do these small Harry Potter walking tours in London. Very small business. They were somewhere lost on Get Your Guide. And then at some point, our local London office manager said, based on all of the data that I see, Harry Potter seems to be massive in London. Everyone wants to do it. So we actually went to them and said, look, guys, we believe we can improve your business, by a factor of at least 5 to 10x. Why don't you let us provide you with the itinerary, the time slots, the languages, an entire experience and how you can improve your tour. And they did that. They were very entrepreneurial and scrappy, just like you say, and they were willing to change their experience.
Yeah.
And within just 3 months, not only did we 10x the sales of the tour, we more than 100x'd it. It's our best-selling experience now in all of London. Harry Potter walking tours are all the rave. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's true. And it's, even more importantly, has tremendous customer satisfaction. Has an average review score of 4.8 out of 5 with, thousands and thousands of reviews.
Yeah.
And not only happy kids, but also happy families, because we designed it as a family type of experience. So it's really amazing what you can do with great storytelling and great experience design. And I believe the future of travel will be all about that. It's all about creating an entertainment product instead of just selling the next hotel room, right? That everyone can do, but creating great entertainment, that is going to be the competitive edge.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, actually. And we are going to get to that in a second, because I want to talk to you about how you guys are changing originals and competition. But I want to just slightly move into the a founders element of the story, which is the fundraising.
No, you're warming my heart. I was like, when you said founders, my heart,
I'm
glowing,
sorry,
and then you said fundraising. I was like, oh no.
Get ready for a cold heart now. Sorry. Okay, you guys raised this summer, in May, massive round of funding.
Yeah.
Nearly $500 million.
Correct.
Which is giant.
Correct.
It's giant for any company, for any startup, whether you're in the US, in Silicon Valley, or here. But the fact that you guys are here in Berlin raising that is extremely impressive, because it's, there just aren't that many examples of consumer startups that are growing like that in this part of the world. Big deal. But you raised it. It was being led by SoftBank. I know that SoftBank funded companies don't love hearing these questions, but I'm going to ask you about it anyway. So
don't worry.
Yeah. All right.
I'm very tolerant.
Okay. By the time you guys raised that money, there was already that story had hit about what had happened with the Saudis
yeah.
and Khashoggi.
Yeah.
How did that color your talking to them? There's been this big question of how can people do business there? How can SoftBank do business with the Saudis? How can people do business with a company that does business with the Saudis? So where do you guys sit on that, and how do you justify it? Because you guys are a real feel-good company. That's not a very feel-good sort of thing.
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree. And certainly it did play a very important part in our discussion.
Yeah.
So first of all, just to go back to the funding round. So the funding round was led by SoftBank, but SoftBank was just one out of the investors in a consortium.
Yeah.
So there was Temasek in there, a Singaporean investor. There was Catterton in there, which is a consumer product investor. So there were a bunch of investors in there. SoftBank was just one of them. And a lot of times, when you talk about SoftBank companies, you get the impression that SoftBank sits on top and they are like the mini CEOs, and Masa, kind of like steers our business. That is not at all true.
Yeah.
They have one board seat, out of 7 board seats. They're one voice at the table. They are not the determinant voice at the table.
Yeah.
Now, to Khashoggi, I personally absolutely condemn it. I think, there's no question that this is absolutely wrong. And we also asked the same question to SoftBank, how do you deal with the Saudis moving forward, and what was your position? And we got answers from them that were satisfactory. The team that we've dealt with specifically was a San Francisco-based team who had absolutely the same viewpoint as we have about these things and about how they would handle them with their LPs and also moving forward. And I also discussed it with Masa directly. And ultimately, I don't want to, and I cannot speak for SoftBank, but I do think that they've learned their lesson and how they actually build up their LP base.
Yeah.
And I think for Saudi itself, this is unforgivable what happened there.
Yeah.
But in general, I'm much more of a believer, and I think that's also what's happening now in terms of the overall dynamic, that exchange and tourism are the only ways to really heal that. Because I don't think that you ultimately are going to change a totalitarian regime by telling them how wrong they were. I think ultimately you change them by focusing them on exchange, democracy and an open culture.
Okay.
And I think tourism is a very great way to do that.
That's a good answer.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask you another SoftBank question.
Go ahead.
Okay, now they've had a ton of controversy, not just around the LPs, but also around how they've been spreading a lot of money, too much into too many companies that are not viable longer term. How do you feel that you guys fit into that? Why are you a different story from the rest? And are you being held to account more by SoftBank? I get the impression that they're reviewing quite a lot of their investments now, in the context of sort of waking up and smelling the coffee. Where are they? How do they interface with you now? And how do people who look on all of the SoftBank investments and look at you guys, like how do you feel that your story is different from a WeWork or a WAG or some of the others that have had to change things around in light of more belt tightening?
Yeah, so I totally agree with the notion that the times have changed and companies are looked at differently. But the financial markets are pretty efficient, and investors aren't stupid, and they do look at every single company autonomously.
Yeah.
And Get Your Guide is on fire. Our worldview of experiences are not things, unique content, originals, really doubling down on the long-term vision of the travel industry is absolutely resonating. So I honestly have to say I have very little overview of the rest of the SoftBank portfolio. I've met some impressive companies in there, just to be sure. Companies like DoorDash, for instance, are killing it. Fantastic company, but
very unprofitable.
True. So I don't have any insights in that. So I just can say from the growth that I've seen, it's absolutely outstanding. Something like Oyo also looks pretty outstanding. I don't know how sustainable that is. I think that you have to ask these
Some people say it's the next WeWork.
I cannot say. I can say that Get Your Guide has tremendous unit economics. We're not at all in that camp of burning cash for the sake of growth. And I do believe our industry is the future. And the feedback that I get from the capital markets outside of SoftBank is that they look at us completely unaffected by what happened with WeWork.
Yeah, I mean, good. So, I mean, you guys are growing quite a lot.
Yes, we're growing quite a lot and at improving unit economics. I know this will shock you, but it's true.
Can you give us numbers or?
So we don't publish numbers. What we said is that this year.
I'm not asking you to publish. I'm just asking you to tell us now.
Okay, then I'll tell you, but you don't say it like you don't tell anyone,
nobody
right? Okay.
share these numbers
so
anywhere.
We had 40 million travelers in the last 12 months. And we are the market leader in every European geography. We're the #2 in the United States, about to become the #1. And we do believe that given
for tours you're talking about.
For travel experiences broadly, so tours, attraction tickets, so everything that people buy when they get there.
Yeah, and by the way, that 40 million, it was 25 in May, so that's
correct. We have
15
grown
million in the last.
So for us, the people often, because they're asking about SoftBank, and the SoftBank effect. So for us, it really did take place in the way that after that big funding round, let alone SoftBank, but after that big funding round, we were kind of the category leaders, and the funding for other companies had dried out, and it was clear that we would take this market, and our growth accelerated while our profitability increased, which is something that I have never seen before in the last 10 years.
Are you profitable then?
No, we're not talking about profitability per se, but we're looking at this still as a long-term opportunity where we invest in growth.
Can you
and I totally believe that in the industry that we have, it's a $180 billion market.
Yeah.
People spend more than 15% of their disposable travel income on experiences.
Yeah.
I think it would be absolutely foolish if you would now take a short-term view.
Yeah. How much of a driver is it that so many others are now realizing the opportunity here, though? So like you've got Airbnb is offering experiences. They're really doubling down on it. TripAdvisor is doing its own tours. Actually, Expedia is. All of them are coming from many different directions, whether it's selling accommodation or selling plane tickets or selling giving recommendations on restaurants and letting you book them. Now they're also doing tours.
Absolutely, but we've been in.
Is that boosting you up or?
Oh, it's absolutely helping us. We thank all of them for doing our advertisement. So ultimately, we've been in this vertical for 10 years. We are the experts. We have innovated in there for such a long time. We've built our entire brand, our product, our user base around this. Everyone else comes in here now because of a position of weakness in their core verticals, and that's never a great starting point, so we feel very confident.
Okay, now I want to make sure that we talk about, you guys have you're doing some little preview for us.
Exactly, so we have a big announcement today. So, I've talked to you about the Get Your Guide Originals brand and how we've tested this in the walking tour segment over the last 12 months. Which had tremendous success. So we have an average score of 4.8 compared to 4.4 for the other relevant marketplace tours. Much higher customer satisfaction, 40% higher repeat rates. So one of the key drivers of the unit economics that I just mentioned. And we're now extending this to day trips. Just for the audience, for those of you who are not deeply into travel, day trips is the single biggest vertical inside of experiences. So think of everything, from whether you are going to see the Northern Lights in Iceland this time of the year or the Blue Lagoon, to here in Berlin, whether you go to see Potsdam or Versailles in Paris, or whether you take a day trip to the Baltic Sea. It's a $30 billion market globally. We are leading in that. We have the biggest inventory, the best quality inventory.
These are basically like, you go on holiday, you go on vacation, and it's like a mini vacation within your vacation.
Exactly, it's a day of your vacation.
It's a nesting doll.
And in walking tours, it was all about the tour guide. It was all about the story and the narrative. And in day trips, it's a bit more tricky because you have a much longer time period. It's about the full itinerary.
Yeah, and the travel for getting there.
Exactly, and for the travel and getting them, picking you up and bringing you back. So we've worked with our travel curators and experts and our data analysts on picking the top day trips worldwide, improving their itineraries, getting top-notch local operators with great vehicles and great guides to sign on. And we will now launch Get Your Guide Day Trips Originals, which we assume will sell more than 1 million tickets over the next 12 months.
That's amazing. And I mean, how are you guys, you know, there's always that question, I think, that startups must have about like core competency. Like, what is your core competency and what is not? And how do you work with others where it's better to build these things or partner with others and so on? Now, it's kind of interesting because when I look at what you guys are doing with day trips, I think you guys are inherently changing your core competency a bit because you're going to now have to handle transportation as well as the experience. And then at some point, you're probably going to, my guess is that your day trip is going to turn into a 2-day trip. So you'll have the overnight aspect. You'll be doing a little bit more and more of the experience will become the whole holiday as such.
Yeah, but
so how are you guys going to handle that?
So you started the question with something really interesting, which was what is your key strength?
Yeah.
And I think in the history of the company, our key strength has been to marry technology with the experience. So we've been able to provide travelers, you know, wherever they come from, whatever they do, with much better experiences when they travel by leveraging technology. And I think that's exactly what we're bringing to day trips as well. We'll be making the operators a lot better by providing them with our data and our knowledge and, you know, even our capital. And on the flip side, we will provide customers with a much better experience, because when they come to us, they do know that they get, you know, the highest quality experience that is really vetted, curated, and recommended by one of the world's best travel brands. So I think at the end of the day, to me, being able to serve that, you know, high quality entertainment when you travel, I think that's our superpower, and that's what we're incredible at.
Okay, I know we're out of time. I just want to ask one last question.
Please,
now,
Ingrid, you have all my time.
Johannes! Yeah, okay, so like, you guys have been a really interesting consumer startup in that you've really leveraged social media in your growth. You are, you know, you talk about literally Instagrammable days out. And it's all very, like half of your, you know, I would say a large part of your growth has had to do with the viral effect of how people share these things on Instagram. So they go on these trips, so they have stuff to post on Instagram, then they do, and then that finds more people. Is Instagram the main platform for you guys when it comes to that stuff, or are you seeing other platforms emerging? Like, where's TikTok or Snapchat or Visco? Like, what's the big one for you guys now?
So for us, certainly Instagram,
it's still Instagram.
And that, you know, that's the core platform where people post stories and you know, experiences. And we have very good experience with providing premium content that inspires people even when they are not traveling, and, you know, having travel influencers, for instance, work with us to actually, you know, think about these originals and then take them and, you know, repost them. So that's definitely a core platform. But we're looking really very broadly. So I wouldn't say that a platform per se is the reason for the success. I think they're ultimately just a vehicle to put the content out there. I think the reason for the success is really people loving travel and loving our content. And I think we'll use any platform that we can get our hands on where we have consumers to provide them with that amazing content.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much. I really
Thank you so much, Ingrid.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Coming up next, we have the Startup Battlefield Finals, talks with CEOs of UiPath, Torlane, Cloudflare, and much, much more. And on the Extra Crunch stage this afternoon, you can learn about how to fit blockchain into your startup strategy, the right way to do growth marketing, and how to radically change the world of finance. Enjoy lunch. We'll be back at 1 p.m. See you then. Bye-bye.
Fundamentally, we aim to sort of transform and elevate the motorcycling experience. And by doing that, we expect to make a huge dent in transforming transportation globally.
What are some of the top features that you would highlight with the Zero SRF?
The three key things that we talk about when we talk about SRF are effortless power, effortless control, and effortless connection. Effortless power gets to the things you're used to hearing about, which are the performance characteristics, torque, horsepower, top speed. Effortless control gets to the control systems, our new operating system, the Cypher 3, an advanced motorcycle stability control. And the third is effortless connection. Through our app, the dash, and a wireless module, we're now making the first IoT motorcycle and have a lot of functionality in the app and on the bike that's never existed before. The maximum range of the vehicle in eco mode is going to be about 220 miles. We publish our highway range at about 165 to 170 miles, and that's at 65 miles an hour. So the faster you ride, the less range you're going to see. And then recharge time for us, if you use the maximum in our rapid charging system, it's going to be 12 kilowatts, and it's going to be around an hour to go from 0, totally empty, to 80% full.
How much VC have you guys raised?
Well, we've had a consistent private equity partner for the last 10 years of the 13, and they've invested alone $250 million to get us to this point.
How do you get to profitability as an e-motorcycle startup?
The largest challenge that I face today as CEO is making the appropriate investments to scale our production to meet the demand we've seen for SRF. That, in addition to the growth you see in EV adoption in the four-wheel space, entrance of competitors, continued growth in infrastructure, they all indicate that the scale we need is here, that we're hitting a different kind of ramp. And scale fundamentally is the only way when you're making a premium product like this that you cross that threshold of profitability.
Is the SRF model a bid to go mass market against gas motorcycles and also other e-moto startups?
We're still making a premium motorcycle at a premium price point. If you were going to make a comparison to Tesla, this would be more our Model S than our Model 3, right, as far as a high-performance motorcycle. But I think the gaps, and any kind of gaps that had existed in the past between fit and features and finish on an electric motorcycle versus a gas, those are gone.
We approached this, I don't know that I would say differently, but we were able to approach it without all the fences that an old architecture would impose on you. And the industrial design of the motorcycle, as great as it was done afterwards, right? You had an electric powertrain, and then you did the industrial design of the motorcycle to fit that electric powertrain. On this bike, from the beginning, it all had to be integrated. We knew that as we were doing higher levels of performance, we would need to have heat sinks on the battery to allow better thermal transfer of that heat generation to the outside. So why not make those heat sinks look beautiful, right? Same thing with the motor. In here, we're making the motor the central part of the motorcycle. All the teams were collaborating to develop all this at the same time. So it was really great to see the collaboration and the teamwork in making all this happen, which results in a product that's pretty phenomenal.
I think that we have been the brand that has helped to define the category of premium electric motorcycles. With the launch of SRF, we now sort of redefined what it means and raised the bar. So I think we still see ourselves as the protagonist, whether it comes to regional or global tax incentives, pushing the technology forward and pushing adoption and awareness. This is what we do every day. It's all we do, and we continue to push that forward and be the brand that's leading the charge when it comes to two-wheel electric.
We were actually inspired by the Terminator 2 video T-1000, and that idea, basically the idea that the mass for the object could come from the liquid underneath it. Carbon is revolutionizing how people design products, and we've cracked the code on how to make polymeric products at scale, and therefore unleashing the power of digital manufacturing, digital design, and all the opportunities that has to make the unmakeable and have people's dreams on what they want to design come to fruition. So we figured out a chemical way to maintain that liquid interface and still grow an object. And we invented a very special window that is not only optically transparent, but it's also permeable to oxygen. And oxygen and light work in polar opposite ways to allow us to take the liquid underneath it, like the puddle, and have that become the mass for the object that's growing. It allows you to go really fast, and that opens up the opportunity for durable materials that can make end-use parts while you create these designs.
What you get out of the printer is the final product. Whereas in traditional 3D printing, a lot of it is prototyping. And also
We're outside of Portland, Oregon at Leica, one of the most interesting companies working in animation today. Unlike traditional studios, Leica uses a combination of stop motion animation techniques and things like 3D printing to create animated worlds that don't look like anything else out there.
Ah! Wait, I don't get it.
Lucky us, they've got a new film coming out and we got to hear all about it.
On the page, this seemed like not the kind of movie you should be trying to make in stop motion. It was huge, and I think that's why we decided to do it. I think all the skills that we've learned, all the innovations that we've made on the previous movies have kind of set us up to make this one.
You're the man for the job. How's my breath?
On this movie, there's so many little things that you might not necessarily notice, but together, they probably made this the most innovative movie that we've ever made. The facial animation on our previous 4 movies, we used a kit system of faces, so we would replace the faces onto the puppets, and we pieced together dialogue sentences using pre-existing faces. On this movie, we wanted more nuance, we wanted more subtle acting, and the way we ended up doing it was bespoke animation, so that each shot has its own specific faces that are just for that shot, and that allowed us to come up with performances that were unique to that moment, to that thought, to that line of dialogue. That's something we've never done before, but it has given the animation a lot more complexity.
We're using 3D printing in a really unique way. We're actually using 3D printing as sort of our mass production tool, where we are mass producing hundreds of thousands, actually 106,000 unique faces for the film Missing Link. Leica started a technique back on the film Coraline, where we had this idea of using this age-old technique of replacement animation, which was typically done by hand sculpting individual facial expressions. And our idea was to fuse it with 21st century 3D printing technology. We've actually gone through 4 different types of 3D printing technology. We started with PolyJet technology made by Stratasys, which was essentially a single color resin printing. But at the time, Coraline and all of the faces that we produced on Coraline needed to be hand painted. So starting on Paranorman, we moved to a color 3D printer. And that color 3D printer was made by a company called Z Corp, and it was called the Z650. And it was powder-based printing. And that technology was our base technology for Paranorman, Box Trolls, and the human characters on Kubo and the 2 Strings. Starting on Kubo, we played around a little bit with this emerging resin color printing. It was a Stratasys Connex 3 machine, and that Connex 3 machine allowed you to mix 3 colors, which was pretty limiting. You couldn't print the rainbow. You sort of had to choose what 3 colors you were going to mix. Shortly thereafter, Stratasys released the J750, which allowed you to put 6 colors into a machine and mix them and come up with a huge gamut of color. And at that time, the software that Stratasys was building to run the machine was pretty limited. So we ended up needing to partner with a research institute out of Germany called Fraunhofer. And Fraunhofer had developed this advanced color 3D printing slicing software called Cuttlefish. And that unique combination and that unique relationship allowed us to produce the wonderful faces you see on Missing Link.
The requests for the performance of puppets as we move through each Leica film is incrementally more. We speak about sort of puppets taking a breath and living. The materials that we landed on, they work well for the reason of they've got range. They'll move beautifully. But that said, when an object is made of something, but it's supposed to be something else, ensuring that it doesn't look like that material is something that we that we dial in, and that has its own complexity. I mean, if we look at Link, for example, you know, he has all those fur pieces. Well, he has a kind of rubber suit, if you like, for the main part, and if those fur pieces kind of fold or buckle, then that destroys the illusion and that destroys the performance. So even something as simple as that, you know, to actually arrive at and then put in place for mass manufacture, because that's something we also have to consider quite deeply, is really something.
I believe stop motion is still relevant because it really is the quintessence of what filmmaking is, and that is, to me, it's real light on real objects. From an aesthetic point of view, there is something about the tactility of stop motion that makes it compelling. When we did Paranorman, Angry Aggie, the spirit girl at the end, and she was a combination of a stop motion puppet, and she had a CG dress, and her facial animation was 2D, so she was a real hybrid. And I remember sitting with people and they couldn't quite work out what it was that they were looking at. Was it a puppet? Wasn't it? That's what I like, is when people are kind of riveted to this image on screen and they're not quite sure how we did it, and there's something magical about that. I am not a stop motion purist. I love stop motion, I embrace it. I think it's my favorite medium. But in the end, what I want to do is put an image on screen that looks the best it possibly can. And really, filmmaking, certainly of this kind, is telling a story. And the hope is that you have an audience of people who are compelled by the characters, care about the characters, and are sucked into that story. And I certainly don't want the artifice to take them back out of the story again. That is a valid artistic decision to make. You can do that by all means. I love movies that do that. But for me, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to tell a story and use whatever means possible to get the best image in front of the audience.
Bravo. Thank you.
I work at Lockheed Martin mainly because of the mission, right? It's not a consumer-centric company. It's really kind of your only opportunity in the Silicon Valley to push technology forward on a scale that you can't in a consumer environment. You're working with a very different design methodology, right? Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to make a one-off as opposed to making a million of something, and that one-off has to be as good as it can possibly get. So you're pushing everything you know, you're pushing all the technologies, and it's really just a much different problem set than you would get at a different company in the Bay Area. At Lockheed Martin, I help to develop new technologies in both active and passive sensing, as well as optical communications. Currently, imaging systems for satellites dominate your satellite. They become the dominators in terms of size, weight, and power, and they really become the whole portion of the satellite that matters. The goal with the Spider Imager is to shrink the size of the telescope by 10 to 100 times. So SPIDER stands for the Segmented Planar Imaging Detector for Electro-Optical Reconnaissance. It means that you have a planar imager that takes images interferometrically. It infers what an image would be as opposed to taking the direct image. So the alternative to SPIDER would be more conventional imagers, which would be large, bulky glass optics like we've been doing in the past. Your satellite that took images for your Google Maps, when you click the satellite view, that satellite was equivalent to the size of a school bus. The SPIDER imager would be the same diameter, so it would still be very large in diameter because you need a certain imaging resolution. However, it would be much, much thinner, from 20 feet to probably a few inches, maybe 6 to 8 inches at most for a full instrument. All right, so this is where we generated the first SPIDER image. There's some lenslets, and they're coupled into the front of the photonic circuit.
We know that the engineering challenge is really how to do the electronics and how to be able to get them smaller, but it seemed like a lot to bite off at once, which is why we were kind of focusing on the front part, which is the technology piece.
In the future, what this means is that your instruments and your satellites going to places like Mars would be much more capable and provide much more science in the same space. It can also be used on a drone or in any sort of space, weight, constrained environment where you want to add imaging capabilities, but you don't want to detract from the overall mission.
My name is Nathan Kosla. I'm a researcher here at Lockheed Martin in Palo Alto, and we're in the NanoCopper lab. What we're developing here is actually called nanocopper. We call it a nanostructured material. Currently, people use tin solders, they're lead-free. The problem is they create what are called tin whiskers, which are little outgrowths that come 90 degrees outside of the solder joint. What they end up doing is shorting two different solder joints and destroying your circuit board. One of the technical fellows here asked, what do I want solder to be made out of? He came up with copper. Everything else in the circuit board's copper. But also copper is the ideal conductor. It has better electrical and thermal conductivity. So this leads to the ability to make new designs to have fewer heat sinks. So what we have here is the nanocopper paste. This is what would be the drop-in replacement for solder, although we have many other cool uses for it. So I'm just going to put a little on your finger. If you spread it around and buff it a little, you'll see it maintains its shininess. It looks just like copper, and it's spreadable like toothpaste.
How long does it take to make this little bit?
Our lab scale process is about 4 days.
And how
in
much
terms
would
of
that be?
the kilogram. So the other applications involve additive manufacturing, printing electronics and antennas specifically. We've done work making flexible substrate, and if you look at it, the chip right there, the connections to it were printed with nanocopper, because obviously regular solder is not ideal for flexible applications. Once the nanocopper technology matured enough that we started looking for business opportunities, Lockheed Martin decided it would be best to help start up a second company, which is called Kuprion, and they handle all of the consumer, the non-space, non-defense marketing of the nanocopper material.
We are at the Advanced Technology Center in Palo Alto, California, and this is my graphene workshop. Graphene is carbon, where the carbon atoms have arranged themselves into a two-dimensional plane. So you have a sheet of carbon atoms that's only one atom thick. It's basically atomic scale chicken wire. One of the quips about graphene is that it doesn't exist beyond an academic laboratory. It's not a real-world material yet, and we're trying to change that. We're trying to take graphene out of the laboratory and actually make real materials and real articles out of it. The amazing thing about the graphene, the reason it is the world's most efficient membrane, is that you can take this stuff, make it impermeable with the graphene, and then recover almost all of the permeability by putting those nanopores in. As we mature the technology, we can pivot and say, hey, look, we figured out how to make these nanomembranes, and along the way, we now know how to handle graphene. We can make chips and things like that. So here's an example. In the middle there's a little silicon chip.
Sure.
The graphene film is now your conductive surface instead of layers and layers of copper and things like that that you would normally make.
Lockheed Martin is one of the largest aerospace corporations, building satellites completely from the ground up for NASA or the military or the commercial industry, and Lockheed's been a huge player in that for many, many decades now. We do all this research for new satellites that Lockheed is building and moving forward in the industry. What we do is we expose new materials that people are developing to all the different environments that they would experience on orbit and make sure that they can survive the rigors of space. This is really our charging chamber, so we use it to charge up the surface, kind of like shuffling across the ground in socks. This actually gets the same charge as that, which can be upwards of 20,000 volts at times, which is always fairly exciting. If you make a material here on the ground and then send it up and it fails on orbit, you can't get these satellites back. You need to make sure it can survive on the ground before you can launch it up into space. So the big solar simulator's in the way right now, so I'll scoot it over. Here, so the other system was really our charging system. This is more of our radiation system. This system, we have a 100,000 volt electron accelerator. 100,000 volt electrons are about moving around 60% the speed of light. But the really thing that sets this chamber apart is everything from here in the center back. That's all our linear particle accelerator. So we accelerate protons upwards of 2% the speed of light. So this is the only facility of its kind here at Lockheed, and one of very few that are actually used for this type of radiation simulation in the entire world.
really found that there are many opportunities for this type of material to be morphed a little bit into other uses. It smells disgusting. Do you want to take your gloves off?
I had this fun idea to make a video called Real Dog versus Robot Dog, where Henry and Aibo would go head-to-head doing tricks like bark, high five, and play dead. But Aibo arrived when I was simultaneously battling a cold and dog-sitting for my best friend. Since I only had 2 days with Aibo, I didn't have enough time to teach him tricks, so I decided instead to give him free rein to explore the apartment and to interact with the other dogs. I also treated him like he was a real dog. Good boy, Aibo. The dogs were curious at first, and they weren't quite sure what to make of Aibo. But shortly afterwards had zero interest despite his numerous attempts to interact with them. If this were elementary school, Aibo would be the smelly new kid no one wanted to play with. First of all, as expected, Aibo is incredibly cute and expressive. His eyes don't flicker in real life. My iPhone camera just sucks. Like Henry, Aibo is a total weirdo and does weirdo dog stuff. Like pretending to swim. He's super clumsy and he falls down a lot. But he'll get up by himself even when you tip him over. Aibo, get up. He also gets stuck sometimes. Get your ball. Sony said each Aibo had his own personality, and this one was a defiant little one who only obeyed commands half of the time. He was also kind of needy and kept trying to get my attention, but unlike a real dog, I can just turn him off or tell him to go to his charging station. Aibo? I know his OLED eyeballs were meant to be expressive and to help mimic a puppy's endearing personality, but they're also a bit creepy sometimes. Especially when he does that side eye or when his pupils dilate. I caught him barking at the wall. That was disconcerting. Bang, bang! Aibo can do a bunch of tricks, but he's so slow. So slow. He's impressive for a robot companion dog, but at $2,900 bucks, I kind of wish he had additional features, like maybe fur so you can cuddle with him, or a fart function, you know, so that you can blame your farts on Aibo. Sony plans to roll out a security package in Japan that uses Aibo's onboard sensors to keep your home safe. I'm not really sure what that means, but if Aibo's eyeballs could be used as cameras to stream video footage onto your smartphone while you're not at home and alert you when someone's there, that'd be pretty dope. This version, however, is available now.
For me, there was a space in the market that was missing, and it had to do with a really thoughtful and intelligent combination of both the premium technical construction that you tend to see in the outdoors industry, in the sports performance industry, and combined with that sort of metropolitan urban design sensibility. Here we are at Black Ember HQ, which, as you guys know, is sort of hidden in the bowels of a big warehouse that you kind of have to get through. We kind of like that. It's a little bit secretive. It's a little bit stealthy, which is sort of aligned to our brand as well. What happens here is that this is where we spend a ton of time focused on designing and developing products. The two kind of major workflows that happen here are, one, concepting, designing, developing products, which of course also involves a lot of travel to our factory base in Asia. And the other thing is really about that maintaining that connection to our customer. And it's really as simple as that.
Kickstarter, at this point, is a part of our DNA. I think the statistics are something like 12% of creators come back for a second project, and only 1% create 5 or more projects. And we've created 5, and I think we're going on to our 6th. For us, there are not a lot of reasons not to use Kickstarter. They're equal parts of market research, finance, and marketing. So on the market research side, we launched the first Black Ember modular bag on Kickstarter in 2014. And in 30 days, that raised $300,000. And after the campaign closed, we received an equal number of requests, backer requests, in the following month.
This is a new pack we're developing actually, and it's codenamed the 3. So looking at this one on the inside, for instance, and just opening up, you can see that on the inside of the pack, it's completely unfinished. And we've done that purposely because we want to start by focusing on some of those key dimensions of the bag, key usefulness, that sort of thing. We have a pretty good idea for a pack like this, what consumers are going to want in terms of organization and that sort of thing internally. So that can come later after we get a feel for what this bag is like to use and carry on the outside, and then work our way inside as we develop through this program.
We don't go to a Kickstarter to put up a project with an abstract concept. When we launch a Kickstarter product, it's ready to go. So not only are we ready to push the button to launch the project itself, at the same time, we're also ready to push the production button. And this is how all Kickstarter should run. It's interesting in this day and age, with the technology available to us, that you can run a startup very lean and very mean. You don't need many people. You know, our core competencies here at Black Ember are design, development, and marketing, creativity, innovation. So we really focus on those activities, and the rest we outsource. So it really allows us to focus on activities like marketing and Instagram and social, which are so important for us. And for our brand, from the beginning, when we began running social ads, they converted. And it's been great for us. And I think that's the trend we're seeing as we're continuing to move forward into brands being able to directly speak to the consumer themselves.
So what is laid out here before me is actually the WPRT in its form, all flat laid out as it would be laser cut, bar tacked, bonded, all the elements that go into it right before the final process of bringing it together. So the first WPRT that I want to talk about is the minimal pack. From Fidlock, the V-buckle. This is a great magnetic buckle. You can see it instantly automatically attaches, and one pull it comes right off. It also unfolds, and then there's a secondary zipper. We have several waterproof zippers on the outside. One here, and then over here on the side, and then finally there is also a dedicated laptop compartment as well. Now I want to move to the modular version. There's what we call a Hypalon load panel on the front. There is a combination of a mechanical lock as well as the magnetic lock. And so what I can do is rotate that mechanical lock off and pull up, and there it is. And so now I've removed both mechanisms, both the mechanical lock as well as the magnetic lock. This is also a minimal WPRT, but the difference here is this is our new black grid camo. We weren't really happy with the sort of number of stock camos that you see out there, mostly because they tend to be a little too bold. All of our textiles are specially prepared so that they can be effectively bonded as well as welded. And so this combines the best of both of those elements in this black camo WPRT.
We're a small startup, and we're a small self-funded startup, which is a really beautiful thing. We're really able to foster an environment of creativity and innovation here. Most of the products we make are cutting-edge products, and there's an inherent risk in that, and there's no one telling us to play it safe.
Hey, Chris, navigate to Disrupt.
I found several routes to Disrupt. Would you like to take this route? This one is via Rangel Stress and will take 7 minutes. Do you want to take this route?
Yes.
Chris is the world's first digital co-driver for every car. So actually it's a digital assistant as a retrofit kit for cars. We developed this beautiful piece of hardware that is supported by an app that you download to your phone, Android, iOS, and that in combination gives this very unique experience. We expect that most people use it, first of all, for messaging in a car, and then we will see navigation and other use cases covered very well. Hey Chris, send a message to Daniel.
I found several contacts with the name Daniel. Do you want to send a message to Daniel Lewis? Daniel means?
Yes.
Okay, what do you want to say?
Hi Daniel, we'll be late by 10, calling you from there.
All right, sending Daniel will be late by 10, calling you from there. To Daniel reads his mobile number. To stop or edit the message, please say stop or cancel.
We really only have 3 gestures. It's far narrow, it's left, right, and it's high five, and people get it very easily. Play Gorillas. User privacy and data privacy and protection, that's something that is extremely important from our side. We set the product and the platform in a way that it's completely anonymized, so all the voice data, etc., that we use to automatically train the language models, etc., cannot be linked to any single user. Anything else is permission-based. I mean, of course, if I want my assistant to learn how I behave, I have to share some data. Chris absolutely is the start of what we're doing, what German Auto Labs is doing. It's something that comes with a very low entry barrier. It solves the immediate problem. But what we developed behind is actually a co-driver AI, which goes way beyond just talking to you. It understands your behavior. But as it is with AI, you need to train it and you need to iterate fast. So we decided to go to the aftermarket, where we have a lot of cars, consumers around, to start the product, go smaller steps, iterating fast and training the AI. Chris is actually today available on our website, chris.com, and it costs €299 US dollars.
The DARPA Challenge is a new challenge that they've put out. We're one of about a dozen competitors in the program. So we're looking at underground terrains, one being a mine, which we are here at the Torred Mine in Pennsylvania. The robots are also going to be going into an urban environment, like a subway station or some underground terrain in a city. And then eventually we'll be exploring caves.
So what are the end applications for these robots?
The end application is mostly search and rescue. We've all heard stories around the world of miners being trapped. Sometimes it takes days, and sometimes it's too dangerous to send humans into that environment. Our system consists of ground robots that will be able to track and follow the terrain until it gets to a point where it may see various spurs going off, perhaps some levels above or levels below. And we also have an unmanned aerial vehicle consisting of a hexacopter arrangement. The drone element gives us access to places that the ground robot can't go. We may encounter staircases that could be blocked with debris, and the challenge is to be able to get through a 1 meter by 1 meter opening. The instruments that the drones are carrying are stereo cameras, RealSense cameras. Those provide three-dimensional space information back to us, photographic information. We're also carrying Velodyne LiDAR systems that can map three-dimensionally the areas that the robots are nearby. And those maps can be fed back to the base station so that the base station user gets a real-time map display and is able to send commands to the robot if it needs to either change course, to launch the drone. For the most part, we don't know what we're going to see. So we need those instruments to be able to do that, as well as to locate artifacts, humans, and other things that may help us once we're inside the mine. Both of the drone systems, the ground robot and the flying drone, are completely autonomous. They have an intelligent autonomy mode where they use the feedback from the sensors, from the LiDAR, from the cameras to stay on a track and a heading that keeps them from running into things. The idea of having smart robots, intelligent systems that can go in there unmanned, collect information about what's inside, provide that information to the rescuers, and give them options for proceeding with the rescue is a big advantage, and it could save lots of lives.
Scale Robotics is digitizing construction through the introduction of autonomous mobile robots, which are automatically doing progress monitoring for construction.
So let's break that down a little bit. What is progress monitoring? Exactly, literally, what do the robots do? How do they work in the construction site?
Our mobile robots are moving around and they're fusing multiple sources of information to build these maps of the world. So it's not quite as simple as just traditional laser scanning. We're adding a lot more extra information, such as images, video, and also the data that the robot's producing inside.
So it's sort of like we compare to the Google cars that go around, mapping the world. You've built a sort of very dedicated version of that to work inside construction sites.
I mean, that's pretty much it. We're leveraging a lot of the technology that came from developing autonomous vehicles, but we're taking that technology and we're really refining it specifically for the construction industry.
And in terms of the data that you're capturing, the high resolution, granular, very sort of detailed data, there's literally no way that that would ever be a kind of a human job to do that. You'd need an army of humans to try to do that. So you're not replacing a specific kind of job role really with this sort of technology.
To give you a perspective of how a construction site recently was solving one of these problems, they wanted to know if all the ducts in the ceiling were above 2 meters. So they took a 2-meter stick and they just walked around to see if they would bump into things at 2 meters. So it's just impossible for a human being to do this without a tool. And people have developed tools to be able to solve this problem, like laser measures or tape measures or rulers, but you just can't do that for like 100,000 elements in a building. It's just not scalable or possible. So you need tools like this to solve that problem.
Now your background is in architecture to a degree. I believe you worked designing buildings yourself.
Yes.
So talk us through how you came up with the idea for this business. You presumably identified this was a problem. So talk us through that process.
Essentially, it was really born out of this frustration of not having the tools to be able to actually build what we designed in the office. And this was something that kind of was born out of some of the work we were doing in the master's course. And it was around this time that I met my co-founder, Bharat Sankaran, who's the CTO of the company. And we kind of put the things together into kind of a more holistic business plan and a company that we could actually start executing on these plans to bring this to the real industry and to life.
How ready is the construction industry generally for something that's so cutting edge and different? How are you kind of approaching selling it, this new technology, this new approach, this quite transformative approach to the industry, which I imagine has quite traditional ways of working?
It's been surprisingly simple to explain to them what the value is, and they're desperate for these solutions. There's a labor shortage. We just don't have enough skilled labor to actually build what we want to build at the pace we want to build it. So this is a problem. So you have to use what you have more efficiently. And construction companies are putting a huge amount of energy into building what are called BIM models, like huge information models. And they're working out that they put a lot of energy into 3D modeling, but they can't extract any of that from the construction site. So explaining to them the return on investment for this has been surprisingly easy, to be honest.
How do the human construction workers on the site react to the robots?
To be honest, it's been overwhelmingly positive. At the beginning, people are generally a little bit kind of shocked to see a robot on a construction site. It's not a normal thing that you see, but after maybe 20 or 30 minutes of yelling like weird jokes or like making fun or just staring at it, taking videos, even Snapchatting it to their friends, they just accept it as another tool on the construction site. So they come up, they ask a question, they understand what it does, and they internalize it and they go, okay, it's just another thing that's moving around, that's doing its job. It
has every right to be here. And it's been really good to see that kind of acceptance.
Traditional hearing aids sit behind the ear. Eargos actually sit in the ear. I'm actually wearing them right now. Eargo sells directly to consumer. So as opposed to selling via clinics, Eargo advertises and is basically presented digitally or online. There's not a distribution in the middle of it, meaning that we can actually offer products at a lower price and also have a much more seamless experience from product to wearing to rehabilitating your hearing and so on. So traditionally, you would need to book an appointment, wait a couple of weeks, you would get in, you would have your hearing assessed, and then you would sort of get into the whole counseling account. What kind of solutions exist? How do you get it? You don't need a prescription per se. You would be presented with a range of options and a strong recommendation from a professional, and then offer to buy it. The challenge in America is that it's an investment. There's no reimbursement for hearing aids. The average price point in the market is around $4,700 for a pair. That's the traditional process. There's a perfect solution out here for you, where you can actually improve your hearing. You don't have to go through the hassles of setting appointments, being tested. You can actually transact online, you will get your hearing aids, and you can literally try it on. Typically 2 to 3 days after receipt of the product for an onboarding or welcome call to make sure that we can address all the questions. Am I putting it in the right way? How do I change my programs? Any kind of issue that might arise, we want to make sure we tackle them head on up front. Our very first product, Eargo Plus, Eargo Max, and now also Eargo Neo, are all FDA approved.
So the Eargo Plus hearing aid and Eargo Max hearing aid look like this. And you see what I was talking about earlier in terms of the genesis of the design, which is really this flexi fiber tip, right? Which is a medical grade silicone. And you can see that the miniaturization is really about taking the electronics and essentially shrink wrapping it with a small plastic shell. And most importantly, when inserted in your ear, it essentially completely disappears. Neo product, which is our latest product offering, you'll note a few design changes. So a lot cleaner look in terms of the charger design, the charger pockets, taking feedback from our end users. Right? We redesigned these pockets so it's virtually impossible to get them in incorrectly. And then finally, the hearing aid itself has gone through quite a few changes. What you'll notice immediately is a much more organic, smaller form factor. So we've moved the microphone to the back of the hearing aid, and then we have stainless steel contacts that are flush with the surface, in contrast to the first generation, where the gold contacts are recessed a little bit, right? So, and then the design intent here was really threefold: improving retention in the ear canal, improving comfort, and improving the acoustical performance, right? So by moving to a palm design rather than the FlexiFiber design, we were able to achieve all three of those in one design. So you get a little bit more gain in the overall system, so we can fit more people with this device, and it in fact is more comfortable and better retention.
We offer products anywhere from $1,650 to $2,750. So it's still an investment. It's lower than the price of the market, but it gives people that, opportunity to really try hearing. What we really wanted to do is, you can almost call it democratize hearing. How do we make it accessible and get away from the medical environment, saying this is something about improving you and you taking action.
We're here in Brooklyn demoing our brand new addition to the Mavic lineup, the Mavic Mini, which is our first drone that weighs in at 249 grams. This guy's really cool because it's super portable, it's super lightweight, it offers 30 minutes of battery time, 2.7K video, 12 megapixel photos, and it's just really the perfect drone for anyone that's new to drone photography or videography, but also people that are experienced that are looking for something that's more portable for their adventures or daily life, really. The Pro is definitely designed for a little bit more experienced pilot. Flight time is very similar, but the camera specs are very different. So the Pro has a 1-inch sensor co-engineered by Hasselblad, definitely for those that are more experienced or looking for something that's more robust, while this delivers 2.7K at 30 frames per second. It's definitely more for people that are new to this technology, that are interested in it, but are a little bit intimidated by size and price, so it really aims at that category. The new app is really interesting, so we really simplified it. If you've ever used the DJI Go 4 app, there's a lot going on in there. There's all sorts of different specs and features that you can adjust. So we've actually simplified it. So if you're new to this, you can open it up and you know exactly what you're doing. And then we also have a virtual version of it too. So if you're new to tech, you can actually fly a virtual Mavic Mini on the app and you can get a feel for how to lift it up, shift left, shift right. And that, I think, is a really crucial element. Adding that in will help people get a little bit more familiar before they're up in the air for real. Mavic Mini will come in 2 packages. There's the standard, which comes with the RC, the drone, extra props, and that'll retail for $399. And then there's the combo, the Flymore combo, which adds the drone, the RC. It comes with 3 batteries in total, a charging hub, propeller guards, and extra props, as well as a carrying case. And that will be $499. Pre-orders will begin on the 30th and will ship on the 11th.
Envirotech is a biotechnological startup that produces bioplastic using bacteria. On one side, we help organic waste producers to reduce their waste management costs by taking the technology there where the waste is generated, and then we produce a high added value product such as the bioplastic, and we put them to the market for different applications.
So for those people who don't know, what's the difference, the basic difference between bioplastic and traditional plastics you might encounter in your everyday life?
The main difference are related with the procedure of the source for producing the bioplastic, because bioplastics sometimes are coming from renewable sources. And then after that, bioplastics have a component that's very important, that is the biodegradability, because they disappear from the environment because they are used for other microorganisms as a source of aliment between 6 and 9 months.
Talk us through what you're doing right now.
So we have our first pilot here in a company called Bonaria that is situated in Lleida. We want to test our technology in industrial scale. We are now in pilot plant automatization. We want a technology that is going to be fully automated, and the result of this is going to be called B-Box. The B-Box is going to be a service for organic waste managers that aim to transform the organic waste into completely biodegradable bioplastics.
And why is this a good place to build this business? We're here in and around Barcelona. Why here?
Here we have a lot of companies that has approximately 30,000 tons every year of organic waste. So it's the best place for implementing a technology, for testing the yield, for testing the optimization, the logistics, and then for giving a complete product to the market.
What was your original inspiration for building this as a business? You're a bioengineer by research and background. What was the moment where you sort of saw the commercial opportunity here?
I worked for 1 year in a private company, and I was testing different technologies, environmental technologies for improving the quality of life of the people and our surroundings. And I realized not all the technologies that we have there are right finally to the society. So I tested the entire process for bioplastic production, and I realized that it was a simple technology for taking it to a society and that will benefit all of us.
So your first customer is, well, in pilot phase, it's a supermarket. Who do you imagine down the line? Who are the next customers?
We have 2 customer segments. First of all, we have the organic waste producers that has organic wastes. And then from the other part, we have customers that are interested of buying the bioplastic. It could be that one company that is interested for the bioplastic could give us also organic wastes from another company, because it's the push and pull, So we have 2 different customer segments, and both are really interesting.
Looking ahead, what are the next steps? You've got this pilot running. Where do you see the business? Where do you hope the business to be in going into the next year, 2 years?
Our big next steps are related with fully automate the pilot plan, and then to decide the best application for the bioplastic in order to get to the market. After that, we are going to create a network of producers of the bioplastic, just all working with the B-Box, with the same technology. And after that, we are going to centralize all the bioplastic production and extraction in our facilities. So the big steps here are the part of creating the big network of customers working with the same technology, and then the part that we are going to be the big bioplastic producers in the future.
Fundamentally, we aim to sort of transform and elevate the motorcycling experience. And by doing that, we expect to make a huge dent in transforming transportation globally.
What are some of the top features that you would highlight with the Zero SRF?
The three key things that we talk about when we talk about SRF are effortless power, effortless control, and effortless connection. Effortless power gets to the things you're used to hearing about, which are the performance characteristics, torque, horsepower, top speed. Effortless control gets to the control systems, our new operating system, the Cypher 3, and advanced motorcycle stability control. And the third is effortless connection. Through our app, the dash, and a wireless module, we're now making the first IoT motorcycle and have a lot of functionality in the app and on the bike that's never existed before. The maximum range of the vehicle in eco mode is going to be about 220 miles. We publish our highway range at about 165 to 170 miles, and that's at 65 miles an hour. So the faster you ride, the less range you're going to see. And then recharge time for us, if you use the maximum in our rapid charging system, it's going to be 12 kilowatts, and it's going to be around an hour to go from zero, totally empty, to 80% full.
How much VC have you guys raised?
Well, we've had a consistent private equity partner for the last 10 years of the 13, and they've invested alone $250 million to get us to this point.
How do you get to profitability as an e-motorcycle startup?
The largest challenge that I face today as CEO is making the appropriate investments to scale our production to meet the demand we've seen for SRF. That, in addition to the growth you see in EV adoption in the four-wheel space, entrance of competitors, continued growth in infrastructure, they all indicate that the scale we need is here, that we're hitting a different kind of ramp. And scale fundamentally is the only way when you're making a premium product like this that you cross that threshold to profitability.
Is the SRF model a bid to go mass market against gas motorcycles and also other e-moto startups?
We're still making a premium motorcycle at a premium price point. If you were going to make a comparison to Tesla, this would be more our Model S than our Model 3. As far as a high-performance motorcycle. But I think the gaps, and any kind of gaps that had existed in the past between fit and features and finish on an electric motorcycle versus a gas, those are gone.
We approached this, I don't know that I would say differently, but we were able to approach it without all the fences that an old architecture would impose on you. And the industrial design of the motorcycle, as great as it was done afterwards, right? You had an electric powertrain, and then you did the industrial design of the motorcycle to fit that electric powertrain. On this bike, from the beginning, it all had to be integrated. We knew that as we were doing higher levels of performance, we would need to have heat sinks on the battery to allow better thermal transfer of that heat generation to the outside. So why not make those heat sinks look beautiful, right? Same thing with the motor. In here, we're making the motor the central part of the motorcycle. All the teams were collaborating to develop all this at the same time. So it was really great to see the collaboration and the teamwork in making all this happen, which results in a product that's pretty phenomenal.
I think that we have been the brand that has helped to define the category of premium electric motorcycles. With the launch of SRF, we now sort of redefined what it means and raised the bar. So I think we still see ourselves as the protagonist. Whether it comes to regional or global tax incentives, pushing the technology forward and pushing adoption and awareness, this is what we do every day. It's all we do, and we continue to push that forward and be the brand that's leading the charge when it comes to two-wheel electric.
We were actually inspired by the Terminator 2 video T-1000, and that idea, basically the idea that the mass for the object could come from the liquid underneath it. Carbon is revolutionizing how people design products, and we've cracked the code on how to make polymeric products at scale, and therefore unleashing the power of digital manufacturing, digital design, and all the opportunities that that has to make the unmakeable and have people's dreams on what they want to design come to fruition. So we figured out a chemical way to maintain that liquid interface and still grow an object. And we invented a very special window that is not only optically transparent, but it's also permeable to oxygen. And oxygen and light work in polar opposite ways to allow us to take the liquid underneath it, like the puddle, and have that become the mass for the object that's growing. It allows you to go really fast, and that opens up the opportunity for durable materials that can make end-use parts while you create these designs.
What you get out of the printer is the final product. Whereas in traditional 3D printing, a lot of it is prototyping. And also
We're outside of Portland, Oregon at Leica, one of the most interesting companies working in animation today. Unlike traditional studios, Leica uses a combination of stop motion animation techniques and things like 3D printing to create animated worlds that don't look like anything else out there.
Ah! Wait, I don't get it.
Lucky us, they've got a new film coming out and we got to hear all about it.
On the page, this seemed like not the kind of movie you should be trying to make in stop motion. It was huge. And I think that's why we decided to do it. I think all the skills that we've learned, all the innovations that we've made on the previous movies have kind of set us up to make this one.
You're the man for the job. How's my breath?
On this movie, there's so many little things that you might not necessarily notice, but together, they probably made this the most innovative movie that we've ever made. The facial animation on our previous 4 movies, we used a kit system of faces, so we would replace the faces onto the puppets, and we pieced together dialogue sentences using pre-existing faces. On this movie, we wanted more nuance, we wanted more subtle acting, and the way we ended up doing it was bespoke animation, so that each shot has its own specific faces that are just for that shot, and that allowed us to come up with performances that were unique to that moment, to that thought, to that line of dialogue. That's something we've never done before, but it has given the animation a lot more complexity.
We're using 3D printing in a really unique way. We're actually using 3D printing as sort of our mass production tool, where we are mass producing hundreds of thousands, actually 106,000 unique faces for the film Missing Link. Leica started a technique back on the film Coraline, where we had this idea of using this age-old technique of replacement animation, which was typically done by hand sculpting individual facial expressions. And our idea was to fuse it with 21st century 3D printing technology. We've actually gone through 4 different types of 3D printing technology. We started with PolyJet technology made by Stratasys, which was essentially a single color resin printing. But at the time, Coraline and all of the faces that we produced on Coraline needed to be hand painted. So starting on Paranorman, we moved to a color 3D printer. And that color 3D printer was made by a company called Z Corp, and it was called the Z650. And it was powder-based printing. And that technology was our base technology for Paranorman, Box Trolls, and the human characters on Kubo and the 2 Strings. Starting on Kubo, we played around a little bit with this emerging resin color printing. It was a Stratasys Connex 3 machine, and that Connex 3 machine allowed you to mix 3 colors, which was pretty limiting. You couldn't print the rainbow. You sort of had to choose what 3 colors you were going to mix. Shortly thereafter, Stratasys released the J750, which allowed you to put 6 colors into a machine and mix them and come up with a huge gamut of color. And at that time, the software that Stratasys was building to run the machine was pretty limited. So we ended up needing to partner with a research institute out of Germany called Fraunhofer. And Fraunhofer had developed this advanced color 3D printing slicing software called Cuttlefish. And that unique combination and that unique relationship allowed us to produce the wonderful faces you see on Missing Link.
The requests for the performance of puppets as we move through each Leica film is incrementally more. We speak about sort of puppets taking
Ladies and gentlemen,
and living.
Please take
the
your
materials
seats.
that we landed on.
The program will begin in 10 minutes.
They've got range. They'll move beautifully. But that said, when an object is made of something, but it's supposed to be something else, ensuring that it doesn't look like that material is something that we dial in, and that has its own complexity. I mean, if we look at Link, for example, he has all those fur pieces. Well, he has a kind of rubber suit, if you like, for the main part, and if those fur pieces kind of fold or buckle, then that destroys the illusion and that destroys the performance. So even something as simple as that, to actually arrive at and then put in place for mass manufacture, because that's something we also have to consider quite deeply, is really something.
I believe stop motion is still relevant because it really is the quintessence of what filmmaking is, and that is, to me, it's real light on real objects. From an aesthetic point of view, there is something about the tactility of stop motion that makes it compelling. When we did Paranorman, Angry Aggie, the spirit girl at the end, and she was a combination of a stop motion puppet, and she had a CG dress, and her facial animation was 2D, so she was a real hybrid. And I remember sitting with people and they couldn't quite work out what it was that they were looking at. Was it a puppet? Wasn't it? That's what I like, is when people are kind of riveted to this image on screen and they're not quite sure how we did it, and there's something magical about that. I am not a stop motion purist. I love stop motion, I embrace it. I think it's my favorite medium. But in the end, what I want to do is put an image on screen that looks the best it possibly can. And really, filmmaking, certainly of this kind, is telling a story. And the hope is that you have an audience of people who are compelled by the characters, care about the characters, and are sucked into that story. And I certainly don't want the artifice to take them back out of the story again. That is a valid artistic decision to make. You can do that by all means. I love movies that do that. But for me, that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to tell a story and use whatever means possible to get the best image in front of the audience.
Bravo. Thank you.
I work at Lockheed Martin mainly because of the mission, right? It's not a consumer-centric company. It's really kind of your only opportunity in the Silicon Valley to push technology forward on a scale that you can't in a consumer environment. You're working with a very different design methodology, right? Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to make a one-off as opposed to making a million of something, and that one-off has to be as good as it can possibly get. So you're pushing everything you know, you're pushing all the technologies, and it's really just a much different problem set than you would get at a different company in the Bay Area. At Lockheed Martin, I help to develop new technologies in both active and passive sensing, as well as optical communications. Currently, imaging systems for satellites dominate your satellite. They become the dominators in terms of size, weight, and power, and they really become the whole portion of the satellite that matters. The goal with the SPIDER imager is to shrink the size of the telescope by 10 to 100 times. So SPIDER stands for the Segmented Planar Imaging Detector for Electro-Optical Reconnaissance. It means that you have a planar imager that takes images interferometrically. It infers what an image would be as opposed to taking the direct image. So the alternatives to SPIDER would be more conventional imagers, which would be large, bulky glass optics like we've been doing in the past. Your satellite that took images for your Google Maps, when you click the satellite view, that satellite was equivalent to the sun.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please silence all mobile devices. The program is about to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back TechCrunch Managing Editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
Hello, hello. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch. It's a pleasure to see you again. Couple quick housekeeping notes just so you know what's going on in the rest of the building. On the Extra Crunch stage, starting right now, we're going to be talking about how to fit blockchain into your startup strategy. That's with Justin Drake from the Ethereum Foundation, Ash Egan from Accomplice VC, and Ashley Tyson from the Web3 Foundation. On the breakout stage, there's going to be a Q&A session on how to collaborate with corporates. The panelists on that are Nicolas Autret from Samsung Catalyst and Karen Stafford from Intel. So be sure to check those out if that's of interest. And now, we are going to be talking about investing in Africa's tech talent. Please welcome to the stage co-founder and CEO of Andela, Jeremy Johnson, and Lila Preston, partner and co-head at Generation Investment Management. Please welcome them to the stage.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hello. Thank you very much for flying in and coming to this event and speaking with me on stage. Yeah. Right, so let's just get right into it. Now, you guys are coming from two different places. You're an investor, you're a founder running a startup. You guys have a common ground, which is Africa, developing world, and doing things that are helping to build sustainable stuff in that region and in those economies. So I want to kind of just start this off with you guys kind of giving me a little bit of a rundown on where you think the opportunity is in Africa.
Sure.
Start that
Shall I start? Well, it's probably useful to give a little bit of context for Andela. So we're the top network of software engineers across Africa. We have around 1,300 engineers working across 200 companies, primarily in the US, although increasingly now in Europe as well, as full-time dedicated team members. And so one area that is pretty obvious is Africa is the youngest, fastest growing continent on the planet. It's the only continent that has an average age under 30. And our founding principle for Andela is that brilliance is evenly distributed. And so from a just human capital standpoint, brain power, it's an extraordinary opportunity for Africa and for the world because of the excitement happening right now across almost every major urban area on the continent around technology.
Yeah.
And from where Generation sits, we're a global investment management firm based in the UK, also with offices in San Francisco. And we, for 15 years, have put sustainability research and analysis at the core of our investment processes. We manage around $23 billion across public and private, and I co-head with my partner Lily the growth equity strategy. And really, when you put sustainability at the core of how you look at the sectors like agriculture, like energy, like enterprise and industrial, healthcare and financial services, you have to understand that there's disruptions. We think we're in the early stages of a tech-led sustainability revolution, and that it incorporates environmental, social, and broader governance factors.
Okay. And you guys are putting a lot of money into companies that are putting a lot into Africa and trying to tap into the growth that's going on there.
Yeah, I just caveat, we do global and we invest in US, Europe, but also emerging markets. We actually have both an investment in Andela. We also have a company called MCOPA, which is delivering clean and distributed energy across Africa. But we do invest in Asia, we invest in Europe and abroad.
Right.
So it's, I wouldn't call us the specialists, but I think it's important that if you're taking a global view, that you can follow your research and insights around sustainability trends into whichever geographies they have the most leverage.
Yeah, I want to focus this conversation maybe a little bit more on Africa because of the Andela angle, if that's okay. Now, you guys are like two of the many organizations and entities that are interested in developing markets, of course. I would say that one of the more interesting things for me on the continent has been the role China's played there. I was reading somewhere that it's been between 2005 and 2018, there were $299 billion invested from China into Africa, into various countries in Africa. And then they're committing, I think, another $60 billion in the next couple of years. What do you think about that?
It depends on the angle you look at it from.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you think that's a healthy thing or a?
I think it's really smart on China's part. I think
Yeah.
the U.S. is pretty far behind China in terms of thinking about emerging markets and how they're going to invest and engage, which is unfortunate for the U.S. At the same time, the way that China has done it has certainly been controversial in a number of situations.
Yeah.
And when it comes to clauses that involve countries losing their ports as a result of that investment, that sounds more complicated.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that it's been happening maybe too quickly and too much is being given over to them, or do you think that it's the way that it has to be in the initial stages to get the ball rolling on things?
Realistically, no. I think across 54 countries, you could invest a lot more than that really effectively. I don't think it's a function of it being too quick. I think it's mostly a function of the rest of the world not realizing how much of an opportunity there is in that cross-pollination. I actually think that what Lila was saying about how they don't necessarily look at just Africa, but rather take a more global approach.
Yeah.
A lot of the most interesting opportunities, I think, around Africa and emerging markets in general is not thinking of that market in isolation as only a function of that market, but rather how that market will engage with and work with the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And that's something I think is changing very rapidly as the rest of the world realizes they should engage and take Africa seriously, not just as part of an NGO strategy, but also as a business partner.
Yeah, I mean, what I found really interesting about Andela is the way that you guys are tapping into let's say, the African opportunity. It's, for lack of a better way of, it sounds a little cheesy saying it like that, but you know what I mean, don't you?
It's all good, yeah.
But on two levels, you're looking at it as a potentially as a market to grow business, but it's also about tapping the talent. How are you guys? Do you think that Generation, but then also other VCs, are seeing that double opportunity well enough right now? And let's say we don't just answer it just for Africa, but just say all emerging markets. I feel like so often it's about looking at it as a large population to sell to versus looking at the talent within it and trying to build something to build those economies up, if you see what I mean.
Absolutely.
Which is, I think, what Andela really points to, which is so commendable. But,
I mean, the way that we arrive at any investment idea is through very much kind of bottoms-up research into how our sector shifting towards a more sustainable future.
Yeah.
So we look at planetary health, people health, and financial inclusion. Part of financial inclusion for us is an understanding of the future of work. And we think through our probably now 3 or 4 years of laying down a remote collaboration roadmap and then a jobs marketplace roadmap, and really led by colleagues of mine, Shalini, Lily, and Anthony, that they have determined that the future of work is one that is resilient, distributed, and global. Okay, so that's kind of leads you to say, well, it could be that you find interesting business models in North America or Europe, but let's actually take that thesis and then go look at where our untapped supply source, very high quality, and where you can merge education and upskilling into kind of market opportunity. That this is really not a kind of a low-cost strategy. This is very much kind of value optimization for those countries and then those companies that can tap into that.
Yeah, but I mean, do you think that generally, when I think of foreign investment into Africa, into startups or into the African economies, it's mostly to develop them as markets, so as endpoints for products, rather than for working on their educational systems to improve the founding of startups out of homegrown startups and so on. Do you think that we're seeing enough, or do you think that we're just at that point where that hasn't been able to happen yet because the infrastructure isn't quite there yet? I mean, what do you guys think? Jeremy, do you have an opinion on that?
Yeah, the challenge is, you could look at Lagos, and Lagos, Nigeria is a city of 20 million people.
Yeah.
It is a metropolis by any reasonable standards. The sort of, think of it as the high-end consumer class is really affluent, but it's still relatively small.
Yeah.
And so consumer-driven startups are still challenging. There are more and more of them, and there's some pretty exciting examples, but B2B and FinTech have made more progress thus far, because there's a lot of business activity that takes place across these ecosystems. What's been interesting over the past 5 years as we've grown is there's been a dramatic shift in interest in being a technologist. So it's not just in using WhatsApp or Twitter, but it's actually building the next WhatsApp or Twitter.
Yeah.
Thinking about that in an African context.
Yeah.
Because you've got a generation of young people thinking of technology as part of how they're going to show the world that they're as talented as anyone else, and that people from their country are as talented as anyone else.
Yeah.
And part of what Andela does is enable software developers across the 6 countries we operate in to compete on a global level, because they're working with startups in San Francisco, New York,
exactly.
London, and increasingly other parts of Europe.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting because I remember once vetting a startup for the Battlefield, this big competition that we have, and I was asked to take a look at it and give my opinion on should we put them on the short list or not. And they were introduced to me by one of my colleagues as this guy is the next Jack Dorsey. He's the Jack Dorsey of Africa.
Right, Jack Dorsey came to our campus like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
We just came to Africa.
In fact, that's what I'm getting to.
Perfect.
So he's now said he's gonna go and live there for like 6 months or something like that. Now, what do you guys think about that? So, like, on the one hand, do you think that's inspiring, or does it seem like a kind of pithy sort of like PR stunt? Just a jolly, as they say in England. I want to hear both of your opinions on this. You can speak amongst friends. We're amongst friends here,
this
right?
is all confidential, right?
Everybody trusts not to take this out of the
tweeting.
ring, right? Okay. What do you think about Jack Dorsey going and moving to Africa?
So I think it's actually funny that the world doesn't see how obviously good this is as an idea. If you look at the population graph between now and 2100, every continent looks relatively consistent.
Right.
Except for Africa.
Yeah.
In 2100, half of the world's population, roughly, is going to live in Africa.
Right.
By 2040, half of everyone graduating from high school will live in Africa.
Right.
And so if you were a consumer-driven, social media platform, say, and you cared a lot about total population size,
right,
understanding Africa, especially because you can't really engage effectively in China, understanding Africa is obvious over the next 20 years. And if you're even looking over the next 10, it's pretty close to obvious. And so, I think it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I totally agree. What do you think?
I concur. I mean, I think in the broader view, can people learn, get new perspectives by putting themselves in different circumstances and observing how cultures are different and what market opportunities might come from that?
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
I mean, do you think that he's do you think it's a sort of a work trip, or do you think it's more that because he does love to go on like kind of meditative kind of journeys of self-discovery? I mean, do you think I think it's really interesting because I think a lot of people see it as like, oh, this is about, like he's going to finally do something with Bitcoin and it's going to be there, or, is this about Twitter, or is it just, can you see like realistically something coming out of it that might be a business opportunity?
I mean, I think of it through the lens of like, and I don't want to psychoanalyze the guy.
Yeah.
But
I would do that. But
you're totally welcome to. But I think of it through the lens of it's clearly a thing that is relevant for Twitter.
Yeah.
Probably for Square as well, but definitely for Twitter. But also, he's someone who's just kind of innately curious. And if you want to understand where the world is going, whether that's the world of technology or just the world more broadly, it's a useful thing to understand what's happening in Africa now and how those trends are going to play out. And so I would say for the curious folks in the audience, if you haven't spent time in the major cities around the continent of Africa, it's not that far away. Check it out.
Yeah.
It's totally worthwhile.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's really interesting. We've had a few events there, and so I've been really fortunate to go and like spend time in Kenya and so on. And yeah, oh God, I loved it.
I was there yesterday.
Oh, if it's Wednesday, this must be Kenya. Yeah, so I thought it was a fascinating place, and you do get this, like, when you start to meet founders there, you start to really, I mean, you can see just how much work there is. It's pretty rudimentary in many ways, very unconstructed, which is in its own way is wonderful because you can they have their own way of inventing how they're going to do these things. They don't need to follow a rule book from the Valley. They can just go and kind of find their own way of figuring out what their market is and how to target that market. they also have a lot of problems. They have like crucial missing bits of infrastructure for enabling that to happen. One of them is capital. You know, after I got back from there, I made this crazy point of I would meet with, you know, a VC from Index or wherever and be like, why aren't you doing more in Africa? Just why aren't you? I don't understand. You guys you're swimming in money. There's too much money out there.
I've had those conversations.
Yeah, I mean, they're swimming in money. As one of my banker friends says, it's just too much damn money right now, and that's why you get other problems, you know. But it's still a surprise to me. I mean, do you have conversations with other VCs where you guys talk about? Do they look to you guys for more guidance on how to target these slightly darker boxes, black boxes, or whatever you want to call it?
If I keep going back to where we spend our time is thinking about how these technology disruptions touch big sustainability challenges, and in particular, you know, the bending the curve and likelihood we think we can meet the Sustainable Development Goals by 2050. Yeah. You know, you have to look broadly. So you know, we have an example where we've done a lot of work on mobility, in particular electrification and kind of autonomy, and that led us actually to invest in a company that was in Taiwan. So there's a lot going on in mobility. It just that was the place where there was an entrepreneur who was addressing air pollution in Southeast Asia through a non-toxic, efficient, scalable mobility platform with battery swapping.
How are you able to source these companies?
So that just led us there, and we felt like those are like the frontiers where you just should take your research and explore the best way to play it.
But do you guys approach them, or do they come to you? Do you think that there's a good enough avenue between VCs in the West and companies in non-Western countries who need this funding?
So I don't think there is robust avenues.
Yeah.
It isn't, you don't know exactly who to call on, and if you're raising money from those regions, you know, which are the either venture, in our case we're growth capital, so a little bit later stage, which ones to go tap. I mean, we met both that company and I think identified Andela through some of our convenings, like a summit. We do these events with Vice President Gore to convene groups on a topic of the future of food, the future of consumer, the future of healthcare, and we did one on the future of mobility, and we actually had heard of and wanted to meet this entrepreneur. He joined us for that summit. Okay. We tracked that company. In that same summit, we had, I think, the mayor from one of the major cities in Brazil. We had some of the policy leaders globally. So we try to take that global perspective into everything. But, so, you know, you have to look for it. It's not just going to come walk into your door in New York City or San Francisco or, you know, or Berlin. Actually, more likely probably Berlin.
Yeah, Berlin actually, I think you do get a lot of people walking into a room, so now I have another thing. I'm glad you referred to Al Gore a second ago, because I did want to mention the G word. He's like a kind of, you know, large part of, you know, forming generation. He was one of the founding partners and so on. Obviously, having been former vice president for 8 years and a politician for many more than that, and a really high-ranking one, he's, you know, has a really interesting thing to bring to the table, which is a lot of knowledge and information about how the world works. How has his kind of geopolitical knowledge impacted your own decision making? Have you guys been able to identify things you think faster than others? Do you think that you are able to avoid certain things? Like, has he given you guys steers at any point of like, that looks good, but I wouldn't touch it? Or, you know, how involved does he get in that stuff? And I don't just mean as a regular guy, but I mean as the former vice president of the United States, who was very nearly also the president.
So we're incredibly blessed, and I think actually the perspective that someone like Gore brings to the table is an indication of how we value diversity in decision making. I actually think this is something that's really critical to how Andela drives not only its employee retention and then ultimately engagement with its customers, but that we have a team that represents on our growth fund, you know, 11 different nationalities. It's almost 60% female. You know, we do have Vice President Gore on our investment committee. Again, the perspectives that other people on our investment committee brings are immense, because these are global investors or people who have run businesses. I mean, we really do harness diversity.
It's not just Al Gore, is what you're saying.
Well, I love working with him, and it's an extraordinary asset, and we tap that insight all the time.
Does he get that? I mean, there are different ways he can be involved. One is being pretty much a very, visible LP.
Yeah.
He's the kind of guy who will probably open doors, just by being there. But is he actually actively, proactively involved?
Incredibly. I mentioned these summits because we just had one 2 weeks ago in San Francisco on the future of healthcare. 2 days where we're sitting around a single table, and he is our convener with a group of 40 experts across, big companies, small companies, policymakers, academics, the whole gamut. It's just such an incredible asset to be able to leverage. And we brought him to a town hall with Andela post-investment to help engage employees on the connection between the future of work that is more distributed, resilient, and global, and then the climate crisis, in particular in the continent of Africa. So maybe you could talk about the visit he had.
He also convened a summit on the future of work, and in particular distributed engineering teams, about a month ago in San Francisco with us and a number of other companies. He's been actually impressively active as an investee. I wasn't exactly sure what to expect before.
Yeah, but, the thing is, I don't know if you remember, but when he was running for president, it's kind of crazy to think of it as a criticism, but people used to say he's kind of too smart. He was almost kind of full of so much knowledge, and so kind of in some ways actually almost a little too cerebral, that he wasn't able to really have that kind of common touch that really spoke to the wider, the wider world of people who are, getting the voters, the average American constituent, because he was just actually too smart. In some ways, I can sort of see that being more of an asset in the slightly smaller and, in a way, more rarefied world of investing in startups than in doors, knocking on people's doors and town halls and that kind of thing. But
I laugh because it feels almost prophetic given where we've come to in terms of U.S. leadership. So
I know.
You're
Well,
right.
yeah, I know.
He
The
must have been
irony.
way too smart.
I know. Yeah, I know. If we even knew what was around the corner, we used to joke about how George W. was so common and blah, 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 we misunderestimated it.
Deeply.
Just
Deeply.
kidding. Yeah. Okay. Now I just want to move the conversation on a little. Now, Andela, you guys are. I'm looking at the time. Now, you guys have. It's been all Africa for you guys. Do you have any plans on going to any other markets?
Eventually, Andela will be a global story because when you think about what our customers care about, there was a tweet that not Jack Dorsey, that Bill Gurley put out a couple months ago where he said every single portfolio company of mine in San Francisco is either actively thinking about building a team outside of San Francisco or the US or has already done it.
Yeah.
It's not a new phenomenon, but it's accelerating dramatically because finding engineering talent, especially high quality engineering talent that's going to work in real time with you and your team is really tough. The fact that the world hasn't thought of Africa historically as a hub of talent is crazy. The lack of business integration.
Yeah.
But it's not brilliant, evenly distributed. It's not just a function of Africa. You've got incredible engineers. There are far more incredible engineers outside of the Bay and outside of New York than there are inside of those areas. And so smart companies are now thinking about that on a regular basis, even at very early stages. Okay. So I think that eventually, yes, that Andela will be a global story.
Where would you go beyond Africa?
It's too early to say at this point. We're very much Africa focused here.
So, so you're not doing exploratory, looking into different countries in Latin America or anything like that?
No, but we have customers, partner companies across a wide variety of geographies already. And I actually think Europe is growing, amongst the fastest of them. And I think
are you saying that in terms of your end customers or where you're sourcing the developers?
Customers. Yeah, the developers are all based in 6 African countries.
Yeah,
right
I know. Yeah.
But the end customers that are working with our developers, you've got a number of folks in Europe, in part because of the time zone overlap. And that's a big part of why companies also in the US appreciate it. You can shift a few hours and overlap with, even the West Coast for at least half a day. Mm-hmm. You're just not that far away.
Yeah. Can I just ask you, I think you guys had some layoffs recently.
We did.
I'm sorry to hear about that. Can you speak to me a little bit about, can we just use that for a moment to just, we're running out of time, to talk about the challenges of what it takes to source people in these developing economies? And you might have something to say on that too, Lila.
I mean, I think when we go to what does a sustainable business look like, it is not only what they do and but how they operate.
Yeah.
And so what they do is like, what are the products and services that they sell? So Andela matches, full stack software engineers with, with companies that need to scale that do not have access to that talent. What they are best at is a certain part of the market that they've got amazing product market fit. And so, you want those companies to do that better than anyone else. On the how they operate, this is something that we're incredibly proud of our portfolio companies, and Andela in particular. How do you treat human capital in tough, transition times? How do you engage and grow a culture? How do you manage governance structures? What are the alignment? What's the diversity profile? Like all of those assets are the how a business operates. And sort of, if you could touch on maybe
what are the really seriously.
What is the challenge? Like,
So
why did you guys lay those
The
people
challenge
off?
there was that it was actually much more a function of what is the market asking from a seniority level. And
Okay.
so if you go back to the very beginning of the company, it was primarily junior engineers.
Right.
Extremely talented. Like we accepted 0.7% of applicants to the program. But over time, we had to diversify that from primarily, it was probably 70 to 80% junior to more like 30 to 40%.
Got it.
So it was really a shift in the overall makeup based on what companies, as you move into
Okay.
larger companies, were looking for.
Okay. Are you finding that you're able to source those types of developers and engineers from that market, or are you trying to train people to be able to fit that mold? Like
It has to be a little bit of both. It has
Okay.
to be a little bit of both. And so
Yeah.
far we continue to grow,
Right.
compound annual growth over the past 3 years is well over 100%.
Are you guys raising more money?
At the moment, no.
No?
No.
Okay. How much have you raised so far?
180 million.
Okay. Pittance. Yeah, just kidding. Thank you so much.
Thank
you,
you, Ingrid.
Time to go.
Yep.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Get filled
Thanks,
up.
everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Sorry about that, folks. So let's keep things moving. Please welcome from Frontier Car Group, the founder and CEO, Sujay Tile, and your moderator, Kirsten Korosek.
What happened?
Okay.
Hello. So this is a fitting next interview because you were all just listening to emerging market talk in Africa and Frontier Car Group. That's sort of what you do. That's what your expertise is in. So Frontier launched about 3 years ago.
Right.
And in that time, you've gone from an upstart to a company that has, $750 million in annual revenue?
Right.
To now being owned or strategically invested in, still independent, by a pretty huge company, Naspers, essentially. That's pretty fast.
Yeah, no, it's been a whirlwind. We incorporated in April of 2016. We launched our first market in December of 16, so about exactly 3 years, actually. What's December 19? And yeah, we've been very lucky to grow how we have.
Are you surprised by the rate of growth that you've experienced? Was this something that you expected?
You know, I think that the rate of growth is, we've obviously been very pleased, but where the model works, we expected it. If it was going to work, it's going to work quickly. What I think has been the most surprising part is how ubiquitously successful it's been across the countries where we've tried it. When we started FCG, FCG is a used car marketplace, very succinctly. And we operate now in 10 markets, but when we started, we operated in 4 emerging markets: Mexico, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Indonesia. And we thought, hey, maybe 2, 3 of these ecosystems would be conducive to the model. And all 4 and now 10 have just been magnificent, which has proven a thesis of emerging markets being ripe for disruption. But I think that's been the most surprising part.
Were in that first 4, were there any of those markets, you mentioned Mexico, Indonesia, that were either surprisingly easy to enter or surprisingly difficult? I think conventional wisdom is we think emerging markets going to be difficult.
Right.
What was that first year in those markets like?
You know, I think I'll give you 2 answers to it. Number 1 is operationally. I think that there's entering a country like Indonesia or Mexico, just understanding local regulation around tax, incorporating a company. You know, there's hoops that you have to jump through that are ridiculous and much harder than I thought, and some much easier than others. Easiest, for example, Mexico. It's even easier to set up a company in Mexico than it was in the US. But Indonesia, you actually have to go physically in person and present to a board on why you should have a company incorporated. And so there's different ends of the spectrum. The second answer I'll give you is actually in terms of Topco fundraising. Because one of the biggest difficulties that I found is that raising and attracting capital for emerging markets in the very beginning of the company, before we have a proven business model, was very difficult. Because investors in the US and Europe are not keen on investing in these markets, or were not keen, should I say. That's changed quite a bit. And number 2 is there isn't really an ecosystem of capital in the markets we were in.
So what would since we probably have some, budding entrepreneurs in the audience, so how did you convince these companies, VCs in the US and Europe who might have been apprehensive to go into emerging markets, especially with the unproven company? What did you do? I mean, are you that convincing?
I don't know about that. I mean, we've been luckily very successful in fundraising now. I think then, I think it was 2 things. Number 1 was diversification of risk. We basically, the fact that we would be spread across a few different markets, and frankly, if you could build and own the used car ecosystem of one of the countries in totally non-competitive ecosystems, it would justify the valuation times 10. And so I think investors got okay, not with the emerging market story, but actually with the diversification risk story. And then number 2 is, frankly, the way we're legally structured. I mean, we're a US company, and money goes into the US company, and then we hold subsidiaries. I think it made investors feel comfortable. And then number 3 is just obviously the market opportunity is massive. I mean, these are 4 of the top countries in the world: market size, growth rate, used car markets, whatever metric you want to use. And so I think that was a no-brainer for investors.
You're a U.S. company, but you're based in Berlin.
Correct.
Right?
We're based just down the street. Yeah.
Okay. The most recent capital raise was $400 million strategic investment from OLX Group, which is really owned by Prosus, essentially Naspers. What was the backstory on that? I mean, have they been interested in you for a really long time, or what can you tell us that maybe no one knows of how that deal came about?
Yeah, so I mean, let's take one quick step back. I mean, we're a used car marketplace. We actually transact vehicles. OLX, for those who don't know, is the largest classifieds company in the world. They're our listing site, and so they are operating in 50 countries. They're owned by Naspers, which is a $110 billion company. And our products were hand in hand. Is people sell cars through us, and if they don't sell instantly, they usually list. And we operate in very similar markets, if not the same, most of the world. And so they had come to us about 18 months ago for our Series C, and they basically said, hey, listen, let's work together. For customers who can't transact through you, let's have them list, and vice versa. So they ended up investing $100 million for our Series C, and then now said, listen, this is working so well in the various countries we overlap, let's put in another 400. And so, they're our largest shareholder, obviously, by far, and we've just had it's been a pleasure working with them.
But you're still an independent company, correct? They own about, 70% of the company? Why did acquisition ever come up as
it was an option? Yeah, it was an option. I mean, when we've raised now about $550 million, $575 million, and when we were thinking about this latest capital raise, we wanted it to be our last, hopefully. Obviously, there's interesting things we could do with more capital in terms of M&A, et cetera, but we said, should we do an external round from a normal VC growth investor, and we ended up getting a few term sheets to do that. Or we said, listen, let's double down with OLX. And it was a big debate amongst our team, amongst our board, everyone. And what we said is there's two decisions here. One is financial and one is operational. Financial, these guys, Naspers, has under the radar as much capital as SoftBank does. I mean, the two largest investors in the world, I think. And so we said these guys are going to be our financial partners for life if we go with them. But more than that, operationally, there's hands down no better partner. We can reduce our marketing costs. We can get access to a #1 brand. And so it was worth getting somebody to take a majority for all of those upsides than taking a term sheet. And by the way, we had term sheets at higher valuations.
Huh.
But we decided still to work with OLX.
You said you mentioned in terms of you hope this is your last raise, which to me is like a hint that you're either on the verge of profitability or profitable.
Right.
So are you profitable, and are you profitable in certain markets as opposed to others? Because you're in 10 markets now.
We're in 10 markets. We're in 5 countries in the Americas. We're in Nigeria. We're in 3 countries in Asia, and then we just launched Poland in Europe. A lot of our earlier markets are profitable. I think we're similar to a country that expands to more country, or a company that expands to countries where our earlier countries will be profitable. Well, we launched, for example, Poland last week, and so of course Poland is not profitable. But so I think that story is a little nuanced. But net FCG is profitable on an operational level, and we have a headquarters here in Berlin that's not, but over time we hope to surpass that. The second answer is that we probably, to be very honest, we probably will raise more capital with OLX, but the reason is more opportunistic. We are probably going to be expanding to more countries with them. As said, we're in 10 countries, they're in 50. And over time, we want to bridge that gap. And so as part of that, there's opportunities to buy or there's opportunities to build.
So a year from now, are you going to still be an independent company, or do you think that you will actually end up being fully acquired by OLX, or maybe some other exit? I'm not sure. What do you think? Where do you think you're going to be a year from now?
I mean, I think it'll be very similar, where they're going to be our chief partners around the world. We're going to work deeply, co-create products, have unique blended customer experiences in our operational countries. But from a legal and governance perspective, I think we're still going to remain an independent, empowered team.
So your focus is on emerging markets, but I thought it was interesting that you went into the U.S., which most of us wouldn't think of as an emerging market. So why did you shift that strategy?
It's a good question. So we launched in the U.S. about 1 year ago, and we did that through an acquisition, our first ever acquisition, which was a business called We Buy Any Car. And it was a very large acquisition for us at the time, still is, and it's a highly profitable company.
Yeah.
So we don't.
So it's just opportunistic and.
No, it was actually for 2 reasons. Number one is we do the quote-unquote emerging cities of the U.S. Okay. What we do in the U.S., we have 77 locations and growing, whereby we are in Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 cities in the U.S., where we help consumers within an hour transact sub-$5,000 cars. So that's well below the average price point of a car in the US. So we don't compete with the Carvanas, the CarMaxes, the Vrooms. We're very much in kind of the emerging car, lower-end car category. The biggest reason we actually did this, and this was a little bit of inspiration from Auto1 here in Berlin, is for the first time we started cross-border trading. What we do in all of our markets is we're an auction house, right? We take cars and we allow buyers to bid on them. And a lot of these buyers in West Africa and Latin America, they craved supply from the US. And what it turns out that there is no good way for emerging market dealers and emerging market consumers to access vehicles from from the developed world, because insofar as somebody may have a cousin in the U.S. who buys a car and then somehow finds a way to ship it, and that's really how it's done. So what we do now, for example, is we trade millions of dollars of cars every month from the U.S. to West Africa. We have our same dealers bidding on cars that are being sold in Nashville, Tennessee. And then we do the end-to-end logistics from Nashville all the way to Lagos, Nigeria.
That seems like it would really crush your margins, bringing something all the way to between the U.S. and West Africa. I mean, I live on the border of Mexico and the U.S., so to me, I see a lot of cross-border traffic. That would seem to make more sense. So how does that pencil out when going all the way to Africa?
We make more money on those cars than the cars we trade locally.
Really?
I mean, net of everything. Yeah. Because if you think about it, the quality of these cars is extraordinarily better than the quality of a car for the exact same spec you'll find locally. And so a 2010 Camry that's been driven on a US road versus been driven on a Nigerian road is going to be vastly different. And so it goes for a much higher price, net of logistics. And by the way, logistics isn't actually that expensive. And so it's just about coordinating the process, financing, putting insurance on that. But if you can coordinate all of that, there's a lot of money to be made.
So essentially the U.S. is operating as almost like a feeder market, feeding other emerging markets.
Right.
It's not going the opposite way, I would.
No. Yeah, we don't send anything to the U.S. We only go out of the U.S.
So is Poland going to act as a similar strategy for you, because it was interesting to me that you went to Europe.
Right.
Again, something I wouldn't consider as an emerging market. So is Poland going to be this sort of feeder market? So it's going to be bringing cars to African nations?
It could be. It could be. When we define the word emerging market, of course there's the definition a developing world. But for us, we really think about emerging markets as the characteristic of the used car industry there, rather than if it may just be traditionally an emerging market. So, for example, the consumer pain point in these markets is that it's just a terrible experience selling your car. You can list on classifieds, you could try to negotiate with a dealer. That's really it. And so if that pain point exists in a developed market, that's still an opportunity for FCG. And what we found in Poland is because so many cars are imported already to Poland from Western Europe, that there's not really a good way for consumers to sell their vehicles. Dealers have enough supply, classifieds aren't great to work with. So that's the opportunity we saw in Poland, is actually a domestic market where about 1 million used cars are sold every year. So we actually want to consider that a domestic market first, but over time we probably will do mostly to Africa trading.
With this capital raise, this $400 million injection, that gives you, I would think, a lot of runway to expand into other markets. So are you going to be focusing on, are you going to go to Canada next, or some of these other, what you would think of as non-traditional? Or are you going to focus on Africa again, Asia, or Latin America?
So our FCG's really core group of countries is Latin America, Africa, Asia, period. And we've always operated under let's be focused. Let's not expand too quick. Let's be reasonable. We could do the spray and pray approach in open 40 countries and see what works. But we've been very level-headed, and I don't think this investment will change that. That being said, we have an unfair advantage with OLX now, which is when we enter a country where OLX is present, we instantly have a group of consumers, a marketing engine, a dealer database, a brand, everything set up for us. So that being said, we'll probably launch 1 to 2 new countries in 2020. One of them will most likely be Brazil. And so Brazil will probably be our next foray. It's a massive market, top 10 country, top 10 used car market. There is some nascent players that have started there, and so we're considering buying versus building right now.
Okay.
But that would probably be the next, and then maybe a little bit of expansion in Southeast Asia.
Brazil's an interesting choice because in terms of new car sales, Brazil and some other countries in South America have just crushed automakers. They've completely pulled back. So, kind of a two-layer question. What's the used car market like in Brazil? And also, what's the startup market like in Brazil, since you're looking at an acquisition? I'm assuming, maybe incorrectly, that you're going to be buying up maybe some smaller companies, not some big one. So what is Brazil like?
Yeah.
What's the status?
Well, I think let me answer your first question on the used car markets, because frankly, the new car markets in a lot of emerging markets are just getting crushed. I mean, crushed. And they're so expensive. If you think about a car, just a car is such a large piece of somebody's income. It's somebody's net worth in an emerging market, because it's not like the price of a car changes. In fact, the price of a car is typically more expensive in an emerging market than the developed world. Like, for example, our average car cost in Indonesia is about $12,000. I mean, that's for a 2008 Toyota. And because there's a lot of import taxes on new cars, so then the value carries through. So people can't afford new cars. But used cars are rising in terms of growth of the industry at the fastest clip in emerging markets, because you have this middle income population that's getting more and more empowered. Like, GDP per capita is going up and up and up. And so more people can buy cars, but they can't afford new cars. They can afford used cars. Right. And so what we find, in particular in a place like Brazil, is that the growth rate of used cars is nearly double digits. And I think that's spectacular. That's a spectacular opportunity for us to be in the trade of used. So the second question is doing work in Brazil. Brazil is a notoriously hard country to do startup work in. I mean, payment cycles are broken, et cetera. But it's such a large ecosystem. It's such a large market. There's so much venture capital activity there that it's a great opportunity. And frankly, the dynamics of why it makes building in a country is hard gives us a competitive advantage. That's the case around the world. No one builds in Nigeria. I mean, I shouldn't say no one, but very few people build in Nigeria. We do, and therefore we're the only used car player that exists.
So to wrap things up, you have sort of set a course to do 3 different types of businesses: the buy to sell consumer model, the selling and buying for fleets, right? But then there's this third layer, this kind of trying to be the next Kelley Blue Book, which is this all these services layer. Is that the next big opportunity, in the online used car marketplace, to go after that third piece?
I think it's huge. I mean, financially, it's also amazing, because if you think about it, in the US or in Europe, if you want to know how much your car is worth, you can pretty much easily find out. There's a lot of tools at your disposal. But in emerging markets, you don't know, because there's no definitive pricing guide. Because pricing guides, people may not know, but are usually built on top of real live trading data. But if there's no trading data, how do you get that? And so if you can be the de facto way cars are traded, which we are in most of our markets already, you can build the biggest portal of actually pricing information. And these, by the way, financially are pure EBITDA businesses, because there's no cost. And so, yes, I mean, I think once we're ready to build that and monetize it, et cetera, we will launch it. We probably already have the data for it. But yeah, I think that's where we look in 5-7 years as being our biggest opportunity.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Okay, I'm always worried about my fly. On the breakout stage, there's a Q&A session called Founder Lessons with Jessica Holzbach from Penta and Sujay Tile. He's running over there shortly from Frontier, so if you want to check that out, make sure to do so. And then on the Extra Crunch stage in 20 minutes, Asher King Abramson from Demand Curve is going to be giving a talk on growth marketing, and he'll be answering your questions. So if you want to check that out, do so. In terms of what we're doing right now on Main, we think of the startup battlefield as a launching point for a lot of these companies, but it is just the beginning. So now we're going to hear from one of our Battlefield alumni companies from San Francisco 2015. Please welcome to the stage Jonathan Anguilov, founder and CEO of AirCall.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. So I'm Jonathan. I'm one of the co-founders of Airco, a cloud-based phone system and call center software that integrate with most of business tools. So today, it's actually quite a funny moment for me because we were there with my co-founder, Olivier, 4 years ago, not actually here, but in San Francisco, doing the Battlefield, where for the first time, we actually went live onto a scene, which was a lot of preparation for us, and we presented Airco. Funnily, we actually lost and got dismissed at the first round. We didn't make it to the final at all, which was kind of a huge disappointment, but at the same time also a big slap in the face where you understand that you're starting a big journey in a startup world where you're going to have to create something and convince the people. Every day you're building something. And so the story started there, and a few months later, we actually raised our first seed round with our first investors back in 2016. And the story started. In 2017, we actually opened our office in New York. Then by 2018, we raised approximately a little bit more than $41 million to accomplish this vision of building the software, the phone system of the future. And so today, what is Airco? Back in the time, we were 4 people when we started in San Francisco, and now we are more than 300 people working day and night, 24/7, to accomplish this vision. We have customers all over the world, in about 100 countries, and we are serving 4,000 businesses with their phone system every day to make them work with their customers. And so finally, what is Airco? So that you can understand properly. Airco is a cloud-based phone system that replaces really the legacy phone system. You all had in your work, in your jobs, on your desk, this black box. It's a phone. We replace that. We make it a software. And even if you already had a software as your phone system, like a simple soft phone on your computer that doesn't bring more value, Airco is different. Airco connects with all the tools companies are using. Airco is simple to set up, can be set up by anyone in the world. No matter where your customers are, you can set it up and talk to your customer every day. And the difference with Airco is that we are creating an ecosystem for voice. So Airco is connecting with the most famous softwares in the world to make sure that the conversations you have with your customers, with your prospects, they stay recorded because they matter. Conversation matters, and we believe in that. So no matter if you want to integrate with your CRM, for your sales team, with your help desk, with your customer support team, or your BI tool, because you want to have all your data at the same place, this is all possible with Airco, creating this ecosystem. So you might wonder why we are here today. It's not actually just to tell you about the story of Airco. It's actually to make a huge announcement. Airco today is announcing for the first time the first phone system in the world creating their marketplace. We have now creating more than 50 integrations with different tools, being able now to go on our website. If you're using Airco or if you're a future user of Airco, we integrate with a bunch of softwares. With softwares like artificial intelligence, because you want to analyze the voice and the sentiment analysis of your customer support department or your sales team. Anything, it's all there. For the past months, the team has been working so badly to accomplish that. So much work. And the good news is that not only the Airco team has been working on that, but we have several partners working every day to build also integration on Airco. Let's say the example, one of my favorite examples is the fact that one company called Gorgias was one of the first, it's a CRM for e-commercer. And for the first time, they came to us back in 2017. They said, hey, my customers are requesting to have a phone system that integrates with my tool. Can I build the integration? And then at that moment, we realized that we don't have always to build it ourselves, but some software vendors will do it. And here the example of Gorgias is pretty simple. It's you have your phone call, you're using Shopify, for instance, as the website for your tool, all the orders, all the on the phone calls will be pushed to Shopify, but they will be also pushed into your CRM. Here is Gorgias, so that you can have a 360 view about your customer. Because what matters more than your customer at the end of the day? And so we build Airco with this idea of having you be able to know your customer, record all the conversation, and be able to improve your daily work. And so today for Airco, it's very special because we announced this marketplace. We have now live about 50 integration. We're going to have hundreds in the next couple of years. And we believe that several software vendors that are contacting us every day are joining us to build tools on top of Airco, like in an app marketplace. We even have, for the past months, a few companies that actually got created on top of Airco just to serve Airco customers. So I'm very proud, and I want to thank you, TechCrunch, for having welcomed us all those years and following our story, and again, allowing me today to announce that marketplace to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, and now we are going to see a little video from the Startup Battlefield last year or something. Throw the video, we'll find out together.
So we actually decided to have a nail it before you scale it strategy in the beginning and really make sure that we have the right business model before we scale something that is unsustainable.
It's more about long-term relationship building than transactions, getting to know entrepreneurs even earlier on in their journey. And we also want to unlock potential and talent in sort of different pockets of the ecosystem that we don't really have access to.
The value that investors can bring is a lot of pattern recognition. Now, it doesn't mean you're not wrong most of the time, but it does mean that I think you start to see and detect certain attributes that you say, you know, this is the kind of founder, this is the kind of team that may be capable of building $1 billion or multi-billion-dollar business.
You have to help us, you know? You have to push the space age into the next level. I think you have the ideas. There's no crazy idea, no crazy customer.
China in particular has been one of the fastest movers globally in terms of disruption in banking.
It's all going to straighten itself out, but by then it will be much closer to regular finance than the kind of original blockchain Wild West.
Your job as an entrepreneur, your duty is to kind of fund your vision, get a team, and solve that problem if you really want it.
And our winner for the TechCrunch Disrupt Startup Battlefield Berlin is Legacy.
That was a good video.
All right.
It's like being in school again.
Okay, so I'm here with Mike Butcher. I'm sure he's a very, very familiar face to all of you. Round of applause for Mike Butcher. He's the startup king of all of Europe. So we are very, very excited. If you have been on TechCrunch.com at all today, you probably know who the 5 finalists are, but we're here to just announce to all of you. So I think we should clap for all of them. But the first one is Gemelius, which is a productivity tool that connects Gmail to Slack and other apps. Yeah.
And the next is Howadawa. I don't think my mic's... okay. Next is Howadawa, which is about monitoring air quality data.
Yeah. The next one is Innovat, which makes it much, much easier to get that VAT refund.
And next is Scaled Robotics, which is a combination between robots, software aimed at the construction industry.
And last but not least is Stable, which offers insurance for farmers for weather and other unpredictable events. Way to go, Stable. So with that, we're going to get the Battlefield Finals going. You guys ready for that? Yeah? You guys are so thrilled. Europe, you guys have too much enthusiasm. You guys need to calm down. Okay, let's do it.
Fantastic.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome TechCrunch senior writer and your Battlefield host, Anthony Ha.
Hello again. Welcome to the finals of the Startup Battlefield. So for those of you who watched the 3 sessions yesterday, first of all, thank you. I know it was a lot. Secondly, there were 14 startups then. We have now narrowed that down to 5 startups, the 5 that were just announced. And they're going to be presenting again today. We've given them a little bit of feedback. We'll see if they've tightened up those presentations at all. And then we have a whole new set of judges, and they're going to be getting 9 minutes for Q&A. So we're going to get a little bit more in-depth. Now, you may be wondering, as you probably got a sense of just from the explanations there, these are really, really different companies. So you may be wondering how the heck we choose a winner from all of them. And I will just tell you what we tell the judges, which is that we're looking for viability and impact, either socially or financially. So we're looking for companies that are going to make the world a better place, they're going to make a ton of money, or both. Now, the company that we choose as the big winner will receive $50,000 US, and they'll also take temporary custody of that cup that we just wheeled on and off the stage. And that is all you need to know, which means it is time to bring out our finals judges. Yeah, that's right. John knows. All right, first up, we have Andre Brasuvianu, a partner at Excel. Andre joined Excel in 2014 and focuses on enterprise software, financial services, and cloud infrastructure. Next, we have Carolina Brachado, an investment director at SoftBank Investment Advisors. Prior to joining SoftBank, Carolina was a partner at Atomico. Next, we have a familiar face, Mike Butcher, editor-at-large at TechCrunch. I didn't even know all this stuff about Mike. He founded the Europas Awards. He also founded the nonprofit Tefugees, and he was recently awarded an MBE for services to the UK technology industry and journalism. Next, we have Lila Preston. She is a partner at Generation Investment Management, where she co-heads the Sustainable Solutions Fund. Before joining Generation in 2004, Lila was Director of Finance and Development at Volunteer Match and a Fulbright Fellow in Southern Chile. Last but not least, we have Andrew Reed, a partner at Sequoia Capital. He focuses on software, consumer, and fintech investments in product and design-driven companies around the world. So let's give it up for our awesome judges. Now it is time for me to stop talking and to bring out our very first final company. That company is Gemelius. Presenting for Gemelius is Ermeus Giovanni.
Do these look familiar? If you're part of a team that needs to communicate and collaborate to get work done, I'm pretty sure that they do. These days, teams are forced to use way too many tools to get their work done. Tools that promise to streamline our workflows, improve our team collaboration, and bring our teams together. But that's not what's happening. Our data is all over the place, our team is further disconnected, and our tech stack just continues to grow. Data that lives in silos kills productivity, and it frustrates teams. And it frustrates teams. We spend way too much time searching for information or just trying to figure out the best platform to communicate with our team on. Have you ever asked yourself, was that conversation in a Slack channel or was it in an email? Or is that data in a Trello card? This problem is not new. Many companies have tried to solve for it, and they fall in 2 categories. You have your third-party all-in-one workspaces, and you have your data integrators. All-in-one workspaces like Zendesk and Notion, they come with a higher barrier of entry. It's going to take time for your team to learn how to use this platform. Besides, it's impossible to have an all-in-one solution that satisfies your team's workflow. Then you have your data integrators. The first problem here is just getting set up. If you don't have a technical background, you're going to run into some problems. But the main issue here is the level of interactivity between your data is limited. One-way synchronization does little to move your agenda forward. And adding layers of integrations just makes your data more noisy. At Gemellius, we simplify teamwork by making collaboration platform agnostic. So imagine a company where every member of your team can choose their preferred workspace and be ensured that their data is seamlessly synced across your entire stack of tools. How do we do this? Gemellius starts by integrating with the most natural workspace of teams, and that's your email inbox. Besides equipping it with a range of features for team collaboration and workflow automation, there's a key differentiator with Gemellius. We take your email conversations and turn them into flexible channels, channels that can then be translated into other forms of communication, whether that's a Slack message, a Trello card, or whatever your data type is on your preferred platform. Now, this may still sound a bit abstract, so we're going to take a typical Gemellius workflow in action. This is far from typical. As you can see, we're Star Wars fans, so we wanted to have a little fun with the presentation. But you take Yoda. Yoda prefers to stay in his inbox. That's where his work comes in. That's where he wants to get it done. Then you have Luke. He's a cool kid. He prefers to work from Slack, Trello, Asana, the newest, shiniest platform out there. So we start with Yoda. With his Gemellius-empowered inbox, he's able to open a shared inbox, check his unassigned folder. He sees that there's a disturbing, high-priority email coming in from Darth Vader. Within 1 or 2 clicks, he's able to assign it to his teammates, making accountability clear. A quick app mention to add a little bit of context to it. For high priority, he sends off an email note without a noisy Slack channel in the way. Luke happens to be in Slack. That's where he prefers to be. With Gemellius, he gets a real-time notification of that email and that note, but not just any type of synchronization. We're talking about an active, flexible piece of data that he can actually act on. In this case, he's replying to that email note, sends that off. While he's in his Slack messages, he's able to monitor all of his inbox activity, including his Gemellius-empowered features like shared inboxes, shared labels, email notes, and more. So once he sends off that reply to an email, that's going to show up in real time in Yoda's inbox. Now, to save our galaxy, you need visibility. You need to be able to monitor a lot of moving parts to your project. Within 1 click, Yoda is able to take that email, turn it into a task card, and add it to his Trello-like Kanban board. This is all without leaving his inbox. Gemellius boards give you a visual representation of your email conversations and all of the projects and tasks that follow. So you have, you can change your priority dates, knock off your to-do list, drag and drop, or however you decide to structure your Kanban board. Now, Gemellius wasn't always saving galaxies. Well, it was born in the university dorm room at the University of Oxford. It started as an efficient way to manage research projects by our founder. But today, super excited. This year has been great. We're now a Y Combinator company from the summer 19 batch, and super excited to be here at Startup Berlin. In terms of growth, Gemellius is used by 100,000 professionals representing 5,000 teams. We operate in a space that has 1.5 billion Gmail users and 6 million companies that use G Suite. But this is just the beginning. Our platform-agnostic model will further expand our potential. Going here, team collaboration will reach 17 billion. Workflow automation will reach 30 billion by the year 2025. But the purpose of citing these big numbers is just to let you know that we operate in a space that has huge potential. But the main point that we want to express is that our team in Geneva is ultra passionate about empowering teams and improving collaboration. Because there's one thing that we all have in common. Everyone from the judges, the investors, everyone here, including all of the super cool startups that pitched on this stage. And on a side note, we're happy to hear that many of them have decided to use Gemellius as their workspace. But the point is, what we all have in common is we need to communicate with our stakeholders, we need to collaborate with our team, and we need to get work done. And that's where Gemellius comes in. So is your company ready to simplify teamwork? Get started at gemellius.com.
All right, judges.
All right, I've been a big fan of Gemilius as one of the early beta users, so congrats on all the progress.
Appreciate that.
Would you mind sharing a bit more about who your ideal customer is and user persona?
Well, ideally, it's any team that's using Gmail or G Suite that need to manage projects and clients without leaving their inbox. Now, naturally, our current customers are centered more around tech. We also have a lot of agencies of all sorts that use us, followed by operations. But essentially, for the moment, just Gmail and G Suite. If you're collaborating, that's our ideal customer.
And who are you selling to within companies? What's your go-to-market?
Excuse me. Thank you for the question. In most cases, it's the founder or the CEO. If it's a larger enterprise, within the department, it's the team lead, project manager. Sometimes it's the IT admin. They're the initial contact that we have, the decision maker.
One of the things that Slack said it would do would be to kill email, and it claimed to kill email. What you appear to be doing is reviving Slack inside email, which in a sense is strange and slightly maybe problematic. But the question I've got is, why would not Slack simply introduce this as a feature of their platform?
Well, they could. I mean, what we see a threat, maybe, for example, Google might decide to do some integrations with their Google Hangouts. But for Slack, to try to create this bridge with all of the platforms that are out there, there's a very slim chance that that's going to happen. And as far as the killing the email thing, we believe that email inbox is not going anywhere. That's where our work comes in. And we want to allow our teams to finish their work right there and integrate all of these tools within their inbox to allow them to choose their platform.
Right.
So we're really familiar with Asana, and I'm just interested as you look at like competitive landscape, where else do you think that, aside from Google, that you'd see competitive pressure?
Honestly, with us, our challenge is we're kind of defining a new space as far as SaaS goes. We're, I guess the closest word would be platform as a solution, where we're trying to see ourselves as a marketplace for teams that have a stack of tools and they want to integrate them, bring them back to the inbox. As far as direct competition of who's doing that, I don't know of any particular threats there, but we do believe that this is where the industry is going. We believe that, especially the larger enterprise teams, they have teams that they're already invested in their stack. They're not necessarily wanting to learn how to use another platform and worry about migrating their data. So I think the natural evolution of this industry is on our side, and it's up to us to kind of use that traction, to use the traction that we have to become leaders in this space, this platform agnostic space. That's our hope.
And you mentioned that you typically come in through the team lead or the CEO.
Yeah.
Is it the kind of product where your entire team has to be using it for it to be valuable, or is there any way to get adoption that's not top-down from a project leader, a team leader, a CEO?
Yeah, that's a good question. The thing with Gemilius is it's ultra flexible. You have some smaller teams that decide to use it within themselves, and they're able to integrate with our shareable features. But the cool part about Gemilius is this viral effect. The more team members that you add, the more beneficial it is. So as I mentioned, you can have an enterprise with multiple departments. Say, for example, the HR department is using Gemilius. Maybe not even the whole HR department. But certain sectors can be using Gemilius, share with each other, collaborate. But then it's up to us to show them the benefit and getting that K factor to grow. That's something that one of the main metrics we monitor is, are people sharing Gemilius? Are they adding team members? And if they're adding team members, then that means that we're doing something right.
Mm.
And you mentioned some numbers. So for the 100,000 users, 5,000 teams, any data on depth of engagement or frequency of use or things like that you can share to give us some texture for how the product actually gets used?
Yeah, I mean, of course, our main features that are used a lot are the sequences. We have workflow automation that's on our upper tier. Our team shared inboxes are super popular. Shared labels is a really cool tool that teams use to organize their communications. Not that many companies are actually offering shared labels at the time. Did I answer your question? Did I answer that? Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
And how do you think about long-term dependence on Google and Slack and some of your partners?
That is a thing for us, but as I mentioned, that market is so huge. We have so much work to do there. That's going to be a good problem for us to have in the future, but it looks like the way Gemilius is evolving, just the feedback that I've gotten here, there's plenty of Outlook users, large level enterprises that have came to me and just really impressed by our solutions. So naturally, we're going to evolve to other email clients, but for the moment, the focus is on Gmail and G Suite.
Isn't that going to limit your markets? I mean, this seems much more like a tool that would clearly appeal to large corporates, perhaps, you know, don't have so sophisticated tools often internally. So isn't that a big market for you that you should be going after?
It's a big market.
And they don't tend to be all Gmail, etc. You know.
Say it again?
They don't tend to be very Gmail-ish.
Yeah, that's a good question. Actually, our evolution has been driven by our users. We started off in a small to medium enterprise.
Yeah.
As we listened to our users, focused on our product, we've seen that the larger teams needed a more robust solution, and that's what we're focusing on. There are some ultra-high level enterprises that will need, for say, a more in-depth project management tool. But our plan to integrate with those tools and allow their team to choose their space. I've had a lot of interesting conversations here from high-level enterprises, and I can really see where Jamilius fits with that, and I really think that we're on a good road. Yeah.
Will you tell us a little bit more about your team? How big is it? What's the composition of the team? Where are you based?
Yeah, we have a super cool team. I love my team. We're based in Geneva. First of all, our CTO is absolute genius with a work ethic like you've never seen. Our dev team are super, support, love our users. They do whatever they have to do to make them happy. Our VP of sales, she won't touch or pitch anything that she doesn't believe in. So, but I mean, everybody from head of design, everybody is, it's just, I mean, I think the love of our team kind of translates into the love of our customers' teams. And that creates this dynamic that's super cool. But our CEO and founder, imagine, this guy created Jamilius to manage research projects while he was working on his PhD in complex systems. So we're dealing with somebody that, yeah, so it's a super cool team. We have a cool dynamic. We have people from all over the world working for us, all kinds of countries. Yeah, I'm just excited about what Jamilius can do in this space. We just need, yeah.
What's holding you back?
So far, we've done great. Like I didn't get a chance to say that most of our growth has been organic. We've done pretty much no paid, very little paid. So our next goal right now is to raise Series A funding. Because honestly, like for me, Jamilius is a future billion-dollar company, and we need a Series A investor that kind of shares that vision. Of course, I leave all that talk to our founder, let him make those decisions. But what I do know, he's turned down more money than he's accepted. So we're looking for a Series A investor that's ready to take us to the next level.
Final question? All right, give it up for Jamilius.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, let's bring out our second finalist, Hawa Dawa. Presenting for Hawa Dawa is Cassie Welling.
Hi.
Another quirky startup name, I hear you cry. Why can't these startups grow up? But in our defense, Havadava has a deeper meaning. It originates, along with our business, from the polluted urban streets of Egypt. Roughly translated, Havadava means air medicine in 7 global languages, understood by roughly 50% of the global population speaking Arabic to Swahili. Okay, today we're in Berlin, but never mind. Pollution knows few boundaries. Our CEO and co-founder Karim spent his formative years in a house full of doctors in the city of Cairo. Cairo is a city displaying all of the typical traits of an emerging economy when it comes to air quality and health. I'm Cassie Welling, COO of Havadava. I spent my youth breathing in country smells in rural England, but I'm here because of my background in environmental economics and governance. Combining AI, IoT, and satellite technologies, we've built the most comprehensive digital platform for managing air quality. Companies and cities are already paying and using our data to actually challenge the mainstream for decision making. Air pollution accounts for $5 trillion of losses in economic output each year. 1 in 8 deaths globally can be attributed to the long-term effects of pollution. Study after study show the links between air pollution and critical global illnesses, from diabetes to depression. Headline after headline demonstrate the growing sense of urgency to actually tackle this problem. But there's a gap between this urgency to tackle this pollution problem and the science-based insights that actually enable us to target investment into doing so. The technology is largely there, but the question is how to take IoT sensing, how to take satellite data conversion, how to take machine learning to actually understand the types of pollution behaviors that actually trigger certain types of diseases, and produce a data set that is relevant enough, usable enough, actionable enough to actually be able to service some of these real-life use cases. And that's where Havadava comes in. We're building a digital twin for the health of our cities. We're fusing tropospheric air quality data from the most advanced multispectral imaging spectrometer in orbit. We're combining this with weather data, with land use data, and with all of the terrestrial air quality data sets that we can get our hands on. But converting satellite air quality values into ground-based air quality values is no mean feat. In fact, it's something that very few other companies are actually doing. But downscaling satellite resolution into street-level granularity is actually helping us improve the accuracy of our air quality models by up to 80% for certain types of pollutants. And critically, it helps us predict the data in between the gaps in between our terrestrial air sensors on the ground, which, incidentally, we have built, calibrated, certified, and generated revenue from in just 2.5 years. We're effectively creating a new commodity, be it for use in de-risking public investment in traffic control, in pollution control, or developing a new app, a new, more responsive app for digital health, basically combining prescription data with disease data and granularly relevant pollution data. We're actually enabling cities to build entirely new urban mobility systems based on our understanding of pollution data. We can integrate our air quality forecasts and our traffic simulations into smart traffic management systems already. Elsewhere, we're actually looking and we're exploring the possibility of being able to attribute NOx and sulfur dioxide emissions in the shipping industry with a handful of global carriers. With a combined revenue of around $40 billion, these industry heavyweights are already interested in the analysis that we're doing, the early analysis, and this is before the satellite technology is even at full capacity. Imagine what we can do already at street level with our real-time measurements. We believe we can capture a market of around 800 million across 6 core data areas. We're offering a data subscription at the moment, and we've established a partnership model which basically enables us to leverage the infrastructure of these global partners to get the global coverage of data required to validate and to perpetuate our subscription model. So among others, we're counting Munich Re, Swisscom, IBM, Siemens as customers, along with 20 other cities across Germany, Switzerland, and the UK who are already paying for our data. Our founding team includes a previous data company founder, as well as expertise from neuroscience, epidemiology, climate finance, and traffic engineering. The rest of the 20-strong team brings experience from traffic sensing, from award-winning data platforms, and from computer science. And we're seeking today a global partner that's ambitious enough to be able to integrate greenhouse gas emissions data and pollution data into everyday business decision-making. We want, with you, to prove that air quality data is as relevant to the financial markets as it is to asthmas.
Thank you. All right, judges.
So I have maybe one piece of context. So we put out every year what we call a sustainability trends report. sort of like Mary Meeker's Internet Trends report, and it's a compilation of all the data sets that we look at. And one of the most striking charts is the number of children in the world who are living in cities with toxic air pollution levels. So I think this is a critical challenge that you're addressing. It's on our website, generationim.com, if anyone wants to download it. But
Well done.
here, when we've looked at some of these business models, and we've seen quite a few, I think there's kind of top-down and bottoms-up, like looking at the world from above, the environmental intelligence layer, and then another approach, which is actually to go after the low-cost, cheap sensors and try to get kind of an array base that then feeds into the data model. How have you thought about both sides of that?
So effectively, we're positioning ourselves as being able to cover that whole value chain. So we're looking at the low-cost sensor market. We have developed our own sensors. They're in the field already, and they're generating data that we believe to be reliable and accurate. But then on the other side, we're using satellite data to sort of validate what we're doing on the ground, and critically, as I mentioned, do the sort of gap analysis. So actually be able to predict data based on satellite data and our ground values, and then a whole host of other data sets to actually sort of build up that from ground into space spectrum of data. But in terms of the sort of business model in that respect, we've got on the one hand the monitoring as a service. So yes, where we take our sensors, we install them in cities. It's a relatively straightforward business model. And then when you're going up to the satellite end of things, it opens up to a huge market. So for example, just to touch on one, which I mentioned, the shipping industry. January next year, they've got massive regulations coming into force, really into force. So shipping industry is having to cut emissions by 80%, sulfur emissions, basically. So if we're stepping in and saying, we're already at the stage where we can take satellite data and do something with it in terms of monitoring and really trying to attribute in a clever way, then we're already onto a winner, we believe.
I was actually just in Cairo, and I can attest to the air quality there. Now, at the moment, can you give us a bit more of a sort of perspective about the sort of competitive environment for what's going on right now? I mean, where are people getting their monitoring? You said, obviously, cities have their own sort of sensor data. It sounds to me like the innovation you're doing is you're taking satellite data and you're translating, you're figuring out where the air pollution is happening from that satellite data. Now, is nobody doing that already? Is this a brand new invention in order to be able to do this kind of prediction modeling?
So there's sort of three elements to our market. There's the traditional methods of monitoring pollution. This is very expensive, very complex systems and boxes, basically, that you might see around cities. The problem with them is that they're highly accurate. They have the highest accuracy that we will never be able to reach with our local sensor network. No one argues with that. But they're very expensive, and they only measure in a single point.
Right, yeah.
Then they've got smaller manual measurements that sort of fill in the gaps in between, but they're manual. And they produce monthly averages and not real-time maps. So in terms of doing something around traffic management, traffic routing, you just can't do anything. Then on the other side, you've got the two elements. You've got the hardware, so the low-cost sensor sort of competitors that are in the field, and there are many of those. But the point is that they're not offering the magic. They're not able to do that sort of high-level analysis based on traffic data, based on health metrics and so on, that can actually sort of take it into a monetizable product. And then the other side is the data analytics companies. So there are obviously a number in the field. There's Breezometer, there's a Cleanroom in the US who are doing something in that respect. We're positioning ourselves at sort of, the position between everything. And in terms of the satellite data analysis, there are other companies who we believe are starting to do analysis based on satellite data. But in terms of some of the industries that we're looking at, we believe that we're the front runners in that.
So they're generally going after, some big cities, but you're going, hold on a minute, there's all this shipping regulation that's going to come in. Can you do real-time data about a ship offloading, cleaning it out its fuel tanks in the middle of the ocean or something, which is generally illegal, obviously?
Yeah. So I can't go into too much detail on what specifically we're doing in the shipping industry because we're under NDA with a couple of carriers.
Oh, interesting.
But what I can say is there's a distinction between on-port side monitoring and then offshore monitoring. And obviously the offshore is massively complicated because it's just not visible.
Yeah.
So we're starting to go in that direction, basically, where we can do that sort of thing. So as I mentioned, the satellite resolution is still very, very low at the moment. But we're already doing some analysis, which has been quite interesting for some of our partners. So,
And
watch
to
this
build
space.
on that, you're targeting several different verticals or different markets where this can be applicable, undoubtedly. How are you organizing yourselves from a go-to-market perspective to get customers, be it in the digital health space or the oil and gas space or the smart city kind of government space?
Yeah, it's a good question. Where do we find our focus? So our initial traction has come from cities, and as I mentioned, it's the sort of easiest business model somehow to get a head around. And we are working with a number of cities, as I mentioned. In terms of finding these different market segments, we're being quite clever in the way that we're structuring our product portfolio. So we're in the process of sort of breaking it down to the critical parts, so from as basic as an API access through to a full suite of analysis and consultancy and so on at the other end. So it's almost a checkbox of what companies can actually select. We are relatively sector agnostic in that we're creating a database that can service any industry. But the point is, the analysis that we're doing that integrates traffic data, that integrates mobility data, that integrates health data, prescription data, and so on, is where the value lies. So in effect, we can sort of take all of our data and do any type of analysis that we want to. We can set up algorithms that do the analysis immediately. So in terms of focus, we don't need to worry too much. Obviously, trying to get customers is more tricky when you're trying to sort of focus on, for example, shipping in 1 month and then health on the other month. It's a challenge, but we have a number of partners in these different spheres, and we feel like we're juggling it at the moment quite well.
And how do customers think about ROI? Right, because the monitoring it's valuable if it's tied to some remedial action. So have you seen any behavioral change in your customers?
So we ran a very interesting project with Siemens in Munich, in Germany, where we're based, actually. And we were trying to reroute traffic around the city based on air pollution forecasts and then data from another company that actually collects data on driver behavior, speed, braking, and so on. And we actually observed that we were able to change behavior. So I think at the far end of the spectrum, this is where we want to be. We want to get people, want to get into mindsets that this is the way that you behave. This is the data that is required to understand why I'm doing this, where I'm going with it. And as I say, we were able to actually change behavior, and we're hoping to scale this up. So whether it's across the whole city of Munich or whether it's in another city, we can see that our pollution data is actually having an effect. I mean, I think, was it yesterday in London, they announced that the ultra-low emission zone is actually having a massive effect on pollution levels. So, if you can measure it and be very specific about where these pollution drops are coming, that's a really valuable tool to be able to then do other things.
Final question?
When you have one question. When you have $100 million of revenue, how will it be broken up between cities, tech companies, oil and gas, et cetera?
Yeah, good question. So at the moment, we would say the majority of our revenue is coming from cities, but the change is coming now. So it's not necessarily just we're installing our sensors and that's it. We're actually getting recurring revenue from these cities, which is a really good model for us. The rest is literally corporate partners. So it's companies that are interested in either deploying sensors across their own physical infrastructure networks without cities being involved at all, and then they're reselling our data already, or they're integrating it into their own systems, whether it's smart traffic systems, whether it's digital health platforms, and so on. So it's definitely growing at the moment, and we expect next year that the corporate side of things will overtake the city side of things.
Okay, one more round of applause for Havadava.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let's bring out our third startup. By the way, I'm just going to mention that it's cool that people are shaking the hands while they just. You're not required to do that. It's up to you. Do what you want. I'm not quite sure who originated that. Okay, so we're going to bring out Inovat. Presenting for Inovat are Ilya Melkumov and Sonia Baranova.
Have you seen the piles of paper that international travelers have to complete in order to get their VAT refunds? Long queues in the airports and stressed people running late for their flights. The innovation has happened in many areas of traveling, but VAT refunds are being overlooked. Meet Peter, a traveler who wants to get his VAT refund back. He has to go through this daunting process, fill numerous forms, wait hours in queues, and in the end, he doesn't receive his money back. After my last experience, when I was late for the flight, I couldn't bear it anymore. This is how Innovat was born. Innovat is a digital solution that offers the fastest and easiest VAT refund experience for travelers, making their journey stress-free. Travelers will be able to get their money back in 3 simple steps. Create a profile, upload the receipt, and get the money back when leaving the country. Let me show you how this works. We move to the demo, please. A traveler has to go through a quick and straightforward KYC check by uploading the documents. He then has to input his trip details, which we automatically locate via APIs with our travel partners, and then choose his refund method. We support many of those. He then has to upload the receipt from any UK store, which we automatically verify and extract the necessary data, creating a digital VAT form. We link the digital VAT form to the QR code. The customer has to scan the QR code in the airport and get his money back in 3 working days. On top of that, we have a recommendation tool that analyzes the purchase of the customer, recommending the items from the same retailers, complementing the look of our traveler. We move back to the presentation, please. So our customers are travelers like Peter. They love to shop, but hate to wait and lose money. We are based in London, as it is a growing hub of both traveling and shopping. The UK tax-free market is around $4.3 billion, and it is growing 7% year on year. It is looking extremely attractive, with several European governments already contacting us in how we can incorporate our agile solution into their legacy systems. Not to mention, the European tax-free market is around $20 billion. There are many favorable opportunities for Innovat in the current market. First of all, open banking. Open banking allows us to read customer transaction data, normalize it, standardize it, and completely eliminate the need of uploading the receipts by syncing with the customer's bank account. And Brexit. When and if Brexit happens, European Union customers will be able to get their VAT refunds when traveling and shopping in the United Kingdom. The tax-free industry has never been challenged before. Old players have an obsolete process with paper, huge fees, and queues. The new entrants have gone into compliance issues. We found a legal way on how we can scale our solution to a global level. So Innovat is a fully digital, easy to use, and completely transparent application. And on top of that, you get the retail offers. So it's a win for all the parties. For travelers, you get more money, and you don't have to queue. For the government, we help them with their compliance systems, and we help them eliminating the fraud. And for the retailers, we help with the customer retention, as well as helping them with stepping into the international travelers market. Our business model, pretty simple. We charge a percentage fee, as well as weekend variable fee, and fees on risky currencies. We are looking in how we can prove our concept, working with some of the biggest names out there, such as L'Oreal and LVMH. We are also looking in how we can leverage our solution by partnering with large airlines and travel agencies, such as Aeroflot and EasyJet, as our distribution partners. We are on the user acquisition strategy. We are looking in how we can integrate our solution and tap into the local communities of international travelers market in platforms such as Telegram. We've also integrated our solution in WeChat. We believe that our team has the necessary skills to bring this product to a global level. I myself was a professional esports player, and I sold my first business in gaming, as well as working in a technology VC firm. I also have a master's in accounting from the London School of Economics. focusing on VAT taxation. My co-founder knows how to launch products on a global level from her past working experience at Revolut as an early employee in both legal and operations department. We've also built a solid team of advisors to support us in our business, including ex-tax-free entrepreneurs and ex-government employees. So if you're a traveler, like Peter, join Innovat and get your tax-free, stress-free.
Judges.
First off, that was like to the second on the time limit, so that's very impressive.
Thank you.
You mentioned that some of the other startups have run into compliance issues. Be a little more specific on what they did wrong and what you've done right.
Definitely. So the whole market, if you take it as 100%, 99% is still paper processed. And it's basically inefficient. The government doesn't have the data points, and the new entrant doesn't understand how to build a compliance system, which will be used in partnerships with the government. So one of our secret sauces, which I can't tell you right now, is building this compliance system, which is approved by the government, and which allows us to process our tax refunds digitally. If you're interested, I can tell you more about it after the event, but now I'm not sure I can disclose this information.
Could I ask just a clarifying question? When you show people deals post submitting their claim, this is for them in the airport, or they can go to the retailer and use a coupon later? Like, how do you expect to make money from that, and what percentage will that drive?
Thank you. It's very good question. So once the customer makes a purchase in the store, he uploads the receipt to our system. We analyze and verify this receipt, and when we analyze and verify it, we can already recommend the items which will complement the look. So the customer is still, for example, being in London.
There.
Yes.
Yep.
We have two options of how we can cross-sell it. The customer can either go to the same store and purchase, having a special offer with us, or the customer can purchase it online. And we are having a revenue sharing agreement with the store that we are advertising on the platform.
Got it. Thank you.
Would you be able to share a little bit more color around customer satisfaction, repeat usage, the engagement, and how much customers love it?
So we are currently in the process of beta testing. We started the company 4 months ago. Mm-hmm. We built all the technology in that time, and we have more than 1,000 people already signed for the closed beta testing. We've done a lot of surveys. We've done a lot of closed beta testing, and nearly 99% of the customers love our solution. They love that they're saving more time, and that we're offering twice as much money as they can currently get on the market. And on top of that, if they purchase something and upload the receipt for us, they can also get a fashion advice on what item they can get to complement their look. We found a lot of people love that they can easily upload the picture, and we take everything from there. And they just can enjoy their trip and have a stress-free journey.
And how do the two of you split your roles?
Yeah, so I'm managing the daily operation of the business as well as the legal part. And Ilya is managing the product development and partnerships. We have also the third co-founding member, Igor, who is our tech developer, and he's managing our team of 5 in our Moscow office. And also he has built our first version, as he has a computer vision specialty. And right now our tech developers in the Moscow office are developing our features and automating the whole process of our system.
Unfortunately, you're not the only startup I've seen addressing this market, because it's quite an obvious thing to do. You know, there is quite clearly a sort of a tedious thing about, you know, claiming your VAT on your purchases when you're traveling. Plenty of startups are trying to address this. So the question is really, how are you going to, you know, create some sort of barrier to entry? Where's the sort of barrier to entry that we're missing? Because this does seem like there are other companies trying to attack this problem.
Thank you. It's a very good question. So I would say there are 3 main components of our defensibility. First of all, it's our technology solution. We've built the whole technology solution ourselves, which was quite complicated, involved a lot of computer vision specialists, as well as automating the whole process. So we are the only one currently on the market that has this unique technology in-house. All our competitors are using third-party providers. By having the technology in-house, we can constantly improve it with the data that we get from the customers, as well as we can have a better price advantage, because we can give customers more money back. If you take one of the providers currently, to scan one receipt, you need to pay 50 cents per just scanning one receipt. We think it's inefficient because we don't have to pay anything when we have the technology in-house. Secondly, second component, we have all the networks with the retailers, and we are signing exclusive partnerships. So if the retailer wants to cross-sell the items, they go through our platform, and we have this unique relationship. We haven't seen any competitors doing similar stuff, and we are the first one who developed this recommendation tool, which is also leveraging machine learning in analyzing the purchase behavior and recommending the item. And thirdly, we are the customers of the product. So all of our team is coming from either Russia or Ukraine, and we have found this issue extremely important. And we haven't seen any party dealing with this issue for about 5 years. The current big providers, they have a B2B model, and for them, they can't switch to a B2C model. For us, we are store agnostic. It doesn't matter from which store you buy an item. You just take a picture of the receipt, you upload it to us, and we do the whole process ourselves.
Just as a follow-up, I take it that you're building your own platform, and therefore your the quality of data is probably going to be better, and you don't need to you're not required to use these third-party providers. But the issue is that there are startups who use the third-party providers, and therefore are able to scale very quickly. I mean, they can launch more or less now, rather than having to do what you're doing. You're doing a lot of heavy lifting, which I totally appreciate. You're really trying to attack it from a different angle. That's fair. But the issue is that they may well scale a heck of a lot faster than you. So what's your response to that?
Our response to that, we have also an exclusive partnership with the government that I haven't mentioned.
Which government?
With the UK government. We are based in London. London is the second biggest market in terms of traveling and shopping. And we have an exclusive deal with the government that we are providing the VAT refunds. All of our competitors who can scale easily have gone into compliance issues just because of scaling this product very easily. The VAT refunds are a very tricky area, and we believe taking compliance as a first issue in this space is extremely important. All the other competitors we've seen are operating in the markets such as Belgium or Slovakia, where the governments are more inclined and more happy to install a digital solution. But we believe starting in a market such as France or the United Kingdom, which are the most largest traveling destination, is the hardest task. And once you can change the legislation there, and you will be the first mover on the market, you have this forefront advantage of preparing the technology and being the first solution to be launched in this platform.
And you guys you take pictures of receipts, and then you fund accounts. And like, my first thought is I can think of so many interesting ways to try to defraud you. So maybe talk a little bit about like what is the fraud risk, what are the fraud vectors, who owns that risk, and how you mitigate it.
So we are doing the KYC check of basically analyzing who the customer is and confirming his identity. Then we have the consumer data on where the customer is making the purchase. And we will be able to, we are basically already now able to match this customer data with the travel data with the KYC that I've made. So when the customer is leaving the country, if he's completely cleared, he doesn't need to show any items on the customs office. If there is some suspension, the customs officer can basically ask the customer to show the item on the customs desk when leaving the country, and we can notify our customer so that we completely eliminate the fraud, which is extremely huge in the current process. And we help the government with building the better compliance system, because the more data you have, the more secure you are. And currently, with the paper process, you don't have any data points.
Last question. All right, give it up for Innovat.
Thank you.
Our next finalist is Scaled Robotics. Presenting for Scaled Robotics are Baruth Sankaran and Stuart Maggs.
Good afternoon, everyone. Construction impacts our daily lives in unique ways. It shapes the cities we live in, the homes we dwell in, builds the infrastructure that drives our economies. Yet this global $17 trillion industry, also one of the world's most polluting, is one of the world's most wasteful and inefficient. And we believe this is because, whilst we design digitally, we still construct manually. Construction is inundated with outdated tools and processes. They just don't have the technology to keep track and measure what they're trying to build. They use chalk, bits of string to construct, and Post-it notes to keep track of progress on multi-million-euro projects. For example, On a site in Oslo last year, a structural beam was brought to the attention of site management. This was 3 centimeters deviated from where it was supposed to be built and entirely missed by existing quality control, including the site surveyor. If this had been left undiscovered, it would have cost thousands of euros, 7 days in delays, and the valuable time of 8 site managers. And that's just one beam. And the crazy bit is, this is considered normal in construction. And this is the problem Scale Robotics is trying to address. With robotics and artificial intelligence, we're building tools that can track and accurately measure construction progress so that your projects can stay on budget and on schedule. It's simple. You can't manage what you can't measure. And that beam in Oslo that I told you about, automatically flagged up by software developed by Scale Robotics, under 24 hours, brought to the attention of site management, and fixed with no extra cost. So how do we do all this? Our robots drive around site, building detailed 3D maps of the environment. This captures the current state of the construction project. We then automatically upload this data to our servers for analysis. Switch to demo, please. Then we perform non-rigid registration, nonlinear optimization, machine learning on the raw data to filter out all the noise and provide precise statistical analysis regarding the quality of build on every element. And this complex information is then delivered back to the client on an easy-to-use web-based interface. What you see in front of you is simple color-coded information. Gray means we don't have enough data to make an assessment. Red means it's missing. Green means it's been built correctly. And orange, as you might have guessed, means it's built incorrectly. And as you can see, we are standing in a sea of orange, which means everything is wrong. Now, knowing everything is wrong is not particularly useful information as a site manager. What you care most as a site manager is what's putting my project most at risk. And we make this information searchable. Let's say you've had issues with quality of steelwork. You can say, show me all my beams and columns, filter them by date of build. Not only that, filter them by quality of build. Show me everything that's deviated above X millimeters. Now what you get is an automatically ranked list by deviation, so you can focus your attention on what is putting your project most at risk, rather than having to sift through hundreds of thousands of data points. In fact, you can even go further and diagnose one of these issues. You can visualize point-wise deviations with a heat map. And now you've gone from whole-scale, site-wide information to extremely granular point-wise information. But if you're like me, you want to see this with your own eyes. So we've automatically tagged every element on site in every image that it appears, so you get multiple vantage points to see what's going on. But like you can see, all beams look the same. You can go ahead and highlight this element. And now you know exactly what's going on with your site. And the really cool bit is this complex analysis that we've just shown you is available to all the stakeholders at their fingertips, even before setting foot on site. Switch back to presentation, please. So we are taking this to market on a B2B SaaS model. We integrate seamlessly with existing workflows and existing laser scanners. We also integrate with all widely used industry standard file formats. Our typical client is a large general contractor with multi-billion euro revenue. We onboard them on a single project and then grow within the organization. We're running active pilot projects in Europe, and I've done tests in both Middle East and in Asia. And we also want to thank our partners at Autodesk, who have the largest market share in AEC software. They have championed our product to their customer base. Every product needs a great team. We're an eclectic mix of academic and industry experts, where more than half of our team has PhDs. Our CEO, Stuart, is a trained architect with more than a decade of experience in the industry, construction industry. And I have a PhD in robotics and artificial intelligence. And I spent my past decade at some of the world's most renowned labs in both industry and academia. So to all the large general contractors out there, are you tired of 1% and 2% margins? Then shoot us an email. we are confident our product will help you stay on budget and on schedule on your next project. Thanks.
What's coming out here?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Thank you for the pitch. So construction is a very a notoriously large and non-digitized industry. And I guess the nature of many projects is that they're very custom and quite different. So how are you thinking about introducing automation, both in terms of data acquisition and interpretation, rather than doing a custom service every time you have to analyze a new project?
I mean, every project is unique in its own way, but there's so many things that are not unique. We still use concrete. We still use steel predominantly. Most countries have kind of a set way to construct most buildings. So yes, every project is put together differently, but you're still pretty much using the same materials on every single project. So what we learn from one project does directly impact then the information that we can deliver on the next one. So there is quite a lot of uniform details there.
We take it to the basics. At the end of the day, you have a 3D model, you're trying to manufacture it on site. It is on-site manufacturing. It's like any other manufacturing industry. And what we're doing is we're taking lessons learned in other manufacturing industries where they've gone from a lot of waste to zero waste, like cell phone manufacturing. And that's because of process control and lean manufacturing. We're trying to bring the same thing to construction.
And how does the relationship work exactly with the customer? You said that you're charging them per project. Do you lease them the hardware? How long does it take a machine to go through a site? Do you need a human that you provide to then maintain the machine or bring the machine or take the machine? How does that dynamic work?
So we do it on a monthly fee. So depending on the size of the project, we can put one or multiple robots. So it's a scalable solution, hence the name Scale Robotics. So if you're doing something maybe 100,000 square meters, maybe you're going to require 2 or 3 of these robots, and you'll strategically deploy them around the project. We then charge for a monthly fee on the amount of data that you're producing, the amount of robots that you have, and what kind of analysis that you want to get out of that. And then in terms of the people, we reduce the amount of human interaction with the robot, but there is a certain relationship that the general contractors have to be able to direct where they actually want to capture that information on a particular day. So there's no point doing it blind and letting the robot drive around and capture something that's not in the schedule. So it's kind of a hybrid relationship that they have between the two.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm having a little bit of a problem here in the sense that what's the real advantage of having a robotic solution versus, say, allowing site managers, architects to use commodity cameras to capture the data, upload it to your platform. You don't have to get into hardware. You don't have to worry about driving a machine around or whatever. The scale is the fact you have a platform which they can use, and then you can do visual, interpret the data, the visual data yourself clearly, which clearly you are doing already. So why do you need the hardware?
So there are 2 parts to that answer. The first thing is our software platform is agnostic to the data capture device. We can take any traditional laser scanner, and that data can be uploaded to our software platform, and we can still process it. In fact, a couple of the pilots we're running, they're using their own laser scanners. This is where we seamlessly integrate into their workflow. They don't have to change anything about the way they work to start using this. As for raw cameras, if you just do raw cameras, you are not going to get the same precision that we get. You do need a laser device to be able to capture the data with the kind of precision and accuracy that we can provide.
And you need to produce your own laser device and cameras in order to get the accurate data.
No, we can actually still work. You can use our platform too. Ours is a faster reality capture platform, but you can also use your own laser scanner. We are providing you the option of using our platform, but you can use your own laser scanner too.
I see. Okay, great.
Totally understand that the construction industry has a ton of waste, and a lot of that waste comes from error, and catching things early seems like a very significant value proposition. How do you quantify that for your customers, and do you have case studies or examples where you've been able to pinpoint a specific waste reduction? So we're developing those case studies now. As you can imagine, it takes a little bit of time to kind of see through a project that maybe lasts 18 months to see every single detail, but I'll give you a clear case example. The first day we deployed on a construction site, I will not name the company or the location. The first day we deployed, the first time we took data, we found approximately 10 to 20,000 euros worth of mistakes or things that would have caused issue later on down the line. They got fixed
within that week at no extra cost. But the longer that goes on, the more complex the solution to solve it is. So there was a structural wall which was 10 centimeters from where it should have been. If it was caught on the day, they can just knock it down and move it without any problems because there's nothing on top, so there's no structural issues. 1 month down the line, that schedule delay is now going to impact all the subcontractors that rely on that space to be able to work. So the longer it takes, the more it's going to cost.
Yeah, and just to follow on, so I mean, in some respects, you show people, you reveal where poor work has been done or where people haven't followed process, and so people might dislike this, or they might put their angst against this beautiful piece of equipment. How do you engender love and instead of animosity?
So the person that's probably going to hate this most is the general contractor or the subcontractor who's actually doing the work. But we've had these discussions. So imagine you've done a week's worth of really hard work. You think everything is perfect. No one comes to work wanting to do a bad job. Mistakes happen. We're only human. Would you rather know that that mistake happened while you're still on site and you haven't gone to another job? Or do you want to know 3 months down the line when you've gone to another job, you've got other responsibilities, you just want to go home to your family? So once you put it in that respect, then they understand the value of it and they see that in the end it's going to save them time and money and energy.
Especially, for instance, one of the sites we showed you, Oslo. When the data was being captured, there was minus 20 degrees. So nobody wants to go back in that environment to do something. And the fact that we can deliver that solution to them right away so that they can fix it, there's a huge amount of value. Another thing is the entire operation of the device, if they're using our robot, for example. It's poker yoke. You know, you don't need to be a computer scientist to be able to operate this thing. It's a joystick, a remote, you know, a video game controller. And they generally, the best thing we've seen is they're not in awe of the device. They see it as a tool, like a screwdriver or a wrench on site. This is another tool that helps them do their job better.
Thanks.
And in the business model where you make robots and then you have a SaaS fee, there's some payback associated with, you know, getting recurring revenue and an upfront hardware investment. Like what kind of math are you optimizing around in terms of making this business model work?
So one of the things we're doing is we're optimizing around geography. So we're focusing on a couple of locations within Europe and the US at the moment to make sure that we can focus all our resources on a couple of projects that are really delivering the most value for the solutions we have today. But then we're also targeting companies that already have existing reality capture teams. So they're already generating that raw data that they just have no way of really making use of. So we're adding value on top of an investment that they've already made. And we're kind of structuring it around a balance between those two things. And I would also kind of mention that considering the value that we're delivering back to the customers, the cost of the robot is quite low in relationship to that.
Maybe off stage, we can tell you how much it costs. It's nothing.
Awesome.
Okay. Last questions? All right, one more round of applause for Scaled Robotics.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, we have a final finalist coming out. That finalist is Stable. Presenting for Stable are Rich Council and Liz Allen.
Guten Tag, hello everyone. My name's Rich, and I am delighted to be here and show you what we've been working on at Stable, and our work to transform the major risk for a $4.8 trillion industry, the food industry. Now, the food industry is made up of 2 million food companies and 500 million farmers. It is truly enormous. But as a farmer, I know they are all facing the same issue. Volatile weather creates unpredictable supply. An unpredictable supply, of course, creates volatile prices. And volatile prices kill businesses. So we're talking about tools that could help the world's most important industry to manage that risk. And of course, sometimes it's called hedging, and it's hard. And the reason is because soft commodities are not like gold, and they're not like oil. They're very hard to standardize. And that means you can't get them onto an exchange. Less than 8% of the world's commodities are traded. And even when they are, even in a place like Chicago, quite often, as a business, you're in a different country, or you're operating in a different currency. And that creates basis risk. And they're also complex and expensive. So we make it easy. Stable has built the world's largest index insurance platform. We have over 3,000 indexes from 40 different countries. And what that means is that you as a business can come in and match the risk of your physical goods to a local index, highly, highly targeted. It has never, ever been done before. So here's how it works. It's incredibly simple. In this example, a food business is worried about the price going over 200 euros a ton. And in November, it went up to 210. The difference is, of course, 10, and we pay out automatically to replace that lost income. And because index insurance means all of this is agreed in advance, so our platform plays out automatically in 48 hours. So we're, of course, small. We're here as a startup, but we're backed by giants. We already are a Lloyd's cover holder. Global underwriters underwrite the risk, and some of them have invested, as well as some of the biggest players in our space. So 4 long years of R&D, and I'm delighted to be here because really it's our official launch. In January, we go across Europe and launching in 2 ways. So we sell B2B to corporate clients, and for farmers, obviously huge cost of acquisition problem, we go through aggregators. That might be banks, that might be insurers, it might be co-ops. These people who have an existing relationship. So let's meet Sarah, and we'll see the demo of just how simple we've made it to protect your business. Okay. There we go. So the first thing, she answers one of 3 questions. How long do you want to protect your business? So let's say August next year. The second question, how much do you want to protect? You can protect as little or as much as you like. So let's say 100,000 liters. And finally, the most important one, at what price does that cause you a problem for your business? You can move the slider to create your exact protection. And behind the scenes, our algos are pricing that automatically. You buy your insurance premium, you pay, and you get your certificate automatically. Let's go back. So, deliberately, unbelievably simple for our clients, but behind the scenes, incredibly complex. We worked for 3 years with Harvard, Liverpool, Lisbon universities to work on 3 sets of algos. We run 62 trillion simulations across these indexes to look at the historical prices, to predict what will happen in the future. But that's not enough. You also need to peer into the future. So we ingest futures markets automatically to see if there's a correlated price that can give us a better price signal and accurately protect the risk. And the final one, of course, is we need to diversify this portfolio. With over 3,000 commodities, from turkeys to trees and you name it, we have to diversify, and that's what the algo does automatically. So, a lot of PhDs, a lot of data scientists, of course, as you'd expect. But the most important thing is we have the team who can deliver this. They've joined us from hedge funds, trade houses, and some of the best banks on the planet. It's an extraordinary team that I'm very proud to represent. And of course, this does need to happen. We have a growing population, and we need to grow more with less. And the technology's there. It's coming, it's exciting. But if you're going to invest in technology, you need the confidence to place that investment. So Stable is delivering financial confidence to our clients. And that's important for their future. But let's be honest, it's actually about all of our futures. So thank you for listening.
Judges.
Hey.
Hi. Congratulations. It's super interesting. It seems to me that it's kind of analogous to a hedge that people might do on stocks or on FX.
Correct.
And I think one of the issues that at least smaller businesses have with hedges is that they're very expensive.
Yeah.
So in this case, Is this affordable to sort of the smaller farmers, the smaller businesses, or is your target, bigger size organizations?
Definitely bigger farmers. We obsess over affordability, okay? So we know what they're willing to pay. The algo never shows them more than 6% of the asset price. So we have exact information about what our guys will pay. And so we adjust that. In terms of the food companies, which makes up 90% of our market, we know we can get closer to the risk. And that's what they love. It's not, if you're sat in your Heineken and you can protect what you're growing in France in malting barley, but actually 40% of what they grow is in Australia. So for them, we have an Australian index for malting barley, and we can actually help them with that precise risk.
And how do you think of your own exposure, right? Because naturally, you'll be taking a lot of the extreme swings, especially when prices go very high. Yeah. Would you hedge yourself with futures, or how do you maintain a neutral exposure?
So at the moment we don't, because what you've got to think about is our global underwriters, this is already uncorrelated for them. So this has never, ever been done before, okay? So if you've got a few billion in property and casualty and another load in auto, well, this already sits very well. But we're already shoving up a diverse portfolio before it even gets to their wider portfolio. So we have to be very, very careful. But ultimately, what we're offering is stop loss, or a put spread, or a call spread. So we already, sorry to use derivative language, but we're already offering effectively out-of-the-money options that actually have a limit there as well. And when you spread that risk, just like a traditional mixed farmer, you are absolutely able to work on that diversification. But it takes a lot of data science. It's a huge portfolio, as you can imagine.
And it means you have to spread your risk geographically and then crop-wise pretty quickly. I mean, you mentioned turkeys and trees, pretty different commodities. Can you talk about just how you think about from a portfolio yourself, what's optimal?
So when I first started, I was obsessed because my original idea was to build this company like a traditional mixed farmer. So I was like, oh my goodness, I've got to spread it all across these commodities. But what the algo is doing is it's doing it in 4 dimensions. So yes, crop, yes, geography, but yes, time, the time sections that are protecting, and also the price. So all of those together create an enormous amount of diversification, and that's actually what we're doing. But we look after fish for people like Birdseye, wild fish, to trees, to milk. I mean, it is so diverse, it's extraordinary, and deliberately so. We never get involved in traded commodities because there would be systemic risk. Right. We are the niche, and I love being in that niche. Yeah. Any more questions?
Give us a bit more of a picture about the customer.
Yeah. So, like I say, 90% of our clients are food buyers, so we're talking already to over 300 of Europe's biggest food buyers. 10% of farmers, okay? So on the food buyer front, let's start there. Ultimately, they're either CFOs. We don't touch them if they're less than 30 mil turnover. They need to have that level of sophistication, let's say. They need to be, the CFO. As you go bigger to the Nestlés of this world, you're talking at treasury level. And we've delivered an absolute precise product for them, because not only can they insure one index, but they can bolt on other indexes to create a blended index for their entire treasury department. And that is extraordinary. And you can only do that with the sheer number of commodities that we have. So not just food, but also the packaging. So we can blend it between the plastic as well as the commodity, and that creates an unbelievably targeted product.
And just a little follow-up, and how are they managing this issue at the moment?
Well, it's either you take it on your balance sheet, or you try and hedge, indirectly, and it's a mess, frankly. Like, me as a farmer in the UK, if I wanted to protect my wheat, I'd have to do that on Matif. Well, I mean, leaving aside Brexit, that's a huge currency risk, and it goes on all across the industry. You just have these small centers. If you're a Vietnamese coffee farmer, well, the New York Futures coffee price is almost irrelevant to you. So we need to get to the Vietnamese index, and that is the product that they need, and it's their real risk.
As you think about some of these larger customers, like I personally have never thought about a hedge as a product that I go into a web portal and just buy. They're typically sold and negotiated. So
Totally,
do you imagine a sales team that's doing kind of one-off negotiations with some of these customers, or do you see the web portal being the future?
If you think about our team, so we've had the ex-head of derivative sales from Rabo joined us, others from JP Morgan. It goes on and on and on. They've done this. We have a combined experience of 80 years. And so we already know these clients. Often they've been working with them for decades. And as a good example, they might have already done, say, something like cocoa. But actually, if you're someone like Ferrero, Nutella, well, what about hazelnuts? You know, hazelnuts are not traded. So we are not interested in the cocoa element, but we can help them with the hazelnuts. And that's perfect for us.
Is there, everyone okay? Is there something that is implicit in maybe the potential impact of this? So commodities going less to waste, shall we say? Yeah. Or is there an environmental aspect?
Well, there is, because if you think, like, you know, I pointed out about robotics, plant-based proteins, all of this. I mean, the ag tech environment is extraordinary. It's the most exciting space. I'm slightly biased. But actually, no one ever thinks about the affordability of this. If you want an autonomous tractor, yet your soya price dropped by 30% next year, that's about the worst investment decision you can ever make. So we're working with people like Syngenta to embed it into their products, or like the machinery guys, to say, hey, if your underlying revenue drops, don't worry about it. We'll cover you. You won't pay those lease repayments. Or so do you see what I mean? We're acting like an unbelievable catalyst, and it's all about confidence. And I love that indirect benefits.
Yeah.
It's huge.
And where do you get, on one of your slides, the Australia-New Zealand raw milk index. Where do you get the data for that?
Well, this is massive, because hopefully you're thinking about how defensible this is, okay? So yes, the data science, but the index is obviously at the core of what we do. So we have a team, ex-Rabo team, and all they do is actually get on planes often and actually go and get these indexes, because they're not on Bloomberg. You know, we actually have had to go to Colombia to work with the Colombian Coffee Index, and that represents a huge amount of work and obviously a huge barrier. So it is core to what we do.
How do you think of potential market manipulation, especially when you go so granular?
Well, they don't, because ultimately, about insurance, you have to have this thing, insurable interest, okay? So they have to prove to us that they have a real risk before they can come into the system. We actively, not just from a KYC perspective, we also use algos to spot if they're actually looking and changing the price a lot. And we also search for arbitrage opportunities, and that's what we're looking for in the futures markets. And if it spots an arbitrage opportunity, we shut it down. And not just that, we change the price by hundredths of a cent every time. So it's almost impossible to actually game it.
Final question. You all good? All right, give it up for Stable.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That concludes the Startup Battlefield Finals. Come back at the very end of today. We will be presenting the award to the winner. There's going to be a giant check. There's going to be confetti. It's going to be awesome. You should absolutely be here for that. Before that can happen, of course, the judges have to follow me backstage and choose the winner. Before they go, let's give it up one more time for our judges.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back TechCrunch Managing Editor and Disrupt MC, Jordan Crook.
Thank you, fellow coworkers. All right, the Battlefield finals are over, but we will be deliberating to figure out who should win. Do you guys have votes? Does anybody have a favorite? Shout it out. You guys are good at shouting things out. What? Wavadafa? Yeah? For shouting something out, would you like to come on stage and take a selfie? That's what enthusiasm gets you, folks. Cheap selfies. Never forget it. I don't have a phone. I hope you do. Perfect. We all have phones now. What's your name? Ron? And what company do you work for?
I work for Hatched in Australia.
Hatched. And are you having fun?
Great time, yeah. It's very cold. It was 41 degrees when I left. So.
You mean outside or inside?
Outside.
Okay, good. The temperature's good in here, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Do you want to take a selfie with the stage in the background or them? Or both? One of each, yeah, I think so. Okay. Everyone smile. All right. I really just had to kill time for all of that stage set, but I appreciate you, Ron. Okay. Next on stage, please welcome the co-founder and CEO of UiPath, Daniel Dines, and your moderator, Daryl Etherington. Warm welcome, please.
Thanks.
Welcome, Daniel.
Thank you, Daryl.
All right, so UiPath. I think I read that your company is now worth $7 billion?
Well, supposedly, yeah.
Supposedly, depending on how you evaluate things. But you raised that round earlier this year. It was 586 million, is that right?
Yeah, more than half a billion.
What?
More than half a billion.
More than half a million. So I think a lot of people here would appreciate if you just told them how to do that.
Well, I started early, like in 2005, and then after 10 years of struggle, we were able to raise a tiny seed round from our friends here in Germany, Early Bird, which is good fun.
Yeah.
And I learned a lot during my early, days of raising capital. Our first raise took us 14 months to complete. And
that one probably wasn't $500 million.
No, it was like 1.6 million. And then our last round took only less than 2 months to complete, from the first discussions to money in the bank.
Wow, okay. So tell me a little bit about that struggle you mentioned. You said there are 10 years of struggle?
Yeah.
Like, how was it in the beginning? Because it's really been recent that the inflection point has come on for your growth in terms of your customer numbers and revenue. So what's the early years look like, and how do you keep going, I guess, during that time?
Well, before starting UiPath, I used to work for Microsoft in Seattle, but I wasn't feeling so comfortable there in the West Coast, and I had a crazy idea to start a company.
Right.
And go back, and I thought that going back to Bucharest, Romania would be the best, which is a stupid idea.
Well, yeah. So what about it, though, appealed to you specifically? What?
Well, I knew the culture, and I was able to hire some engineers without paying crazy, salaries. But it was really before knowing anything. It was before even TechCrunch. TechCrunch started like 2006, started to watch it from Romania, not from the US. But I made all the stupid mistakes possible in building a startup, like failing too slow, keeping on a product too much.
Right.
It's been really a disaster. But somehow we built a technology under the umbrella of computer vision. And that we kept going and going with that stuff. And we were really lucky to find a very big market.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, this market, let's talk a bit about that too. Like the product is robotic process automation.
Yeah.
Right? RPA is the fancy term. But I guess, can you just give us a summary of that for people that might not be as familiar with what that is?
Well, I start a bit of how we do work today. What defines our work? It's been shaped a lot during the 70s and the 80s. Personal computer, and then the graphical user interface, and then email, productivity tool, line of business application. So nowadays, all we do is to read email, take some data from an email, work in a document, send it to someone else, ask from an approval. But we use these systems by the graphical user interface, right? Business people make these processes. If you have a manager and they ask you, send me every week a report about the stock exchange in Berlin.
Right.
Okay, this is work.
Yep.
How do you do the work? You do your research, you use the interface. If you want to automate this work, let's say, you will have to translate the work you do visually into some APIs code. But that's not an easy translation, and it's not a one-to-one translation, and it requires a lot of development time, product managers to understand between the two worlds, the business analyst and the developers. But our technology simply follow people's steps. We work with the we touch the system via the user interface.
Okay.
So I can train our technology to really replicate the steps that you do. So you don't change the infrastructure. You don't have to translate into a computer language. You use human-readable interfaces. It's the equivalent of self-driving cars. It's basically use the same technology, which is called computer vision.
Yeah. So is that then, I mean, you brought up self-driving cars. I think that's a good kind of analogy. Is there a danger then that it's just a bridge technology and that eventually you get to a point where perhaps if we have more advanced AI, like that, you skip this step where you require this kind of translation of the human input into machine input?
Well, first of all, we use a lot of AI into implementing our own technology. Right. Computer vision is based on, there are a lot of deep learning models that we do behind the scene. But I can tell you right now, it's not only for legacy systems. We use it internally, and we save to the tune of 100,000 hours per year, which is the equivalent of maybe 60, 70 people work.
Right.
Our customers include Uber, Google, Facebook. So it's a technology that applies everywhere because it really taps into the nature of work.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, it's interesting you mentioned that you use it internally. So you dog food everything, obviously. Yeah. And how does that work? Like, is it something where you find that your culture readily kind of adopts to that, or do you find, because I feel like with something like this, not that I like doing these things, but that I am used to them and that it might be difficult to adjust because people are naturally static in their behavior, right? So how does that work for yourself?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, and this is what we've seen internally. Yeah. Especially if you are in a company that grows a lot, you start with a small group of people. They build some manual processes. They don't feel any need to automate them.
Right.
The frequency of those processes is small.
Yeah. So and everybody just knows.
And everybody just knows, and you suddenly have to grow, and then people that had multiple heads, separate one head only to this process, and they hire a bunch of people, and we find ourselves with 300 people in our corporate group.
Right.
Which is a lot, only in finance, to do a lot of, processing, invoice processing, and all this stuff.
Oh yeah, you get whole departments that are just process managers, or like sub-departments that are process managers. Right?
And we didn't really think of consuming our software because we had to scale so fast, because it's faster to add people to the problem. And that was wrong, inherently wrong. Now we started for, past 18 months to really push brutally our technology within our company. And I told everybody, this is not to replace people, this is to make your job better.
But so on that point, like you did have layoffs, and it sounds like the layoffs are coincident with when you've realized some of these efficiencies, right? Is that directly correlated? Like, aren't people actually losing their jobs? Or let's get into why those layoffs happen.
I would go later in the nature of automation and its relation to job losses. But I can tell you about us. We scale from 2015 from 10 employees into today to 3,000 employees. We hired 2,000 people in the past 18 months.
Right.
Beginning of this year, we were 2,000 people. We will end the year with 3,000 people. It's kind of natural when you scale as fast to have a lot of issues, first of all, in the organizational design. A lot of overlap jobs that, different people, you end up creating silos. And at some point, you have to be able to change the organization. And we had a lot of, being able to do an IPO was really a big initiative. But I discovered that actually some of our own people use the IPO as a reason to slow down our processes. So we stopped becoming really a customer-first company. So now, that was one of the primary reasons of this rework. Get rid of, bureaucracy, streamline processes, becoming much more agile. And I'm really happy with what's going on in this front. And second, you need to, despite the fact that we have hundreds of millions in the bank, we have to be in control of our destiny. So we want to be profitable, you know, in the short horizon of time.
Right.
In 2020, our aim is to break even.
So one of the aims you mentioned there was toward in service. You felt like it was a response to the plan to go IPO because you had planned what, 1 year to 2 years as of the beginning of.
It was one of the reasons.
Yeah.
We have introduced bureaucracy and, you know, a lot of redundant jobs.
Yeah.
And,
So is that at all related to your CFO's departure? Because you hired the CFO, Marie Myers, I believe, at the beginning of the year, and then she's now finishing out her term. Was that an incompatibility that you're talking about related to culture, or is that?
Well, I wouldn't say it's related to IPO readiness or specific things.
Okay.
But what I can tell, in a hyper growth company, it's normal for executives to depart. 50% executive churn, it's normal in a company. I really like Marie, and we had a very friendly and positive departure, but she was not the right choice for UiPath. That was all. She's a fantastic, great individual. But it happens.
Yep.
It's many companies, it happens.
So what about the IPO plans? Are those still, because you mentioned taking control of your own destiny, is that still the ultimate goal, or do you anticipate going back to the market for more funding privately prior to that, or what?
Well, we might. It really depends on the market conditions around IPO. We plan for an IPO somewhere in 2021. We'll really see about it. Market is still very strong. The private capital market can offer really high valuation. That is, right now, they are very close with public valuation. So IPO, it's just another fundraising event, and it's a good milestone for us and for all our employees.
So on the fundraising too, I heard a story, or read a story, that you refused $1 billion in funding from SoftBank, from SoftBank's venture arm.
Yeah.
Is that true? Can you?
Well, I met Masa, and it was funny. He's an intense man.
Oh yeah.
And I went to him, and I was a bit right. And I said, we really don't burn too much money. We are a very efficient business. And he said to me, this is stupid. You should burn a lot of money. Take $1 billion now from me, burn it, and come next year, and I'll give you another $1 billion.
That doesn't sound so wise in retrospect.
Well, at that point, that was August 2018. So at that point, still, it looked wise, but
yeah, everything was rosy then, right? So let's talk a bit about kind of future plans product-wise. So we talked about future financial of the company, but like, what are you looking at next? What are you going to tackle next? We talked about the acquisitions. Are you going to make more acquisitions, or?
Yeah, I'm really happy with the acquisition that we made because it allowed us to extend from pure RPA. We are an end-to-end automation platform. So we have tools that help our customers into the process discovery phase, which is kind of a bottleneck. So we have acquired a process mining company that we are integrating completely into RPA, a Dutch company. We build our own stuff because we use our own. Thank you. We use our own computer vision to discover what people actually do on there and do some good recommendation for automations. We also have launched a tool for business analysts. Because automation require, at least our existing tool, require a bit of programming expertise.
Some kind of expertise or knowledge, yeah.
Not huge, but some. And now we've built a tool for business analysts that requires just to be proficient in a tool like Microsoft Excel. They will be able to automate simple activities.
Yeah.
And we've seen really fantastic adoption of this of this new platform.
And is that deployed? That's already shipping?
Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes. It's in public preview.
And do you plan to kind of expand how sophisticated the tasks are that can handle?
Yeah, exactly. Right now we plan, and it's bringing a lot of cognitive technologies to be able to extend. Because naturally, our technology being emulating people, we have to progress more into cognitive things.
Right.
Because you have to, if you look at all the invoices in the world, once you've seen a few invoices, I can show you whatever invoice in English, and you'll be able to tell me what are the line items, everything. You don't have to, I don't have to train you to give you templates and anything. This is how we learn. So we build machine learning models to become smarter and smarter, to work like people.
Great. This kind of ties back into one thing we stepped away from, but what about criticism that it is a job replacement thing, or that because you're doing this instead of having...
Yeah, so coming back to this. Automation very rarely was able to replace jobs. Because people rarely do simple tasks. Their job is compounded by a series of tasks, right? We call them activities. We are able to automate some of these activities, but it's very rare that you can automate a job in itself. And I've seen a McKinsey prediction that only 5% of jobs in the world now can be fully automated by the state-of-the-art technology. But technology can change jobs. This is very important. And can change jobs for better. I'll give you a totally unrelated example from farming. And we've seen a startup here in the... Look, think how farming looked 100 years ago. And it was a really tough job.
Very manual.
Very manual. Farming is fun now. You look only at screens and you have, GPS. And
like a video game.
It's like a video game. It's fun. I like to be a farmer. No, it's fun to be a farmer. We will make jobs to be fun again.
Oh, great. Okay, so you're talking about like essentially changing the quality, right? The quality of how time is spent.
Yeah, we are saying we take the robot out of human. Because nobody wants to do the activities that we can automate.
Right. And how do you help the, we touched on this a little bit too, but how do you help the transition of the worker, right? Who is used to doing this thing and who also still has to do that task to some extent to contribute to the learning of how to automate it, right? But how do you then reorient them so that they know how to take advantage of the new time they have, or retraining, I suppose?
Well, first of all, there always be exceptions that only humans can deal with. So some of them, instead of spending time doing the repetitive part, will deal only with the exceptions. Maybe most of the invoice may be paid automatically, but some of them require calling the customer. It's much better to spend your time calling the customer, offering a good experience. And this is our experience. People are moving from more of really process-oriented jobs into more customer-focused jobs. So it's better for their customers, better for employees, better for everybody.
Okay, great. So what do you see in like 10 years' time? What does the workforce look like in terms of automation? How much is it penetrated, I guess?
Well, to me, 10 years is really a big time horizon. I never thought more than 6 to 2 years top.
Okay, let's give it 2 years out.
2 years. I think that in 2 years, the big top 10,000 companies in the world will seriously adopt automation as a priority. And the shift in this wave cannot be stopped. And people will understand that robots are their friends. It's a lot of Terminator kind of culture in the Western world, that robots are your enemies. Actually, robots are your friends. You have a robot in your kitchen. You have a robot that is, cleaning the floors.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's pretty rosy. I'm looking forward to that. So thanks. I think we're just about out of time, but appreciate the conversation.
That's great. Thank you, Daryl. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Wow. So you guys can be enthusiastic, just not for me, is what I just learned. Feels good. Real good. Okay, let's welcome our next guest. We're going to be talking about travel tech opportunities. Please welcome to the stage partner at Sequoia Capital, Andrew Reed, and Julian Stiefel, co-founder and co-CEO of Tourlane, as well as your moderator, Josh Constein. Warm welcome, please.
So we're here in the home of $45 million funded Tourlane, and you're here from the United States, their investor. Does that mean that every time people come to Berlin, you have to play the tour guide for them?
No, actually not. I mean,
or is that, do you have interns for that now?
You know, I mean, if Andrew comes, I've showed him around, but it's not, I mean, by now he has seen Berlin, I'm pretty sure, quite a bit.
Okay, so you have to just be fiercely passionate about the travel space to compete. There's just so many different people trying so many different things in this space. And this is your second company that you've built in this area. So what is your superhero origin story that makes you the right person to start a travel startup?
Yeah. So to answer this question, let me take you back 20, 25 years. I grew up in a small city in the south of Germany. It's called Heidelberg. Together with my co-founder, whose name is also Julian. And back then, I remember going to offline travel agencies together with my parents. And I remember walking in there and then getting out with a stack of big, thick catalogs. And afterwards, we would sit down and go through the catalogs trying to find a good deal. And I mean, growing up, Julian and me, we traveled quite a bit, mostly to places like off the beaten path. And throughout those trips, we realized one thing, how frustrating and how time-consuming it actually is to plan such trips. I mean, if you think about it, you go through millions of websites, you buy guidebooks, you talk to friends, and at the end, you spend more time planning the trip than you're actually enjoying it. And this was for us the moment when we said, okay, why not combine the service of an offline travel agency, very similar to the ones that we used to go to with our parents. And we combine that service with the speed and the comfort of the internet. And that was how Tourlane was born.
So I think everybody out there loves to travel. Like if you ask people, they're like, everyone's a foodie and everyone loves to travel, right? And so I feel like just having that passion or having experience traveling can't be enough. What is it that makes you want to stick in this industry? And philosophically, why do you care about waking up every morning and doing this?
Yeah. So I mean, my first company, as you said, was also in travel, and this is also where my passion for travel originated from. My first company, it was actually, I founded it out of university together with a few friends, university friends. And back then we wanted to build the biggest peer-to-peer rental company here out of Germany. And eventually we sold our company to Airbnb when they wanted to internationalize from the States here to Europe. And over the course of that time, my passion for travel grew, and overall it's a very, very interesting, very fun space to work at, that on the one side customers love, and the other side also employees love. And it's just a very, very cool product industry to be working in.
Though I imagine if you're working in tours, travelers, they're extremely excited, but they also get pissed off pretty quickly when things go wrong. Does that really make you guys like a customer service company? And how much of the headache and how much of these headaches of these clients do you have to take on?
So when we founded Tourlane, we took one very fundamental decision, which was that we wanted to own the entire customer journey. From the first click, when somebody is in the internet browsing for their next destination, over the planning and booking phase, then the excitement before the trip itself, but also when somebody comes back. And of course, I mean, in general, our mission is to build the best customer experience possible, and that means that also Tourlane is available 24/7 whenever the customer wants to talk to us. When there are things that might go wrong, we are always there to help and eventually create the best trips, best experience, best adventures possible.
That sounds a little bit stressful, but I want to ask you a little bit more, Andrew. So Sequoia has funded Tourlane, Airbnb, and a lot more in travel. How can startups in the audience that are competing in a really competitive space, how do they stand out to VCs and get funding like Tourlane has?
Yeah, I think the reality is that there's a lot of startups out there, and at Sequoia and any of the top VCs, we're investing in each of us 0 to 2 companies per year. So it's about finding not one of many companies in a theme. It's about finding these outliers with special founders. So I think both Julians are exceptional, and the minute they do their first presentation, they kind of jump out of the room as authentic and passionate and super talented, building a great team. Obviously, the product experience, like you actually look at customer reviews on the internet, like they deliver on the customer promise. And finally, it's I think a lot of times companies spend too much time worrying about how they fit into the broader competitive landscape vis-a-vis other startups. Like we have a line that I think Don Valentine coined, which is that most of our companies die from suicide, not homicide.
Right.
And it's about finding great founders in big enough markets and just executing year over year over year, quarter over quarter, and eventually building them into big things.
Yeah, I mean, when you're picking founders, I repeatedly hear from VCs that it's the ones that are the most passionate that they know are going to stick with the problem. And I think we see it on in the Battlefield stage right here, and you guys can all recognize this in the audience. When you see a founder that really seems like they're going to do this no matter what challenge they hit, those are the ones you think are going to win. But Sequoia is also investing in more European companies, but you guys haven't traditionally had staff here. Have you guys hired anybody for investing here in Europe?
We have nobody in Europe, but we have plenty of companies that are European companies. And I think I've heard a lot since I've even been here the last 2 hours about our stance in Europe. And I think I was watching this on the internet on the plane over, and I saw yesterday Sebastian at Klarna, where we got involved in 2010 and when it was a small startup in Stockholm. And whether it's Klarna or Unity, which was in Copenhagen when we backed them, or Skyscanner, which is in Edinburgh, or Graphcore, which is in Bristol. We have a bunch of companies here in Europe, but I think the reality is the US market and the Europe market, for most of these companies, is just one big market for customers and for talent. So look at UiPath, who's just on stage, right? They started in Bucharest, Romania, and re-headquartered to New York and have teams across the entire world. You think about companies like Front, where I'm involved. They have engineering in Paris, and they have the rest of the company in San Francisco. So it's kind of this, not thinking about the US market and the Europe market, thinking about it as kind of like the Western world, and we prosecute that from our San Francisco office today.
Do you guys recommend startups that you invest in Europe move to San Francisco, or how do you handle that idea of having the best talent, but also being the most scalable and having the lowest burn rate? Because I think we all know San Francisco is pretty unaffordable.
Yeah, I mean, I think every company is different. So some companies do decide to move to San Francisco or the Bay Area just because that's where a lot of the executives that have seen scale are. We have companies that stay headquartered over here and build offices in the US, and it's kind of a situation by situation deal for us. And
what defines that? Like, what makes you say, hey, this is not a company that I think might be better off launching a US headquarters versus, no, this is totally fine to stay at home?
Part of it is where the customers are. So if you're a Europe-based company with European customers, it doesn't make a ton of sense to just go move a bunch of your company to the US. Now, if you're a Europe-based company with US customers, it may make sense. And on top of that, if you need talent in areas that maybe are harder to find in your home market, either opening an office or, if not, re-headquartering probably makes sense.
What kind of talents do you find companies come to the United States looking for that they're not finding in Europe that maybe are opportunities for people to reskill into, or that Europe should be doing a better job of education about?
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is, I mean, at the engineer level, it's just as strong as it is in the Bay Area. In some sense, being more of a dominant player in a local market is much easier to attract A+ engineers than moving to San Francisco and competing with Facebook, Google, et cetera. I think the thing that the Bay Area has that's unique today is VPs of marketing that have run $100 million lines of business, you know, GMs, heads of sales, et cetera. Some of these more kind of VP level and above executives that have seen scale. But given the types of companies that we're seeing scaling in London and in Berlin, et cetera, like that market's going to change. And if you fast forward 5, 10 years, I think you're going to have a lot more of that talent in these markets.
Are you thinking about a US office, or how do you think about that decision of keeping your team here? Because I know you guys are Berlin-based.
Yeah. I mean, in general, we see individual trips as a global trend. Therefore, US is, I mean, it's a big market. Right now, I mean, Twilio was founded here, and right now it's centralized here in Europe. But again, it's a global trend, and therefore this is an opportunity for us.
So you sold your vacation rental startup Akalo to Airbnb. A lot of people, the acquisitions can be really tough. There's so many politics involved, so many moving parts, and it can be really scary actually to be absorbed into a bigger company, especially when they're not going to let your company run independently as a product, but are more going to absorb you into the rest of the organization. What advice would you have to entrepreneurs in the audience who might be going through or considering an acquisition process, to make sure that their team is as satisfied as they can, their product lives on, and they don't just sort of have their legacy, extinguished?
I mean, for us, when Airbnb acquired us, the situation was that Airbnb at that time was fully in the States, and we basically opened up the first office for Airbnb outside of the US. And therefore, for a good amount of time, we basically were here in Europe, and were like able to make sure that we get into the market and set up Airbnb Europe. Over time, then step by step, we like closer integrated, and in general, I think it's a matter of time that you need, and also adapt to the organization that you are acquired by.
Did you enjoy that experience of kind of being the European semi-independent arm of Airbnb rather than just being sort of pulled into the mothership?
Yeah. So, I mean, for me personally, when Airbnb acquired us, I was setting up the European online marketing out of Germany, and then after 1.5 years, moved over to San Francisco to work out of HQ. I think in general, it's working out of like an office that is not HQ here in Germany has its difficulties, and therefore it's extremely important that good relationships are built. And for me, it was extremely important to move over to San Francisco as well, and then help out there.
That seems like good advice that if you can be acquired by a company where you'll act as their international arm, you might have a little bit longer to be yourself, be your own company to some degree. But if you are going to eventually be absorbed into the HQ, make sure you're forming the alliances that you need so you can be in the place that you want to, and you're not just sort of some outsider being pulled in. But you also managed to receive investment for your new company from Nate, one of Airbnb's founders. Yes. How did you get your boss to invest in your next company? I think a lot of people aren't like, oh man, you're leaving? Like, here, let me give you money on your way out the door.
Yeah. No, I mean, Nate is, he is a mentor for me. I learned tremendously from him, and when I decided to move on from Airbnb and set up my new company, he was very, very supportive, and he gave me a ton of advice. And also then later on, when the product was there and we were like starting to raise first capital, he was also one of our earliest investors then.
Does that get a little bit awkward now that Airbnb is moving increasingly into experiences and a more holistic view of travel rather than just vacation home rentals? Are you guys competing directly now?
So, I mean, we are in the multi-day tour market, and what we do is we own the entire customer experience. We thereby have travel experts that are the core of our product. Experts who lived either in the destinations, they are trained in destination knowledge, We send those experts up to 4 weeks into the destinations so that they afterwards can consult our customers in the best way possible and really know the hidden gems and hidden spots in the destinations. In addition to that, I mean, we leverage technology to enable our experts and to overall build a seamless customer experience. Therefore, we basically have a model where we are in the same individual travel market, but we have a different approach.
But it seems like I'm trying to see where the moat is there, because it seems like Airbnb has barged into a bunch of new business spaces that I think a lot of people would say, oh, that's going to require too much human capital, or they don't have experience there, but they're just such a massive destination for traffic for people who want to travel that they're able to figure this out. So, what happens if Airbnb were to copy all of that? How would you beat them?
So, I mean, first of all, like building up this end-to-end customer experience is something where you really have to rethink how 21st century customer experience in travel should look like. There are a lot of different components that right now like a travel website, an OTA, cannot fulfill in the way we can fulfill by setting up with this holistic end-to-end view. On the other side, I mean, we are leveraging more and more data to really get our trips better and better. And I think, this is overall very, very difficult to copy in the entire experience.
I don't know. I hear that holistic approach, which to me feels more like a philosophy than a defensible piece of technology or process, and that it's a lot of moving parts together, which is certainly difficult to coordinate. But these big businesses are used to the bureaucracy of coordinating all that. So I hope to see you guys figure out more on the defensible side of that part of it. So when I tried to book a Tourlane tour recently, an actual staffer from your company called me on the telephone. And I mean, first, did you guys know that startups still use telephones? That blew my mind. But seriously, is that a scalable model?
It is. So again, our travel experts are the heart of our product. It's not possible for technology to tell you how it smells when you walk through the Serengeti in Tanzania. It's just not. And therefore, we build the experience around our experts to create this unique adventures and also consult our customers in the best way possible. We are constantly testing new different types of communication channels, phone just being one of them. Eventually, the travel expert, though, is in the heart, and we enable them through technology.
I mean, is it that you make enough margin on these bookings that it's okay to even have humans involved? Because, look at Airbnb as an example. It's like booking a home, I might spend hundreds of dollars on them, but I never talk to a human being. It seems like an extremely scalable process. So do you guys need to introduce more artificial intelligence or other communication methods to make sure that you guys can actually make enough money off of this process while still supporting a human staff?
Yeah. So, first of all, we have a really variety of trips that we can offer. So we are extremely flexible, from the 1,500 euro round trip in South Africa to the 60,000 euro scuba diving trip on the Galapagos Islands. We are bundling a lot of different components. So our trips always consist of flights, accommodation, activities, transport, insurance, and then basically, we bundle that in one trip, one package, and when the customer likes it, they can book it. Compared to other OTAs and other travel players in the market who are more focusing on individual verticals, we see a big advantage there in terms of the size then of the trip.
Yeah, I can imagine that people are spending a lot more if they're booking hotels, experiences, accommodations, all in one thing. But I'm just still trying to see how this is a tech business. Do you think you should be valued as a tech business if you're so reliant on human capital?
Yes. So
Or maybe I should just ask Andrew. Andrew, do you think they should be valued as a tech business if they're so based in human capital?
Yeah, I think there are, well, just taking a step back, I think if you look at online travel today, I think there are two things it does really well. Number one is I need a flight tomorrow to Munich before 10 a.m. at the lowest price. Like that's been solved very handily.
Totally.
The second thing is just broad inspiration. I'm scrolling through Instagram. I want to go to the Galapagos Islands. I want to go to South Africa. But what online travel does not do today is, number one, figure out actually how to go book these different things in a foreign country, in a different language. A lot of them don't even accept online bookings. You don't know how to get to the website, number one. Number two, making it all fit together. So, a flight to a car, to a hotel, to a car, to an activity, to a car, et cetera. That is not something that online travel does today. And finally, this notion of a consolidated itinerary, right? Like, think about how many documents you have to, save in reservation numbers, confirmation numbers, phone numbers, something gets canceled, how do you change things? Like, all of that is currently not available on the internet, hence why Tourlane's growing so quickly. So I think that's the thing that we appreciate about the business is, number one, wide open market, trillions of dollars of bookings every year. Number two, there is nobody on the internet that can actually do the things that they do in terms of providing that holistic customer experience. And finally, the scalability of the model that they've built, I think, has us incredibly excited about their long-term potential.
So maybe it's less about trying to get the human capital out of the business and more just saying if you're in the right market and you're growing fast enough, then that's plenty, and you don't actually have to eliminate every human. Because I think we see a lot of big tech giants pretending like they're getting rid of the humans in the process, whether it's content moderation at Facebook, or transcription at Amazon. They're saying, oh, we're doing more and more of this with AI, when in reality you learn that it's a lot of humans on the backside. That doesn't make them a bad business. It just means it's a different business.
Yeah, and we care about, just the add-on to that, we care about two things, really. Number one is customer experience. I mean, people come back from tour lanes saying, I just took a tour lane. Not, people don't say, I booked my flight on Kayak. They forget that 2 seconds later, right? So there's this customer experience that leads to organic growth and referrals and repeat business. That's amazing for online travel. That does not typically exist on online travel. And the second thing is just building a good business. Like we are all business people, and what we care about is long-term free cash flow generation, and whether or not that means 0 humans or 2 humans or 6,000 humans, so long as the business works at a fundamental level and there's a sustainable path towards profitability, we should invest in that all day.
That's great, and I think that's a great point of insight to companies out there, is that you don't have to necessarily eliminate every human in your process as long as you've got a great customer experience. But I wanted to go back to one thing that you said. You were talking about that your agents, they know the hidden gems, right? They know the secret spots. But do you ever feel a responsibility for flooding those secret spots with so many people that they're kind of being overrun, and they might even have ecological issues from that? And are you guys doing anything to offset that?
Yes. So we know about our responsibility there, and our trips that we are creating, that we want to create, are unique experience, and we don't want to create and support mass tourism. I think this is extremely important. Therefore, we really watch out where we send our customers, the types of accommodations we choose, the types of trips that we offer. That's the one side, and then also on the other side, of course, it's about, it's long-distance flights. Therefore, we are offsetting our flights with carbon emission certificates to try to be as sustainable as possible.
Oh, you guys are doing carbon offsets for your trips? That's really great to hear. I would definitely like to hear more, just maybe you could tell me, it's like if you send, it's one thing to send a ton of people to Venice, where it's used to accommodating an insane number of tourists, but to send them on some tiny little back island of Bali in Indonesia, that island may not be able to absorb even 100 tourists a day. So what do you do in those situations to make sure that that those places are being protected?
Yeah. So we work very closely together with local partners in the different destinations. That help us to make sure that the places in the country stay sustainable and are not overrun. And I think this relationship with the local partners is extremely, extremely important to balance this.
Totally. I hope more startups out there will look to that second order of consequences to their business and make sure that they're doing enough to offset that, not just building a great business. But speaking of building a great business, one final question. Maybe you guys could give us just some rapid fire answers of what are the other spaces that are ripe in the travel business? If you had to build a new company or you had to fund another company, what would it be in the travel space that you want to see built that somebody out there might be able to build for us?
I'm especially curious what Julian thinks.
So I think there's a lot of potential within the inspiration phase, and especially how to leverage social better to inspire people and help them to pick the right next best destination for them.
That's great. I think everyone spends a ton of time looking at pretty pictures on Instagram, but there's a very tenuous connection between that and actually hitting that book button, and that's what startups like you really need. So hopefully someone else out there can build that discovery mechanism. Thanks so much to you guys, Julian, Andrew, and thank you everyone for watching.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, thank you. All right, up next, we have the President and Chief Strategy Officer of Samsung Electronics. Please welcome to the stage Young Sun and your moderator, Matt Burns.
President Sun, thanks for joining us.
Oh, just call me Young, please.
Oh,
Yeah.
Young. Okay. Well, if I had the title President, I would make everybody call me President.
No. Yeah.
Well, I thank you for joining us. It's quite a treat to have you here. I'm going to start out with a quote. We talked earlier, and you said, "I'm not a company guy. I'm an entrepreneur. I started my first company out of my MIT dorm room, but now you're the president of Samsung. Why Samsung?"
Well, I think it's a global platform. And when I started my first company, it was hard. I learned a lot about mistakes one made, and also actually you learn a lot by doing it. And then eventually, you build your companies, you take an IPO, and then you want to scale that experience and being able to use that experience to build even bigger platform. Maybe that's probably why.
Yeah, I think a lot of people out there are in the opposite, right? They're at the big corporation right now, but they have this entrepreneurial mindset, and they want to start a new company, but they can't for financial reasons. They can't leave their job. So how can they exist in a corporation but have this founder mindset?
Well, that's a really interesting point. For me, I'm kind of done the whole 360 turns, and every opportunity, whether it's a small, large, or medium size, which I all played, I think they all have an opportunity to be an innovator and disruptor and be able to change so they can create more value propositions. So I think that it's our mindset. Even big companies like Samsung, which is a $250 billion company, and it requires energy, it requires change, it needs a disruption. And how do you do that in large corporations?
Yeah, exactly.
Just like small companies do.
Right, right. So I guess my question is, what advice do you give to people on how to be a disruptor while still not getting fired?
Well, I think that taking risk is always important, and also kind of learning about really the outside the box. So many of us are in silos. So how do you get comfortable with learning new ideas, being able to reach out to outside of your group? Because I think the problem with large corporation is everybody's boxed in because of the organization, division structure, functions. And how do you cross-communicate? How do you create a multidisciplinary actions? And then really focus on customers.
Sure.
Focus on the end pain point. If you do that, then I think you can energize the teams to work on common problems. Maybe that's one way you can mobilize the organization and take some risk.
Yeah. Samsung has operations throughout the world, but we're in Europe. What is it about Berlin that you find especially special?
Well, Berlin for me is very special. First of all, we have a very large operation in Europe. We have over 25,000 people. And in Germany alone, we have over 3,000 people. And one of our business that we acquired, Harman International, is actually origined with a Anglo-German background. Becker Radio was a part of German company, that Harman acquired and then eventually became part of Samsung. So in many of the brands that you're used to, whether it's a JBL, AKG, whether it is Infinity, whether it's all the automobile companies that are out there with the sound systems that all actually have a German engineering that are part of the origin. They came from here, and we have a very large organization that are part of an ecosystem. And Berlin is a great place. It has a lot of energy, a lot of entrepreneurism, and very open communities. So I love coming up here.
You just told me backstage that you spend half your time traveling. Do you have a house in Europe?
I do. Actually, I only have one house in Europe, and it's in Berlin.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah. What made you fall in love with here? Not the business, personally.
Right. No, I just think that it has a really good context of my interest, which is technology, as well as the location, which is very convenient center, except the airport, maybe.
Oh, yes.
Hopefully soon it's going to get better. But other than that, really is a great performance for the kind of talent you can get. And also, I don't look at Berlin as just for Germany. I think it's really center for European talent that can all come together and building new ecosystem and business. So we're very excited about making some good investment here as well.
Oh, right. Just yesterday, we announced on TechCrunch that you invested in WeFox.
Right. Right.
What does WeFox do, and why did you invest in them?
Yeah, WeFox is a very disruptive company. Basically, they want to apply the cloud mobile technology and really the IoT data to change the traditional insurance model. As you know, if you think about your insurance model today, it is still very old approach, right? With paper, pen, faxes, and being able to reach out. It's a great business. Sure. But at the end of the day, the business needs to change. And I think what WeFox want to do is digitalize, mobilize, and using data to give you a much more personal insurance experience. And I'm really happy that we can be a part of Syndicate. They have joined the investment. I don't know whether Julian is here. Raise hand, please, Julian.
No,
please stand up. I think Julian is the latest unicorn that joined the scene from Europe. And now there are about 30 unicorns out of Europe, I guess.
So speaking of Europe, if you were to be an entrepreneur again and found a company in Europe, where in Europe would you do it? There's Paris and London, Berlin.
Well, that's a tough question.
I know, that's what I do. I ask you the tough questions. Sir.
Well, given our interest in global footprint, I think there are many great places to start. Depend on your focus on business, depend on your talent. Clearly, I think Berlin has a good, what I call performance to value ratio. Mm-hmm. So if you think about one, you can actually get a talent from around the world. Two, actually, the cost of living and cost of engineering is very competitive. So in that sense, I think it's a very good place to start. But obviously, depend on your business, depend on which market you want to go after, will dictate your priorities.
What about America? Is Trump helping or hurting the startup ecosystem there?
I'd rather not want to comment on Trump.
Why is that?
I think that, let me just say, sometimes business runs despite political system.
Okay, but you spend a lot of your time in Silicon Valley.
I sure do, yes.
Right, so you spend, how much time in Silicon Valley do you work?
Oh, well, we have a huge operation in the US, and we also have a big R&D center, innovation center in Silicon Valley. So clearly, Silicon Valley is very critical to innovate new ideas, new platforms, and new partnerships. So very critical part of our ecosystem.
And then there's China. It seems that Samsung Electronics is putting an additional $8 billion into a memory factory there. What is the timeline for that project?
Well, actually, the plant we invested in China has been operational for a couple of years now. We are maybe we are the largest investor in tech industry that made investment in China. Obviously, China is a great market, large market, but also it's an ecosystem that you have to manage, given the what I call geopolitical system that we are living in. And I feel that some of standardization is getting fragmented. So you will have the West-based system, and you might have the system that may be Chinese-based systems. And company like us in between have to figure out how to navigate both geopolitical systems.
Right. So getting back to this $8 billion investment, it was reported today that you guys are putting this into this existing factory that you already spent $10 billion on.
Right.
When will that be done?
Well, this is typically in semiconductor investment, it usually takes about 18 months to build, 18 to 24 months, depend on new or old site. In this case, because we already have a footprint in Xi'an, and adding additional capacity is a bit faster than building a whole new plant.
You know, it's great to have you here because you're one of the few executives that was successful as a startup founder. You founded companies and you had exits, and then you retired. And then Samsung pulled you back into the fold. So it's great to have you here to get these insights. And let's talk about startups, though, for a moment. Do you find in your current role that customers' expectations around minimal viable products are changing? Do people expect things that are a beta, or do they expect things just to work perfectly out of the box?
I think it depends on the products. But if it's software products, if it's an application, I think there's more patience and tolerance. But if it's a final products, then I think they expect much more perfection out of the products.
Well, let's talk about that Galaxy Fold. Take me into your office after that launched earlier this year.
Right.
And there was many screen issues. What did you do, or what did you think when all these reports came in?
This product that we create, this is our first product, and clearly, foldable products give you an opportunity to give you the bigger interface, so you can be able to do emails and whatever, much bigger than what it is. But as like any products, first generation goes through a lot of learning curve. Learning curve in terms of improving the performance, improving durability, improving crease, having the ecosystem to your chain. So I would say that this is Gen 1. And you will see it's going to get better and better and better, in my view, and thinner and lighter with a longer battery life.
Is Samsung comfortable selling what is essentially a beta device to consumers for $2,000?
Oh, I don't know. You know, I think that this is probably still good enough in my view. I'll take a picture of you.
That's great.
And a picture of the crowd. And then, you know, being able to not only be able to see it here, but being able to see it in a bigger form factor.
Sure, yeah.
It's not a bad experience.
I'm a good-looking
and
guy.
I think it's be able to get you a kind of experience that you might not be able to have today. The reason we have to do it, by doing it, we learn. And then through that feedback, we can improve our product. And that is a really important process. If we just do it in the lab, we might not be able to really refine the product the way it is now.
You know, that's great for Samsung as one of the largest electronics makers in the world. You have the money to do so. But speaking to these startup founders out there who probably do not have the capital to pull a product back, refine it, how should they launch a hardware product like that? Do they need to make an MVP, or can they launch a final product?
Well, I think that, again, if it's software products, it's a bit easier to do A/B testing. But I think it's hardware products, you got to think about customer experience and do it right. And do it right first time. So it's not like we don't want to do it right first time. And I think that the point is, we're selling millions of these products there. There's a million people that want to use this product at $2,000 each.
How many of those have you sold?
As I said, it's about 1 million products.
1 million.
Yeah.
You sold 1 million of those.
So, you know, I think the point is, though, most important thing for large corporation is learning from it and refining the product. For startups, you have a limited cash flow.
Right.
So at the end of the day, cash is king. So you have to figure out how to optimize your cash so they can be able to last your investment horizon, give enough confidence so you can raise your next fund so they can move on.
So what about when it launches and it doesn't do very well? How should startups respond to negative criticism?
Well, you know, I think that part of being successful is about pivoting. It's about learning from the feedback and improving your product before you die. And, you know, my first company did not do very well because I think we didn't have enough funding. And I believe over time I could have learned and do it. But sometimes getting the right funding, getting the right partners, and people that are patient is critical in this journey. And sometimes success and failure isn't just about you. It's about the people you work with and the market you're going after. So it's a really important part of timing. Partners that you find to work with.
That was a big bet for Samsung. do you prefer to invest in companies that take big bets?
Yeah, we do. You know, if you think about the kind of companies we invested in Europe, we invested in over 40 companies in Europe last 5 years. Some of them are already successful. So let's look at some of the companies we invested. One of them is Darktrace. Darktrace is a basically cybersecurity company. And that was a pretty big bet because they really want to put enough money to creating a network detection system, a bit of a self-healing system. And you may have heard of GrabCore, Nigel Toon yesterday.
Right.
That's another company that I was actually involved personally as a board member. We actually helped them to come out of XMOS and be able to bet that basically the engine for AI is going to be different than today's CPU, today's GPU. We need a data flow engine required, and we decided to bet on new architecture. And it's going to take time, but sometimes this architectural bet can be also failure as well. But we believe by changing the way data is consumed, you can change the kind of architecture that are required to be able to accelerate data flow.
Sure. What other investments have you made in Europe?
Oh, well, we invested in a company called Amplify. Probably never heard of it. It's a company in France. It's a company that actually create a very important laser technology that are critical to creating all the semiconductor devices. So sometimes we invest to enable the industry. Sometimes we enable companies that are in application space. So it depends on our interest. And we are very much interested in also investing in health-related companies because we believe that with the technology, mobility, and cloud, and data, and digital, we believe we can really improve health from reactive health to proactive health. So we're looking at several companies in Europe today that could become next big change in agent.
Do you have a dedicated fund for Europe?
We have what we call international fund that supports both Israel as well as Europe. And in the process, we have quite a bit of a speed. Once we make a decision in a day, we could fund the company next day. So we have very good agility for large corporations to enable innovation to happen.
How should these people get that money? What's the best way to pitch you?
Well, the best way is really talking with our team. I think we got some of our team members in the audience, like Dede, as well as Nicola and others. And their job is really talking with the startup entrepreneurs. And we also have some of the competitions that we run every year and to enable startup companies join in. And I can talk more about that as well.
Well, there's the XTC, right? And I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but it was held here too, right?
Right, exactly. So XTC is a competition for startups. It's something that actually I found as a part of my own desire to see startups that are working on the tech for good agenda.
Sure.
And the idea is really to educate, acknowledge that UN 17 sustainability is a very important objective, and we want to make sure there is a global competition to address this issue. So you will see there is a boost that's supporting this, and soon we're going to be announcing some winners as well.
Well, I have a couple more questions, but before we get into this, you're a car guy. I want to get your thoughts on the Porsche Taycan.
Okay.
Right? That was announced yesterday that was 200-mile range. Does that use Samsung batteries inside it?
Well, you can assume that Samsung battery is in most of the cars. Yeah.
Okay.
So actually, Porsche, Volkswagen Group are big customer of our technology, whether it's a sound system, whether it's a memory system, whether future 5G. I think we're very well integrated into their need. Taycan is a great-looking car. It's not out yet. It's not driving, but something that I get really excited about as well. Great design, a lot of display, and classic Porsche design know-how. The only downside that I'm concerned is about the mileage. Compared to my Tesla, it's a slightly less mileage than what's out there. So I'm hoping to see improved mileage out of the future electric cars.
What about the Cybertruck?
Cybertruck, you know, I think if you're a geek, if you have money, and if you're not true, you know, let's say moving stuff in the back, maybe it's a nice-looking trucks to show I think it's enough range. You can go a lot of places. So one thing that you can do, you can go to Tahoe and ski and come back without worrying about charging.
Right.
So that's a really good benefit of that, I guess.
Well, that's really interesting. You're a car guy, I can tell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, as you've proven throughout this interview, you're not a company guy, you're an entrepreneur, but you're Samsung Electronics president now. And Samsung is facing a lot of legal issues in Korea. And I have to do my job. I have to ask you these questions. Just on Monday, a judge sent 3 Samsung Electronic executives to jail. What happened?
Well, you know, I think that I want to make sure there are 2 different parts of the group. So the Samsung management, Samsung Corporation, is actually not a target of this particular probe. But there are some parts of the team that was involved in taking certain spin-out IPO as looked at as a part of, let's say, prosecutors asking to clarify their position in the what I call value of the IPO. So there's always discussion that goes on that are complex, legal. I don't even get involved in day-to-day details around those because it's their personal affair. But I think corporation is actually Samsung Electronics is free of that accusation.
No, the report on Monday was that 3 Samsung Electronic employees, they were executives, specifically Electronic, were the ones to go to jail. Is this trial affecting your ability as president to run the company?
You know, I think that a company is more than few people. It's a corporation with a large number of organizations, and they are really focused on building business. And you know, 95% of our business is global, and clearly Korean relationship, Korean government is a very important part of our ecosystem we have to manage. But at the end of the day, you know, company is running with a ambition of being the largest corporations in the electronic space.
A lot of companies face culture issues. Is there something within Samsung that needs to change to prevent this from happening in the future?
You know, I think that's really important for any corporations, any size, whether it's a small or large, that you need to have a clear value system and clear ethics and continue to train your management to making sure that there is a consistency in terms of how they think. By the way, they are accused. They're not proven guilty. So please don't misunderstand between those two. I want to make sure that no innocent people are proven guilty until they're proven guilty, right?
Of course.
It's a different legal system, but I want to make sure that part is very clear. And no innocent people should go to jail because it's accused.
Yes.
Right? That's what I like about American system.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Look at Trump. He can run around and still, until guilty, he's not guilty.
Well, I guess if you say it that way, sure.
Right.
So let's get back to startups real quick. We have about 3 minutes left. You see a lot of pitches and you see a lot of startups. What's a common mistake you see that startup founders make when pitching?
I think sometimes you can be too impatient. So I know a pivot is a very important word, and you have to change with a dime. But I think it's really important that you got to believe in your conviction and be patient around those. I think the other thing is make sure you are surrounded with the really good people that are complementary, not always agreeing with you, but complementary skill sets so that you can be able to build a company with the strength of 1 + 1 + 1 is 3 or plus, not 2. And that's really important as well. And then getting the right investors. Investors that understand your dream, investors that has the patience, investors that has ability to back you up.
What type of founders work best with you?
You know, I think we work really well with the people with a big dream. I think that when I met Julian, I loved his view of how he can disrupt traditional industry with using technology. So it's a technology usage, disrupting the big world, and being a pioneer. And then I want to see someone that can be a category winner in that space.
Sure.
Because we believe that disruption is coming everywhere, whether it's health, whether it's insurance, it's banking. All these things are going to be applying data to improve the applications and performance. They can tailor and they can be able to charge proper economic value creation And in the process, I believe that there will be many winners. And there will be many winners in this room. So we want to back those winners by supporting the right category with the right entrepreneur that has the drive and leadership and dream.
Right. So you pointed out a couple people. How do, let's say their names one more time so these people can get their money. Who in the audience is here from your team?
I think the Dede, you want to hand?
There we go.
Stefan, are you here?
What's Stefan's email address?
Stefan Genders. Huh?
Okay.
And I think Nikolai is here as well, somewhere.
I mean, we cannot bring the president of Samsung Electronics to our stage and not offer his money up, right? That's the only proper thing to do. Well, sir, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thank you very much for your time as well. And really appreciate the Disrupt supporting some of our very important agenda here.
Great. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks a lot.
All right, our next guest holds a special place in TechCrunch's heart. He has competed in a battlefield and gone on to be very, very successful. He actually came in second place. I don't know what that says about our decision making. And he holds a special place in my heart because he was there when I had the best bowl of pasta that I've ever had in my life. So with that, please welcome to the stage co-founder and CEO of Cloudflare, Matthew Prince, and your moderator, Frédéric Lardenois.
Back on the Disrupt stage.
I feel we've done this before.
Once or twice. It's. I think I am the first person to speak at San Francisco, New York, London, Beijing, and now Berlin.
You've done more than I have.
I love Disrupt. This is such an incredible. Launching a company is such a sacred thing, and the fact that all of the companies that were part of Battlefield launched here, walking around Startup Alley, it's just this great energy. And so,
did it feel good, or did you get PTSD from that?
No, it felt really. I mean, it was really. Again, it's. I remember in 2010 we launched it at the first Disrupt San Francisco, and I remember being backstage and looking around and seeing like Mike Arrington and all these other tech founders and being like, wow, this is like celebrity startup world. And what I now know is that they're all just as scared and clueless as I still am.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We try to, not be totally clueless.
No, not you, me. I mean, I was there. Well, it was good.
I wasn't there at the time, so
no,
don't take
no,
it personal.
Yeah.
When you launched at Battlefield, you didn't win.
No, you don't want to win.
I always rub that in.
I think that there were some. I got to see some of the Battlefield presentations, and I mean, there's some amazing companies, and someone's going to win in a few minutes, and that obviously feels really good, I'm sure, but it turns out you can be pretty darn successful even if you don't win. So to all the people who aren't the winners, don't worry, it gets better.
Did it feel like that?
I don't know. We were really. I remember. First of all, you enter this, you have no idea what's going to happen, and it was such this just wonderful, awesome experience, and I watched the videos, which for a while when you guys did Disrupt in New York, it would play in the back of every taxi, and it would show us losing every taxi ride that I went on, and we were bummed, but I remember we all went out to dinner at this little Italian restaurant in San Francisco afterwards, and Michelle, who's my business partner, she's like, guys, we should be really proud. Like, we came in second, and I think we actually used that to really motivate ourselves and sort of kick into a higher gear and continue building the company.
Yeah, teams that come in second seem to be doing better than the winners. So if you come in second, congratulations. If you win, I'm sorry.
No. You should be. I mean, again, just having been invited to be able to present on this stage is something that you should be. Again, it's something you'll remember the rest of your life.
Totally. Now, you've gone on for a few years since then and built a lot more products, and you just IPO'd this September.
We did. Yeah.
Was that something you were always thinking about?
I think we knew when we started Cloudflare that Cloudflare was either going to be a 1 or a 0. It was either going to completely fail, or if it worked, it was going to be a pretty big thing, because there was no way to sort of do it halfway. You had to have enormous scale in order to make the business work. And so, when you raise money from investors, there are only 3 possible outcomes. You can either fail and go bankrupt. Thankfully, we didn't do that. You can get acquired, and actually not once over the last 9 years has a single company ever tried to acquire us.
Really?
Which makes me feel kind of like the ugly kid at the dance that nobody wants to ask out.
Why do you think that is? Because you were pretty successful.
I guess to answer your question, we were never building it to be acquired. And I think that, we, from the day that we launched on the stage, we've just been so focused on building a great service for all of our customers, and we've been just running to keep up with it, that I think a lot of the things that if you're sort of building a company to sell it, we never did. So we didn't do a lot of business development. We didn't do a lot of partnerships with other companies until much, 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 much later on. And
you never had dinners with M&A people from Google and Microsoft.
We just didn't. It was so crazy. We had 1,000 customers that were sort of early beta customers when we stepped on stage. We had 10,000 within 24 hours of stepping off stage, and it's just been like, how do we keep up with the volume of that we haven't had the time, for better or worse, to go, foster those relationships. And I don't think, I can't imagine any job that's more fun than the one that I have. I get to be doing something that I really believe in, which is, defending the internet, and end up in so many interesting and fascinating places. And so I think that from the beginning, the third outcome is if at some point, if you're not going to go bankrupt and you're not going to sell to someone else, you got to go public. And so I think that we knew we were on that path. Starting in 2015, we actually started running the company like it was a public company. So we would do quarterly earnings calls, fully scripted on a recorded line. We'd get people to call in and ask us hard questions. We wrote press releases up that we never actually put on the wire. And so
did you actually want to go public in 2015, or was
No, I think we wanted to go public in 2019, about exactly when we did. But we knew that that practice makes you better at these things. And so, by the time we just did our first public earnings call a little over a month ago, and it was our first one as a public company. It was actually our 13th. That we had ever done, and it felt very familiar, and it didn't feel like it was a big change. And I think that was something that was really important to me. Was, this is just another step in the journey. It was never the goal. But it was a step along the way. And I think the process of going through that has made us a much, much better company as a result.
Why is that?
Well, I think that whenever you talk with investors, you learn more about your business. And there's actually a window of time where we hadn't raised money for 4 years. And we actually kind of got out of practice of telling our story. And I remember when we started getting ready for the IPO process, there's a organizational meeting where you bring kind of all the bankers and lawyers and accountants and everyone in the room, and you present what your business is. And at the end, everyone was like, that was really great, except for our team. And we were like, that sucked. Because we just had lost that practice. And I think that, a lot of founders complain about how difficult it is to raise money. I have sympathy and empathy for that, and it is hard. But why it's hard is because you've got to find a way to tell your story really clearly, and that will make you a better company. And so the IPO process is just like that on steroids, where you are meeting with people who have never heard about you, who have no idea, what a reverse proxy or what the OSI model of the internet. I mean, all this stuff. They're not that, and yet you still have to be able to communicate what it is that you do. And I think that was really good. The other piece that was really powerful was even internally at the company, we'd not done a great job of saying like, here's the vision, here's how it all fits together. And we'd sort of talked about it here and there, but we hadn't communicated it. And so we took the S1, which is basically a marketing document, and we handed it out to, as soon as we were allowed to by the SEC, we handed it out to all of our employees, bookmarked on the part that was the business section. And what's been really amazing since then is we've just been able to go faster because it was this time that really everyone got organized behind. And so I think if you can do that right, if you ever have the opportunity to work at a company that goes public, I highly recommend it. It was just an incredible experience.
So, but telling your story, it's probably hard because you're doing kind of a CDN, you're doing security, DDoS protection, right? That's hard to explain to a banker.
So first of all, I mean, bankers they're really smart people.
I'm not underselling bankers.
And again, I think that they were really helpful for us in telling that story. But I think it is a tough story. And what exactly Cloudflare is doing is, I mean, we built a CDN because we had to, not because we thought that was an interesting market. We've been giving that away for free since the beginning. What we really think of Cloudflare is doing is, like, fundamentally, what we're competing against is Facebook.
All right.
Because at the end of the day, if you don't have Cloudflare out there helping defend the internet, giving you the tools that are there's no way that an independent business can run a website, run a mobile app, do those things. And so inherently that is all going to migrate to the big platforms like Facebook. And so we internally think of our business, we are to Facebook as Shopify is to Amazon, right? If we can provide those fundamental tools that allow an independent, vibrant web to exist, like, that's an amazing thing. And unfortunately, it's getting so hard on so many different fronts to do that on your own that you do need some sort of something like Cloudflare to help you survive. And so, like, it was really fun to walk around and see how many of our customers are here in the Startup Alley. And before Cloudflare existed, if you wanted the sort of protection and security and everything that we offered today, I mean, that was $100,000 a month, and we made it free.
Sure.
And that's yeah, I think that's a hard story to tell to investors, but at the same time, the business sort of speaks for itself.
Now, right as you were going through that process, you were, turns out you were also defending some sites that weren't, maybe deserving of your protection. It's, you didn't shut it down, but you shut down your protection of 8chan at the time because, do you want to explain a little bit why that was the case?
Yeah, so, Cloudflare, it's about 10% of all internet websites are behind our network. And that means 10% of the amazing, wonderful things, but also means 10% of the sort of horrible, awful things. And we've been very reluctant to impose what are our values and morals on how the internet works. From the earliest days, we would always ask the question, if Cloudflare ran the internet, what would the right policy be? And that was pretty absurd when it was 8 of us over a nail salon in Palo Alto, California.
What was your answer at the time, though? What was
really
the
similar.
policy?
It was we don't want to be the one saying what is good and bad online. And I think that is probably the right thing, because if there are going to be a relatively limited number of companies that provide this sort of edge protection, and we all operate on a massively global scale, I'm not sure you want my morals deciding what is and is not online. And that works pretty well for most cases, except in certain cases, the sites themselves are inherently lawless. They inherently have structured themselves in such a way that they don't respond to regular legal, societal requirements. And so while I think in most cases it makes sense for the site owners to be deciding what it is, in some cases when the site owners just basically, flip off the rest of society, while I don't think we should be the first line of defense, there might be times when we should be the last line of defense. And so, we were in the middle of the IPO quiet period, and otherwise, 8chan, which was this really pretty designed to be vile organization, it turned out that there was a mass shooting in El Paso that the shooter had posted kind of his plans and a manifesto on. And this wasn't the first time that had happened. It was actually the third. And it caused us to really sit down and think, okay, we don't want to, if Facebook were a customer and the manifesto had been posted on Facebook, we know that Facebook is actually trying to do the right thing, and they're trying to take down what is this reprehensible content or illegal content, and they have a trust and safety team, and they're not just sort of thumbing off the society as a whole, whereas this other organization was. And we said, listen, we don't really want to have them on our network, even though it's not something that from a financial perspective it didn't matter, but it just wasn't someone we wanted to do business with. We fully predicted that the next day they'd pop back up.
Sure.
And what's sort of scary is it's now 4 months later and they're still not back online. And they've tried. And what's frightening about that, I think, as an internet community as a whole, is that then does really mean that us making a determination that someone's not online means they're not online.
Does that mean you need to have your own policy at this point, and do you actually have one?
Oh, we have tons of policies on this. We think about this and have thought about it since the earliest days. This is these are the conversations. If you were sitting in Cloudflare, these are the conversations we have all the time. It's one of the conversations I have with Michelle all the time because, Michelle says, listen, I get it. We shouldn't be the one picking what's good and bad, but
maybe you should be.
Well, I don't know. Do you trust that my sensibilities sitting in San Francisco, California, should pick what is and is not online? And that makes, if there was someone else doing that from that position, it would make me really nervous that you had effectively, someone who was, I wasn't elected, I have no political legitimacy, and yet I can make a choice that someone is or is not on the internet. That makes me really spooked. And so again, I think if you have organizations that just defy society's rules, actively thwart that, then yeah, maybe we are the last line of defense. But I think what's more important is we should be providing the tools to help other companies make smart decisions going forward. One of the things that we think about a lot is for us, things like GDPR are super easy because we think of personal data as a toxic asset. We get it off of our network as quickly as possible. We don't make money selling ads. And so complying with that regulation is really easy. But what's hard is that's incredibly hard for our customers. And so as you have more regulations, as we keep raising the bar on the Googles and the Facebooks of the world, what I worry about is how do we make sure that the folks who are out there, who are building the next Google, who are building the next Facebook, have the tools to be able to succeed. And I think that's a place where I think we might be able to do some good, where we can say, listen, we don't want to be the ones who make the decisions, but here are the tools that can help you make smart decisions on your network.
But isn't there a point where you could be proactively going after child pornography, for example? Or?
We do. We just actually last week we published a blog post on when you have sites, forums that are entirely devoted to child porn. if that's like what you do, don't put it up on Cloudflare, because the minute you do that, we report it to the National Center of Missing and Exploited Children, we report it to law enforcement, and we kick you off our network. Those are the easy cases. The hard case is, imagine the next generation Facebook. So someone's building a new social network, and let's call it xyz.com. And so xyz.com launches, and it takes off like crazy. And then the next day, somebody somewhere in some dark corner of this sprawling new social network posts child exploitive material. What's difficult in that case is they haven't had the time to build up the same systems and processes and procedures as Facebook. In fact, the tools that you need to use that have the hashes, that have Microsoft's Photo DNA, and all those things, you can't get access to those as a new startup, because part of the problem is that they're afraid that if the child pornographers get access to the tools to send child porn, then they'll defeat the tools. And so that's a real chicken and egg problem. And what I worry about is that as we hold tech companies responsible, as we should, for policing more and more of the content, we might be pulling the ladders up and making it harder for startups. And if Cloudflare can say, let's make those tools available to our customers so that you can hopefully comply with regulations as well as Facebook does, then I actually think that's a really positive role for us. And it's something that we're thinking about in a number of different areas, including child pornography.
Sure. Trying to turn this back into a positive discussion at this point. But we're pretty much
neo-Nazis and child porn and IPOs.
Yeah.
So.
Battlefield. Did you watch the Battlefield? You have a favorite?
You guys have run me around all day. This is
you signed up for that.
I did. I was, but it was great. So I was on the Q&A stage. So I missed a handful of them, but I saw a couple of them. And again, it's such a privilege to be able to stand up and launch here. And it was such an incredible experience for us as a company. And I'm excited for everyone who presented today. I'm excited for to see whoever wins, because you guys keep it pretty secret backstage. Again, this is a moment that everyone who got to present here will remember for the rest of their life, and it's great that you guys are helping facilitate the ecosystem of startups all around the world.
All right. See, we turned it around.
There you go. Anyway, great to see you.
Thank you.
Okie doke. We are about to learn who the winner of the Battlefield here at Disrupt Berlin 2019 is. But before we do, I think it's important to acknowledge just how much work goes into putting a show like this on. There are many, many, many people involved in that work pretty much all year long to make it happen. And so I'm going to kind of talk a little bit about them, and then we can round out the applause at the end for all of them if it's cool with you. So those people include the many speakers and Battlefield judges that took time out of their busy schedule to be here and evaluate these companies, teach us the lessons that they have. Leslie Hitchcock-Stone and the entire events marketing business team that kind of puts this whole thing together. Richard Smith, who is very, very ill right now and could not be here today, but who has led the programming efforts alongside the European edit team. Nisha Tambe, who is also very, very ill. We're having a great time here. She is the Battlefield editor, and she is one who goes through and selects these teams, prepares them. I'm sure that our startup Battlefield teams are very, very appreciative for everything that Nisha does. 511 Productions, the greatest production team in the game, and the people who gave me this sick-ass gold mic. And the entire editorial team, many of whom traveled very far to come be here and be a part of this, have been writing about it, doing interviews, and working tirelessly. Our Battlefield companies also took time out of their busy schedules to come be a part of that. We're very grateful. And last but not least, you guys. We can't do this without all of you. So it's been a pleasure and a privilege to be your host. Thank you so, so much for being here. Really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and clap for everyone involved. And with that, I'm going to bring on my boss, Ned Desmond. He's going to do some sponsor announcements. We'll be back with the winner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordan. Well, in a couple of minutes, we'll find out who won the Battlefield competition. But before we get there, I'd like to invite to the stage our friends from the Extreme Tech Challenge to highlight their mission and present their Custom Disruptor Award. Please welcome Young San, Corporate President and Chief Strategy Officer, Samsung Electronics, and Chairman of the Board at Harman. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. So I'm happy to come back and talk about the winner of Extreme Tech Challenge. As I mentioned earlier, this is a competition for startups to work on tech for good and really around UN 17 sustainability goals. So the regional winners around the world will eventually get together in Paris, and the final event will happen in June 10th, 2020. So the Berlin winners are, Berlin TechCrunch winners are AMI Proteins, which is really in food tech from Israel, and basically replacing sugar molecules with a synthetic biology. So that it has a benefit of sugar, but without giving downside of sugar, I guess. Welcome, thank you. And then the other winner is a Decomer Technology, clean tech from Estonia. Basically, it's really creating edible plastics so that you don't create the kind of plastics that you see in our ocean, but be able to use edible technology that can be composed. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Thank you very much. And then the last winner is Hala Systems, which is a basically, I call early warning system of the disruptions that are happening in major disasters, from war zones to earthquakes, any other emergencies, by looking at sensor technologies so they can be able to evacuate at the right areas as that happens. So welcome on board. Thank you. And then I think Rajiv is going to come out to help us with the celebration. Great. Thank you very much. Well, thanks a lot. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Samsung and Young San. We're almost there, but I just have to thank some sponsors. Without sponsors, we couldn't put on this great show, all this programming, the Startup Battlefield competition. So we're really indebted to them. Hold on to your applause until I'm done. This will take just a minute or so. But at the top, at the platinum level, let's thank WeChat. At the gold level, DT50 and SAP.io. At the silver level, TomTom. Bronze level, Beta House, European Investment Bank, European Innovation Council, Kotra, and Samsung Innovation Center. And at the basic level, Bain & Company, FileStack, Go Cordless, Join, Otter, Slamcore, and Talentful. And thanks too to our marketing partners, 150 Sec, Factory Berlin, Fempreneur, Just Goods, Mindspace, Network and Chill, Portugal Startups, Plug and Play, Startupper.gr, Superfounders, Techstars, Women of Wearables, Ingria, and MediaNet. We'd also like to thank DevPost, which helps so much with our hackathon. And so let's have a big hand for all these sponsors. Thank you. And now we're finally at the moment. We're going to find out who won the Startup Battlefield. Please welcome Matthew Burns to the stage, change of pace. Jordan Crook and Mike Butcher to the stage, and they're going to...
Thank you, boss. Yeah, clap for him. He pays the bills. We're going to clap big for him. It's been an amazing show. I know you guys are waiting to hear the news, so let's not play around anymore. Congratulations to all of our Battlefield teams. You all kicked ass, 100%. Mike, the honors.
And the winner of TechCrunch the runner-up of TechCrunch Disrupt Berlin. I had one job. The runner-up of TechCrunch Disrupt Berlin 2019, ladies and gentlemen, is Stable.
Okay, congratulations to Stable. And the winner of TechCrunch Disrupt Berlin Startup Battlefield 2019 is Scaled Robotics. Thank you for an amazing show, everyone. Have a good year. We'll see you soon again. Thank you.
Well done.
All the Battlefield
Congratulations.
companies can come up on stage. We're going to take a picture.
Now, all the Battlefields ups on stage. Group photo. If you're in the Battlefield, come up stage for a group photo. Just Battlefield. Thank you.